In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law. To pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Oh, hi, Mark. Good morning. Welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. What a dog shit, garbage, piece of crap, terrible program we have for you today. I mean, I got nothing for you. Bunch of tired old war horses. I got nothing for you, Cap. No, we have a great show. It's going to be fun today. We're going to have a great time. We're going to be talking all kinds of stuff. I have to admit something. I know I get mad. I know I yell and scream. I know that I actually give a shit about the news that's going on, and that's stupid. But I will admit the Trump administration is very entertaining. I mean, it's If you're a talk show, I have to separate my patriotism and my love of my country with my need to talk to and entertain people. And in terms of being a talk show host, I spend so much less time prepping a show when Donald Trump is president. And I go to so fewer websites when Trump is president than when Biden was. I mean, you can, when Trump is president, you can basically prep a show on Twitter. It's just every single hour something new is coming out, and it's all wacky. It's all shit that would in 4 years of another administration, none of this stuff would ever happen. And it's happening every hour in the Trump administration. So it's hey, should I be like Charlie Kirk and stop? By the way, Charlie Kirk, remember when he said he's done talking about Epstein? So Charlie was done talking about Epstein, and then all of a sudden, yesterday, he's talking about Epstein again. he's like, we're done. Remember what he said? I'm going to trust my friends in government. Then his friends in government went, if you still talk about Epstein, you fell for a hoax and you can go fuck yourself. And then Charlie Kirk goes on his show yesterday and he goes, all right, guys, you should chill just a little. He's on his show begging Donald Trump, hey, Donald, do you think you could just chill out a little bit? Do you think you could just maybe not say shit like that? The trust he put in his friends in government lasted him 20. I'm trying to look at the tweets. 24 hours, if that, until he was he's like, I'm done talking about Epstein. I'm going to trust my friends in the government. And then 24 hours later, he's looking at his audience going, no, I'm going to talk to him. Don't worry. I'm going to give him a talking to. I'll talk to those guys. They'll listen to me. Donald, do you think you could chill out on the trash and the shit out of people over the Epstein thing? All right, guys, don't worry. I talked to him. He's fine. What's that? He's telling them all to go fuck themselves? God damn. It's almost like Donald Trump doesn't care about me and I'm just a media pawn for him to use as one of his surrogates. And I trusted my friends in government. Ben Shapiro was yelling at, who was he yelling at yesterday? Probably a Christian who cares about, manipulation and child molestation. That's what it was. He's yelling at Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson, he's just anti-Semitic. He just believes in anti-Jewish conspiracy theories. But that's not what it is. What it is that Tucker Carlson's paying attention to what's going on. He's connecting the dots, and they can only lead to one place. I can't find the clip of all the clips on Twitter are Charlie Kirk sucking butthole and going, I'm going to trust my friends in the administration. There was a clip he had, I think, yesterday. And the clip he had yesterday was him going, please, Donald, don't do this. Don't do this, Donnie. Be a good boy. So look, on one hand, am I upset? Am I angry? Is it really hard to watch the Commerce Secretary, Epstein's fucking neighbor, and a hedge fund manager or whatever, stand over Donald Trump's shoulder like he's his babysitter, making sure Trump says nothing to see here on the Epstein stuff as he smiles and laughs? Yeah, that's really difficult to watch. And it's also really difficult to live in a country that supposedly has free speech, but I can't talk about what that looks like or I'll get called horrible things. I can't say what that obviously looks like. Sam Show can. I mean, actually, you know what? Sam Show can't, but Sam Show does. So that part's really difficult. That part makes my head want to explode, and I come on here and I rant and rave. Some of you really love that. The other part of it is my job is easier. You've seen so far this year, we're doing better on goals. We're making more money. We're going up in subscriptions. Our restream numbers are way up from where they were a year ago. I mean, talking about this shit, people want to see you talk about it. So it's a little bit of column A and a little bit of column B, but it is fun. We do have Cenk, Ugyur, and Piers Morgan yelling at each other. I always find that to be a fun back and forth. But here's the deal, guys. We got Cenk, Ugyur, and Piers Morgan yelling at each other. Who do you think most of us are going to side with on this one? Dude, I'm not saying Cenk, Ugyur redemption arc, all right? I'm not saying that. We've had Anna Kasparian redemption arc because she's just like premenopausal with a flamethrower fucking torching people. But I think because of this Israel-Gaza stuff and Israel-Iran and now the Epstein stuff, I'm not saying you guys are going to love everything Cenk Ugyur has to say, but I think we are entering an era of, let's just say, détente. That's a good word to use, détente, with Cenk Ugyur. Let's go into the chat. Let's talk to you guys today. Let's see if we can't bang out a goal for our final goal of the week. And then I did want to talk to you guys. Rumble Fridays and the Rumble Creator Program have been going so well that pretty much a shitload of the money we make on Rumble Fridays now are going towards Monday. So it's going to lead to, I think, a lot of Mondays where we have a chance to start out ahead. So thank you guys for that. Please knock out the $300 goal for today. Or, you know what I could do? I could start making Thursday goals way lower in anticipation of the big Rumble Friday. Either one, we'll figure it out as we go. I'm still very new to the Rumble Creator Program, so I want to make sure that money is consistent, but revenues are up. That means goals are down, my friends. The goal used to be 330 for a full goal. We're now even at 300. So we're at 300, 200, 300 morning, 200 evening. I want to, by the end of the year, be able to say we'll be at 275, 150. And I think once we get to 250, 150, that's an area I'm very happy with. All right, let's get into this. Let's start. I'm going to pick a random spot to pick in the chat because, I'm way behind. Sam Show says, when Trump is president, you can bet kids are being effed. The way Trump is talking about the Epstein thing makes me pretty much in my mind, it's confirmed that he's on that list in some capacity. And if he's in it in a criminal capacity, dude, I just voted for the guy. He's not my God. If he's in the Epstein stuff as a guy who engaged in that stuff, throw his ass in prison along with everybody else. Atomic Ray says, you gay F words in chat make me sleepy. Evening chat is much more active. You know, this was the war last night. I don't mean to tell you guys because I don't think it matters. The morning show, we're averaging probably about 750 to 900 bad day, good day. Yesterday it was 760 people at a time we were averaging. Good day, we're averaging in the 900s, maxing out in the 1100s. So I appreciate you guys watching and spreading it across a bunch of platforms. But I think the morning show is perceived as this big Goliath that moves very, very slowly and clumsily, where the evening show kind of has fancied themselves as like the special forces of Steel Toe. Yeah, we only average about, I think, 400 on Restream during the evening show, so it's about half the audience of the morning show. And in the summertime, historically, those numbers were even further apart. The evening shows don't do nearly as well. But the evening show people, they fancy themselves as your superior because they knocked out their goal in the first hour yesterday. They're talking all kinds of shit about the morning show. Why can't the morning show do it? I love all my children. I love all my fans. I don't love the evening show more than the morning show. I like the morning show because we have more time. We can kind of drill down into shit and we can have some fun. Evening show, boom, boom, boom. Got to get to it. You know, a lot of razzle dazzle. I like this pace. I'm just letting you know they're talking a whole bunch of shit. And as you know, as a good grifter, the only way I can help you to get them to stop talking shit is for you to give me a fuck ton of money. That's... Guys, I'm sorry. I wish I had better news. I wish I had a better way. But me and my brain trust and I came up with a plan, and the most effective plan we had in all of our 14 million simulations was you giving me more money equals an easier time for you at the evening show. I wish there were a better way. Believe me, I was heartbroken when I heard the news. Also, we're 55 memberships away from 300 on Rumble if you want to help out with that. Eric Cartman says, apparently Johnny Crutches will be spoken about by Trump at his next press conference. I'm very excited to hear that. Now, when it comes to Charlie Kirk, Sam Show says this is going to get worse the moment these self-serving grifters see their careers flashing before their eyes. Yeah, I mean, a guy like Charlie Kirk has built his whole career off appearing like some kind of outsider truth teller when in reality he's conservative Inc., bowing down to the Republicans in power. Charlie Kirk's like the MSNBC of conservatives. Business is always better for him when the other side is in power. Because now look at it, Trump is in power and he is having a serious dilemma on whether he should keep sucking the administration's dick and lose street cred with his hardcores, but keep his access to the administration, which is important for what he does, or if he should be cast out into the wilderness by the Trump administration, stick with the people and stand up for what's right. That's the weird spot that Charlie Kirk has been put in. It doesn't cost Charlie Kirk anything to take a stand against Biden every time Biden opens his mouth. Those are the easy times. And the money comes pouring in. It's during this Trump shit that it gets really dicey for him. And Sam Show's right. A lot of these self-serving grifters, they're heading for hard times, baby. Because you got Ben Shapiro. The less money Daily Wire makes, the bigger his yarmulke gets, baby. And it is. The yarmulke is getting bigger. The staff is getting smaller. And the revenue is getting smaller for Daily Wire. And it's because people have picked up on the fact that when you have guys like Tucker and you have guys like Dave Smith and you have guys like Joe Rogan, and these guys seem genuine. These guys seem like they're telling the truth. It makes guys like Ben Shapiro, who do all kinds of rhetorical tricks, and they do all kind of bad faith arguing, they do all kinds of straw manning, it makes them stick out more. Ben Shapiro absolutely has been exposed by all this because Ben Shapiro is a game player. He's a manipulator. He's a goofball. These other guys, at least they're giving you the straight dish, whether you agree with them all the time or not. Eric Cartman saying, who are we getting Kiki to fuck this morning in the Stoney's bathroom? No. We talked about this last night. We even called Keanu. She is not going to be having sex with anyone in the bathroom at Stoney's. This is I don't know if I don't know if we made this clear last night. We did call Keanu. Gino would be mad, and Keanu doesn't want to have sex with any of you in the Stoney's bathroom. I don't know how else to put it to you. I hope that gets through. I hope that helps answer that question for you, and we can move on from this dark time in steel toe history. But Keanu does not want to have sex with anyone. I don't even think she wants to have sex with Gino in the Stoney's bathroom. And I certainly don't think Cheetos wants anyone having sex with anyone in the Cheetos bathroom. Brian writing, I can fix Anna Kasparian. Dysrhythmia says, is Anna still watching the toe? No, I bet she's bored by the toe at this point. Maybe she likes the political coverage. If so, Anna, call in or donate $500 on PayPal. Eric Cartman says, didn't Matt Gaetz, Trump's first pick, get labeled as an S trafficker? They just couldn't prove it. Yes. And Matt Gaetz went on his show. I didn't realize he had a show on like News Nation or OBGYN or whatever the fuck that network is. But Matt Gaetz went out and did a show where he sucked Pam Bondi's tits and he ate Dan Bongino's jizz and he sucked Kash Patel's cock and he loves Trump and gave him a massage and the whole. So Matt Gaetz is he's on their side as well. Now, people are saying Alex Jones is drinking globalist cum. No. Alex Jones was saying yesterday, he's like, look, I'm not saying the Trump administration is a cult, but it's starting to talk like a cult. The things it's starting to say are very cult-like, and if it does become a cult, then I'm going to call it a cult, and I'm going to say the cult is doing a good job on immigration, the cult is doing a good job on this, and the cult is doing a terrible job on this. Like, Alex Jones came out yesterday, and he's like, the way Trump's talking about this Epstein thing is the way a cult leader talks. So, good for Alex on that one. Ultimate TND says, if the photos of him with Epstein didn't already convince you. Well, I mean, the lengths he's going to cover this up. I think Trump didn't know that people knew how involved with Epstein he was. But when you're Mossad and CIA, you gather every little piece of information. I thought Trump believed he was too smart to have like secret conversations recorded. Or I don't think Trump realized how deep this thing went. So he was like, yeah, we can release it. We can release it. And he's like, holy shit. I think he drilled down and he looked at the stuff and he went, holy shit, they know about that? And then all of a sudden he got a lot less brave. McBuster says, nobody said that. He made that up. There is no imaginary competition between morning and evening shows. Numero uno Josh Denny fan gave us over $100 last night out of spite of the morning show. He said this clearly. He fucking hates you. I'm sorry. Sam Show says, really? The evening shows are the special forces of Steel Toe? Are you calling them retarded? That's not what I said. Unpleasant Alex says, honestly, looking more at how this played out, I don't think Trump himself is in the files. I think he's protecting someone close to him, possibly family, something he found before signing to release. Oh, Barron was getting pussy. I hear you. I know. Bigot on Socialist Media says, I watched 2 hours of last night's show. A lot of drama on it. Morning show is superior. Oh, well, I'll tell you this. At this point, the evening show kicking your guys' ass in money because we have made exactly $0 in the first 15 minutes of today's show. So you can talk shit about the evening show all you want, but I'm sitting here still at $300. Where'd I leave? Oh, God damn it. I lost my place. Here we go. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, I love all my fans. Yeah, especially the one in your CPAP machine. Where did this rumor that I have a CPAP machine come from? You understand, I will say again, I am 6'3", 220 pounds. That is not a heavy person. Could I drop 5 or 10? God, could we all? But I don't need a CPAP machine. For goodness sake, let's eat some cake. Now, see, Chips and Dip says, evening show listeners didn't make it past a 5th grade education. Okay, fine. But you know what they did do? Knock out goals that keep this show on the air with half the audience. I mean, look, I got to call balls and strikes, guys. You can't sit here and talk shit and think you're going to convince me when those guys, I'm 45 minutes into the show, half hour into the show, and I'm like, oh, tonight's in the bag. We're good. Hobo Chili Recipe says, is that why Johnny is crippled? Prince Andrew fucked him handicapped. No, Andrew, leave that boy alone. He's a hockey player. And then his legs went stiff. Hulkamasha Baby says, I thought you and your brain trust decided to spend money like a retard, destroy your second mic pool, then do 3 solo shows a week. Yes, that's my brain trust. In fairness, like the advertisers paid for the second mics. I mean, go back and watch our first show back on Twitch. We always said the advertisers will pay for the second mics. And then the advertisers dried up. What are you supposed to do? We got 3 of them left. I don't know what to tell you on that one. But I will also say that I overpaid everyone from Jump Street. It was way too much money. I threw around way too much in the beginning. But we were happy that everyone came across with us. I was upset at how little they got paid by the radio station, and I wanted to flex and be like, fuck you, Gary. You know, this is retarded. MSO says, so will Keanu be getting banged in the men's or the women's bathroom at Stoney's? I don't know how else to say this. Keanu's not going to be having sex with anyone at the anniversary show. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, Dave Smith is a comedy cuckold. Please don't act as if he has any redeeming qualities. I will be honest with you. I think Dave Smith should probably phase out the stand-up comedy. I've never found him to be a very funny comic, but he is a good commentator. He does a good job, and he's good in debates and all that stuff. I really don't think much of Dave as a comic, but I think a lot of him as a political commentator. He gives a lot of takes that we don't usually hear. Brian says, I'm jumping into something in the middle there. McBuster says they painted a picture of Alex Jones bent over with a hole in Stoney's wall for his asshole. That's not true. That never happened. That never happened. Rational Redhead said Trump was already deposed under oath about his involvement with Epstein in 2014. Oh yeah? Do you have the transcript of that? I bet you didn't lie. I bet you didn't lie at all. Hobo says, I love you, throwing out the word special forces where you guys couldn't even make quartermaster. Oh, he's saying that you guys couldn't be a quartermaster. You going to take that? You going to take that? I wouldn't. I wouldn't take that shit from the likes of Hobo Chili Recipe. That degenerate piece of shit. Dinosaur Fuel says Monday or night shows don't matter. The only one that sucks is YouTube. And, oh, Jesus, Dinosaur Fuel. Get that. You're being weird now. Let it go. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, doesn't Matt's Walmart cashier girlfriend watch the evening show? Is that what Matt's girlfriend does? Is she a Walmart? I don't know anything about my friends or their life. I have a buddy. He's like one of my best friends in the world. We went and hung out with him for a whole day while we were in Florida. He lives there now. And he's had the same job for years. I can't tell you what he does. Something to do with the insurance industry. And I think health insurance and something about numbers and data. That's what I think. But I have no idea. That's guys. Like, we know each other for 20, 30 years and we're like best pals and we don't know basic shit. We don't know, it has to be spelled out for us or we don't know. Professor Tie-Dye says if Keanu is a no and everyone is a no on Gino, Aaron needs to take one or a few from the fans. Guys, we don't have to have sex during the anniversary show. As a matter of fact, I would appreciate it if we had no sex during the anniversary show. Do you think you guys could wait till you get home? That would be nice. Yeah, there's a good idea. Maybe wait till you get home. Don't do any fucking. That sounds like a good idea. Do you think you guys could handle that for me? Gee golly gosh, I sure would appreciate it. All right, let's get a show started. Me hanging out with you guys is making us absolutely zero fucking money, and I don't want to be a panicky P. I love the way the evening show does it. They just hammer it out, and I feel good. Michael Shoes, becoming a member for 2 months, says, Aaron, you are human garbage. Thank you, baby. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate that. Michael Shoes. The Toe Boys love their father. Bowls Deep with 99 cents. Thank you very much. Oh, look at that. We're on the board. We're on the board for today. Kraken Slappin says, oh, so sex at the golf outing. No. Guys. Just don't fuck anything while I'm around. Can we do that? Let's do that. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's get on the board, guys. Last goal of the week. I appreciate it. 300's the number. Let's make something happen. We got a lot to talk about today. I'm going to get away from the chat a little bit. A lot of free stuff going on in the chat. No money being made for the toe. Let's jump into the content, shall we? Did you hear about this guy in California who met probably the most hard to think about death I think I've ever heard of? He's a guy who worked at, and this is a real thing, the frozen burrito factory. You know, okay, so this place is called Tina's Burritos. You know, you go to the frozen food section of your grocery store, and they'll have, the burritos that you should be putting in an air fryer or an oven, but you're single and a loser, and you don't have any patience, so you put that fucking diaper with shitty meat in it in a microwave, and then you eat it, and the first bite you take is, boiling hot, and then every other subsequent bite after that is frozen stiff. Okay. So this guy's working at that place, and he ended up losing his life in what they're calling an industrial accident. That's the official label that they're giving it, an industrial accident. The motherfucker fell into the meat grinder. So I didn't even know you had to ground meat. I didn't even know meat needed to be ground at the Tina's Burritos factory. I thought that those frozen burrito places, they just basically got meat in a bag, liquid form, and then just took some kind of industrial syringe and shot it into this shitty burrito casing, and thus there's your microwavable burrito. This guy lost his life so that you could have a shitty drunken snack after you went out to the bars and struck out after a breakup. That's what that guy died for. If you don't go to the grocery store and buy some of these frozen burritos and make them the right way, the way God intended, in an air fryer, Ninja Foodie like I have, I love those, or an oven, then this guy died for nothing. He fell into the meat grinder that grinds the kind of meat that goes into the frozen food section burritos. This man, the last thing he had to smell was the aged, gross, rotting, leftover chunks of meat that don't go into the frozen burrito as he was slowly cut to pieces. And let's be very honest, if we had not heard of this story ever, they'd have put this guy in the burritos, and we never would have known. A 19-year-old man dead after he fell into a meat grinder. He was part of the sanitation team at Tina's Burritos. Officials said that the Los Angeles County Fire Department was dispatched to assist with what was described as a fatal industrial accident. Oh, that's the worst. You're the fire department. You get the call, and they tell you what's going on beforehand, and they're like, all right, look, we're going to an industrial mishap. Oh, what kind of industrial mishap? A fatal one. So you're getting ribbony blood and guts, meat grinder juice, and that's what you're cleaning up. Now, the male suspect was found in the meat grinder, which was called an industrial-grade kettle. Authorities said the fatal accident happened around 9:30 p.m. and is being treated as a, quote, industrial mishap, as the victim was cleaning an industrial food processor when the machine unexpectedly activated. Oh, so he was standing on or in the grinder and a button got bumped and, oh. The best you can hope for is that he barely felt a thing. I don't know how quickly those industrial grade meat grinders, I don't know how quickly they work, but I would hope that it was just head first. It turned on and it just went and just sliced just right away. Maybe he felt a little pinch, like when they, prick your finger to draw blood, and then out. The lights are just out. I hope it was like a light switch. Never mind. KABC said the people who worked inside the factory could hear his cries for help and attempted to shut down the machine, but were unsuccessful. By the time officers arrived at the factory, the man had already passed away. God, I hope so. The company confirmed the tragic accident to Fox News Digital and called it a devastating loss. We are heartbroken to confirm that a sanitation worker lost his life on Sunday night while performing sanitation duties at our Vernon facility. He was cleaning an empty kettle that was being sanitized and prepped for the next day's production run. He became the next day's production run. The company shared in a statement, despite the immediate response of coworkers and emergency personnel, he tragically passed away on the scene. Yeah, and I don't know, like, I know it's insensitive at a time like this to talk about it, but like, you've got to offer the family money, but then if they want to sue you, they can't take the money. I just write them a nice check and try to make it go away. Vernon is located approximately 5 miles south of downtown Los Angeles. All right, so here's a dirty trick that I think the Trump administration is going to do. Ready for this? This young worker dies in a meat grinder. We don't have a name. We don't have anything like that. I'm guessing it's 5 miles south of LA. I'm guessing a lot of illegals work here. Now that they're in the news, here's insult to injury, ICE raid. ICE shows up. Yes, excuse me, sir. Yes, we're terribly sorry for your loss. That's awful. Do you mind if we come in? Okay. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, well, it's a nice place you got here. Everybody down on the fucking ground right now. Oh, no. The tears aren't even dried yet. Nader P says, well, guess which family's getting free burritos for life, huh? Hello, Lopez family. I'm John from Tina's Burritos, and I've got some, I know this is a difficult time for you, but we thought we'd come here today and we'd try to ease your suffering a little bit and bring you something you don't hear very much of these days, and that's good news. Oh my God, thank you. What kind of good news do you have for us? If you ever get hungry again, or if your little children ever get hungry again, you can feed them a lifetime supply of Tina's Burritos, you lucky duck. I think you can lose that lawyer's phone number now, can't you? Right? No, trust me. Take the free burritos for life deal, or I'm fucking calling the immigration authorities. How's that? Do we have a deal? Industrial accidents are always brutal, says Brian. I was really hoping that this one would be like, meat grinder, head first, boom, dead. But apparently he was, and that's the thing, like, you're never getting that guy's screams out of your head. Switch jobs if you want to, go do something else. The screaming of that man is not leaving your ear. Eric Cartman says, imagine the PTSD of that every day and they mince up the meat. Oh, dude, every time they turn on that meat grinder, people are going to hear that guy's voice. For sure. Nader P says, you know what? Nader P, by the way, is the official lawyer for Tina's Burritos. He's saying, fuck it, throw in a new air fryer as well. Well, easy, Nader P. Don't give away the fucking house. I mean, take it easy. I mean, it was an illegal getting chopped up in a meat grinder. I mean, you already gave them free burritos for life. You're going to spoil these children. And they're not going to work hard. Brian says, I used to work with walk-in ovens. Brian was a guard at Auschwitz. Brian says, I used to work with walk-in ovens and always was worried of possibly getting locked in with it on.
Oh, no. Oh, geez.
that would be... if that happened in Minnesota, it would be, hey, man, the grinder you're cleaning, it just turned on. Get out of there.
Oh, no. Oh, geez.
That's a Minnesotan. That is the sound of a Minnesotan being ground up in an industrial accident.
Oh, no. Oh, geez.
Dude, that does, like, Brian's giving me a little agita right now. walk-in oven, getting locked, ovens on, overnight shift, nobody's there to hear you scream, and you just cook to death. Fuck that. Eric Cartman. It was not Jennifer Lopez saying burrito, burrito. Nader P says, not an expensive air fryer. I'm talking a Dollar General air fryer at best. All right, good. You know what? Accounting and legal's going to love you for that because, again, don't start us off at a compromised position in negotiations, huh? Oh, Nomo didn't work in a walk-in oven, but he is letting us know he did used to work with walk-in Phoenix. It's a fucking stupid joke. Why are you guys, the shit you guys choose to start a bit on? Ryan the Garbage Man says it was actually Christopher Walken Oven. This is fucking stupid. 09 Canyon says years back a guy got steamed to death in a tuna canning factory. That sounds like a coded way to say he got an STD from a hooker. He was, oh yeah, did you hear about Ron? Steamed to death in the tuna canning factory. Got to get those blood tests first. McBuster says, a Mexican and a meat grinder. What's next? A commie and a panini press? Oh no, it's a fascist in a waffle maker. I know. 199. Mayor Larry Vaughn with 199 over on YouTube says, this was no. Wait a minute, Mayor Larry Vaughn, that's not your line. He goes, this was no burrito accident. This was an industrial meat grinder. Porkers. You're talking about porkers. Yes, it was at the burrito factory. Oh. Man goes into the grinder. Turpentine goes into the grinder. Our grinder. Farewell and adieu to you, fair illegal immigrant. Farewell and adieu. You should go back to Spain. Meat grinder, 13-footer. You know that when you're in the meat grinder, chief, you measure from the dorsal to the tail. Of course, we didn't know. Manuel's cleaning mission had been so secret. No stop order had been sent. Oh, and that grinder turns on, and at first you don't think it's living till it grinds you. And you hear that high-pitched kind of screaming, and the kettle fills with blood. I'll never put on a hazmat suit again. You know, the rest of us at the meat grinding plant, we form ourselves into those little squares like you see in a calendar, like the squares in the battle, like the Battle of Waterloo. And the idea was that machine turn on, that first man, he start pounding and hollering and the screaming on the off button. Sometimes the machine turn off. Sometimes the machine didn't turn off. Well, first shift mate, I bump into a friend of mine, Manuel Robinson. Illegal immigrant. Tijuana. I tapped him on the shoulder to wake him up in the meat grinder, and he just bobbed up and down in the kettle like a kind of a top. Here he'd been ground in half below the waist. That's right. 4th of July weekend, 2025. 3 million burritos got made. The grinder took the rest. It's stupid. It's fucking stupid is what it is. Thank you, Mayor Larry Vaughn. This was no burrito accident. Imagine a meat grinder with a bite radius like this. I'm not going to come out here and perform some kind of half-ass autopsy on an illegal immigrant and watch those Tina's burritos spill out all over the meat grinder. Dr. Silverwolf with $2 says it was actually a walking on sunshine oven. Whoa. Mayor Larry Vaughn with 199. I'll never put on a sombrero again. Oh, it's just so stupid. You've got illegal alien hands, Mr. Hooper. You've been grinding Tina's burritos all your life. Now go in there and clean me a meat grinder. You didn't say how long. Yeah, that's right. You put your little meat grinding cleaners in that meat grinder. It's going to cut them up like a kitty scissors used for a paper doll. Oh, man. Mild says, I'm genuinely worried about Johnny now. He needs to be careful near those meat processors. Well, the nice thing is Johnny's the CEO of the company, so Johnny actually doesn't do any of the meat grinding. Johnny just has a bunch of illegal immigrant Mexicans do it. So, Papa Shab says, bro could recite the whole movie. This is autism, right? This has to be autism. Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Mayor Larry Vaughn, for giving us a happy beginning to that segment. 191 Redbird with $5 says, look out, tag out, those rules are written in blood. I don't know what that means, but thank you very much. 295 away from today's goal. Please contribute to us. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. 295 is our number. And we're about 55 memberships on Rumble away from 300. Piers Morgan is the worst. I'd rather watch The View. Well, be careful what you wish for, because I could probably drag up some View clips if you'd like. All right, final goal of the week. Let's get moving here. 295 away. Let's get to 200 by 7:30 and really, give ourselves a shot here. Or at least 230 or 240. Show me the way to go home. I'm tired and I don't want to clean the grinder. I turned the machine on about an hour ago and it grinded my whole head. Oh. McBuster says, went to a concert last night and stayed up until 4 a.m. Entertained me while I'm at work to keep me awake. Chop, chop, gay F word. Get to the funny. What the fuck has this whole segment been? You have been doing too much drama podcasting if that Jaws meat grinder segment didn't entertain you and make you laugh. There is nothing I can do for you if you are so broken inside that was not a fun segment for you. Look, there's something we always said in stand-up comedy. You know when it's them and you know when it's you. If you were not entertained by the meat grinder segment, that's on you. I got to tell you, that's straight out of the old school steel toe playbook. Coltrane says he wants to be paid for this. Dude, fuck you. Fuck you. If you don't like that segment, you need to stop watching. I'm willing to die on that hill. I will. Steel Toe can go to 0 viewers if I get to do segments like that before it's over. I'm sorry. But if you don't want to pay for that kind of content, you and I just come from two different worlds. You're too serious, you're too high strung, and you just don't know how to chill, cut loose, and have a good time. I feel sorry for you. And Coltrane, how dare you? You know that was gold. All right, let's talk about some hoaxes. You guys want to get serious? You guys want to talk about some serious shit? Let's not do funny things. Come on, Aaron. I don't know what I want out of a show, but I know I just want to say things to you. I know that your last bit was gold, but I can't say it. It's probably from emotional trauma from when I was a kid, but I ain't ever going to dig that deep into myself. Sorry. I know you. I know the type of person you are. This is a you thing. There was a lot of people bought this hook, line, and sinker because it was two black guys shooting at each other. But apparently a couple of retards did a fake shootout thing. I don't know if these are rappers. I've never heard of either of these guys, but Troy Ave and Chef Jeff. Help me out here. They did a fake shootout on Instagram for social media clicks. We're not getting less retarded as time goes on. The gene pool is not on the upswing. We got guys with cell phones and Instagram accounts who thought it would be a good idea to fake a shootout so that one of them could look like a hero. Troy Ave's going from hero to zero, because it turns out he did not stand up to an armed robber. Instead, he and his buddy staged a shootout for social media clout. Troy's pal, Jeff Cole, who I guess calls himself Chef Jeff, you get it because it's like poetry, they rhyme, posted a wild video Tuesday purportedly showing a gunman sneaking up on both of them outside Jeff's San Diego area home, only to have Troy whip out his own handgun and fire on the supposed assailant. Now, this guy's really fucking stupid because now not only is everyone going to know they staged this and he was lying, but the cops are also going to want to take a look at that gun, and it's going to be hard to explain that scratched out serial number. I hope that the gun that he has, that he bought off the streets, I hope it's connected to a murder. I really do. So this is what they put out there for attention. We're at Chef Jeff's shitty little house. Dude, if you're an Applebee's line cook, you don't call yourself a chef. That's not cool, bro. Weird, a black guy has really heavy bass in his car. We're killing stereotypes today, guys. Illegals falling into meat grinders, black guys blowing out their speakers, black guys firing guns everywhere. You know what the worst part for the black community is in all this? Nobody had a problem believing that this actually happened. No hoax, no nothing. But the minute Jussie Smollett, a gay black guy, goes, I was at Subway at 2:30 in the morning and a couple of white guys bullied me. We're like, shut up, you lying Negro. And then as soon as these two guys do their thing and they're like, hey, two black guys got into a shootout with a guy trying to rob them in their driveway. They're like, yeah, you know what? That checks out. That's about right. All right. So, hey, guys, can we turn the car off, please? That shitty bass and those shitty speakers is bothering the fuck out of me.
With your real life. With your real life. With your real life.
Oh, God, I fucking hate these two already. This is, okay, sign number one that this is staged. He parks right in front of where he knows the security camera is. And number two, they get out of the car and they're behaving as though they're being filmed. You know how people behave a certain way? Like, usually you get out of your car, you're like, all right, let's go in. You want to watch some TV or something? You want to play some PlayStation or whatever? You know, you nonchalant, you go inside. When you know you're being filmed, nobody gets out of their car going, yeah, like they're about to start freestyling. Nobody does that. So now we're supposed to watch. So, oh my God. My God, it's the Undertaker. My God, it's a guy sneaking up on him. What the so we're just discharging firearms in the middle of our fucking neighborhood for an Instagram bit? Those better have been blanks. So we're firing off. Okay, either you're firing off loud blanks in a quiet neighborhood or you're firing fucking gunshots in a residential area. So here comes this guy. They're taking the money because you always take the money out of the bag when you're just standing in the driveway. This is so retarded. Oh, look at that. We're just firing. You know what? If I never bit, like I didn't watch this video when it first came out. I didn't know about it until I already knew it was a hoax. But if I would have watched that the first time, that is such a bullshit video. Sources who have been in direct contact with the bogus bad boys have confirmed the whole scene was fake. No one actually attempted to rob Jeff, and we're told Troy did not actually fire any live rounds. Okay, good. That lines up with what law enforcement said, too. Cops in San Diego County said that they had no reports of a shooting or attempted robbery involving Troy or Jeff. Okay, legally, that'll probably save their ass, though, right? Because they didn't file a report. The cops didn't arrive at the scene, anything like that. So they're not going to, technically, no crime was committed here. But hopefully there's some kind of social justice for these retards. What remains unclear is why the less than dynamic duo decided to try their hands at acting. Some cynical fans were sus in the comments and theorized Jeff and Troy were just promoting the song that was bumping in Jeff's car. Promoting the song, you couldn't even understand what the fuck was in it. Oh, I like that song. Is that called Blow Out My Speakers with Shitty Bass? Oh, can't wait to download it. Now, Chef Jeff is not picking up his phone when media calls. Nearly 45,000 people liked the clip, which Jeff still has up on his page. Well, I mean, look, when you see, this is what making people like the Island Boys famous does. This is what, baby Gronk, shit like that. People who don't really do anything, they're not particularly entertaining. They breed dipshits like this because they believe, because it has happened before, that if they can just make one wacky viral video, then they can go, then they're going to take off. Then they're going to be the next, 15 minutes of fame guy, So I guess we're not going to see a new firearm. We need a new gun channel because those one guy's retired. I guess it's not going to be Chef Jeff. That's too bad. I really had high hopes for old Chef Jeff. God. Every ounce of ridicule. They're going to be famous now, but not for the reason they wanted to be. They wanted to be like the Black Nuge. Thank you very much. Paul with $3 says, I love meat grinder jaws. Thank you, Paul. That's very nice of you, Paul. I appreciate that. 290 away from today's goal. We are, let's get in there. Let's start gifting some memberships. Let's start making some noise, and I'll hear you over there in the chat. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, throw a couple of bucks our way. All of the links are in the chat. We are 290 away from banging out today's goal. All right, I have, this doesn't happen very often, but I have a Tectone clip today. I'm not really, like, all these, I admire all these guys who are getting in on the restreaming thing and promoting themselves on all these different platforms. It is the way to go. Like, I do not take your show seriously at all if you're on one platform. Like, if you're like, I'm on YouTube. It's like, what the fuck are you doing? Diversify, retard. What are you doing? Like, I see these people, and they're like hot shit. They're like, I have 500 people watch me at a time on YouTube. I was like, motherfucker, we average in the 700 or 800s because we get out there where everybody is. Our Rumble is going up and up and up on the daily. And when you get in that creator program and the Rumble Studio stuff and all that, it takes away all those botted viewers. Once Rumble has to start paying you for the amount of people watching you, you get a much more accurate count. But Tectone was talking about TwitchCon. And every platform has a version of TwitchCon. It's where it used to be, I think there used to be something called like YouTube Live or whatever. It's these big meet and greets where these huge creators go and their fans get to meet with them. So Tectone's fans start going, wouldn't it be crazy if like some guy, some like streamer went to the TwitchCon and he fucked one of his fans? It's like, bro, fucked one. What are you, an amateur? Of course. So this is what Tectone had to say about the hookups between the creators and the fans at TwitchCon.
Do you guys think it's a problem when streamers fuck their chat?
No, I do it every day. Watch the last hour of this show when we're still $250 away from our goal. I'll fuck my chat and give them shitty content. But no, I do not have a leg to stand on this argument because I have hooked up with 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold on a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've hooked up with 5 fans. If you go back to my Litchfield days, I've hooked up with 7. I've hooked up with 7 fans in my 20 years in broadcasting. Not a good boy move. I admit it. And it's not smart either because then you get like texts from those people and they're like, that song that just played, was that for me? Like back when I was in Litchfield, there was this lady I hooked up with and she was like, was that, I know that last song that just played on your station, you did that for me. I'm like, oh, fuck. And you would think that back in 2008, 2009, I would have learned my lesson. Nope. I even married one of them. Oh, my God. So I will say this. Hooking up with your fans, fucking your fans. I'm not going to say you can't do it. All right? Because what's the point of gaining popularity? What's the point of having an audience if you can't use it to fuel your ego and maybe your sex drive? All right? First of all, not going to judge anyone for doing it because I've done it plenty. I'm not going to shut the door behind me. And number two, I'm not saying it's completely unworkable. You know, you can hook up with your fans. That's fine. It's just that, you got to vet them first. And that's the problem. A lot of these people don't vet their fans. Sometimes the fan just wants to suck your dick to say they did it. Sometimes they want to fuck you just to say they did it. Sometimes they're trying to get something. Sometimes you catch yourself a bit of a ladder climber. That's where it becomes a problem.
Like, do you guys think it's wrong when a streamer fucks their viewers?
No. It's not wrong. Who am I, the fucking Pope? Do you think it's wrong for a streamer to fuck their viewers? No. Do I think it's smart? I mean, I would say if you had a choice, here's a person who doesn't know who you are, like popularity-wise or media-wise, and here's a person who watches you every day and they want to suck your dick. It's going to be easier to get the person that knows who you are. It's probably going to be safer and a smarter move to try and build something with the non-fan type person. But here's the problem. Having the show is a game cheat code. Whereas usually you have to be a little charismatic, you have to be a little endearing, you have to get the person to, like you and everything else. When a person is a little parasocial and they feel like they already know you, you kind of get to jump the line a little bit and you get to skip all that. Now, the bad part about that is obviously you're not who you are on the air. So this person knows a false version of you. So now they're living this idea of who you are in their head. It's not correct. And now you've got this kind of fucked up, ships passing in the night knowledge of each other. I'll say this, not wrong to fuck your fans. More wrong to get in a relationship with your fans. And also, it's also probably something you should avoid. Can you do it? Yeah, go get pussy if you want to get pussy. I'm not going to sit here and cock block somebody just because I've had bad experiences. As a matter of fact, most of the fan fucking I have done has passed without incident. It's just that the ones that give you incident, boy, do they give you incident. Here's the other thing. You're somebody like Tectone, you start fucking fans, one of them's going to cry rape at some point. It's just, dude, you're talking about internet people. These people are already fucked 3 ways to the weekend. My audience is one of the more normal audiences out there, and some of these people are fucking certifiable, and they don't even know I'm talking about them, like Hobo. You gotta be careful. If you're not careful, there's a whole bunch of different ways you can get fucked over.
Yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. Guys, you'll never guess what they do at TwitchCon.
Why the fuck do you think these people go to TwitchCon? Do you think these creators want to sit there behind a table, stay at some shitty hotel, and like talk to people who watch Twitch all day? No, they want to fuck. And there's going to be thousands of fuckable women, hundreds of drop dead gorgeous women at this thing. And they're all scouting.
You'll never guess. I mean, guys, there are people who are banging like 6 to 8 viewers a day at TwitchCon.
Why? 6 to 8 viewers a day. Oh my God, who has the energy? That must be those younger streamers in their 20s. God, one is enough. What the fuck are you doing? You're fucking 6 to 8 viewers you're going to catch something, you fucking retard. You're going to catch something or you're going to give someone something because you can't possibly be showering after each one of those 6 to 8 viewers. So you're sticking dirty dick. You're mixing up pH. You're throwing in a lot of different bacteria into a lot of different holes. Everyone's going to walk away from that thing reeking. Everyone's going to be going, what the fuck? You fucked a guy who just fucked 3 of his other fans. Yeah, you're going to come out of there with rotten crotch. I don't know what to tell you. 6 to 8 fans a day. Bro, pick one for the weekend.
Straight up. Like, I mean, that shit's a fucking sex fest. Yeah. Oh, God, I know.
You know what? You know what depresses the shit out of me when I watch shit like this? Like, this guy's huge. I don't know why, but this guy's massive. And I'm just sitting here going, it's not an engaging program. It's not an interesting show. It's just a guy going, oh yeah. Meanwhile, I'm putting together shows. I'm being a better host. I'm being a funnier host. Everything else. Good for him. I'm glad this guy has success. He seems like a decent enough guy. But like, and again, if you don't like me, you can giggle at this all you want. I got more talent in my fucking little finger when it comes to broadcasting. It's unfortunate. The public, I mean, you see it with a lot of the Epstein stuff and all that. The public just has terrible taste and terrible judgment. It's really bad. But I watch a guy like that and I'm like, what? Fucking Steel Toe's better than all these people. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? The numbers don't lie and we can't even hit our goal. This is bitterness on my part. And I'm turning into a little Kevin Brennan. That's what it is. But yeah, you can, like you do, go ahead. Fuck your fans. Go ahead. Have sex with them. But, you know, when it ends up getting you in trouble, when you end up, you know, when the juice becomes not worth the squeeze, I mean, yeah, that's going to be one of the possibilities, one of the possible outcomes that happens out of the whole thing. Is that, you know, perhaps it stands a chance that one of these people becomes, as they say in Wedding Crashers, a stage 5 clinger and kind of fucks up your shit. 290 away from today's goal. Veldrain says Steel Toe better than Asmongold. No, you know what? I will say this. Sometimes I listen to some of Asmongold's takes on shit. First of all, Asmongold is like remarkably even keeled with his chat and his fans and everything. And sometimes Asmongold's takes on shit, I listen to him and I'm like, no, that was good. I wish I would have thought of that. I wish I would have. You know what? That was a good one. Now, Asmongold does. Also, I think a lot of these video game streamers, they've tapped into an audience that just isn't available to shows like this. So it's kind of a cheat code. These are very insular people who do one thing and one thing only. So they're never going to catch a show like this, but they'll watch a guy play video games all day. Dead Game says, I hope they all die of dick rot. I mean, that's another thing. Like, you start, I don't endorse the 6 to 8 fans a day thing. Like, I don't think you should be fucking more than one person a day at these events. I mean, it's just the exponential risk of dirty dick is just, and then, you know, the things you're doing to those poor girls' vaginas. If you're having sex with 6 women a day, like I said, you're not showering and you're not getting clean in between each one. I don't know if you know this, but the female anatomy is very sensitive to balance and bacteria and pH and all this other shit. Like, you're creating just blocks full of stinky pussy if you're fucking 6 to 8 women a day. Because you're introducing her into her and then that into that. And like, I can't imagine the smell. Somebody brought up Bonnie Blue in the chat. And like, when Bonnie Blue does these things where she's like, in one day, I'm going to take 1,000 dicks or whatever it is. It's just, you got to have a clothespin over your nose for something like that. You've got to. McBuster says UTIs everywhere. Oh, brother, you ain't kidding. I mean, there's going to be a lot of doctor's appointments being made if you're taking dick from a guy who had sex with 6 to 8 people a day. Oof. All right, guys, 290 away from today. Let's make a move. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, and then I'll go back into the chat later. We got to make some moves, though. We got to make some moves. I can't be giving it away for free today. You guys we went from about 4 weeks of having no goals and being ahead to maybe our worst morning we've had in a long time. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's move on to the next thing. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Throw a fucking membership, a $5. That's the thing. Like, just $5 will knock this out. The evening show understands. Let's go to this NPR thing. You know, this is something that Republicans like run up the flagpole every 10 years or so. They get this crusade to remove our tax dollars from public radio and the public broadcasting system, PBS, NPR. And the concept works. Like the idea, their thought process behind it, I agree with. My tax dollars should not go towards news because that news will have an inherent bias towards the thing that funds it, which is the government, which will typically be Democrat, which means NPR and PBS will typically lean Democrat. And, you know, when shows like Sesame Street start slowly kind of getting into kids' heads about weird social issues like they do inevitably, you can do that. It's your show. Go ahead. Do not make me pay for it. I do not believe there should be a PBS or an NPR that is funded by taxpayer dollars because there is inherent bias. There is no representation for the taxpayer, and they just have to have their money taken from them and given to a broadcasting company that may hate their fucking guts. And I just think morally that's not right. The problem is the amount of money that PBS and NPR gets is not that much in the grand scheme of things. So if there's any pushback against it, Republicans typically abandon it pretty quick. You know, they dip their toe in the water and then everyone goes, no, don't fucking take my Elmo. Don't take my fresh air with Terry Gross. Don't take my prairie home companion. And the Republicans, instead of digging in and fighting and going, well, no, we're not taking it away, you see. We're just kind of, you know, making it stand on its own 2 feet, not give. Like, instead of taking the time it takes to explain that to people, they go, Elmo. Well, maybe not Elmo after, you know, what he did. But, you know, Big Bird, Snuffleupagus, blah, 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 blah. And then Republicans go, you know what? Temperature's still too hot. We'll fuck off. We'll go do something else. But I think now with the Trump administration and Doge and getting rid of USAID and the Department of Education and all that stuff, now the Republicans are like, all right, I see my chance on the PBS and NPR thing. Let's take another run at it. So this is Senator Eric Schmidt of New Jersey talking about cutting foreign aid and cutting public broadcasting, which, again, I'm for both of those things. No more foreign aid. And people are like, oh, well, no, what do you mean by no more foreign aid? I mean exactly that. No more just handing countries money. Well, what if we need them to be on our side about something? We say we're the biggest swinging dick out here in the field. We're the United States of fucking America. Better be at the right hand of the devil than in his path. We're going to bribe. Oh, we bribed Pakistan with $4 billion. We don't fucking bribe Pakistan. Pakistan does because we said so. Or how about you don't get so wrapped up in what the fuck Pakistan's doing that you put yourself in a position where you need to bribe these people. So foreign aid, public broadcasting, get rid of both of them, starting with Israel. Mr. Me with $5 says, I stole this from the women's shelter. Broke bitches only had $5. I'm against that kind of behavior, but boy, do I love hitting the goal. Thank you, Mr. Me. So let's listen to Eric Schmidt talking about NPR and PBS.
While the actual American people are working long hours to afford groceries and gas, their government has been writing checks to left-wing propaganda outlets and spending billions overseas on countries that hate us.
Right?
Enough is enough. This rescissions package is our opportunity to drain the swamp, not just in theory, but in practice.
Yes, but if Donald Trump ends up being tied to any of this aid, he will immediately flush it down the toilet and say it never existed.
It claws back nearly $10 billion in spending, $9 billion, including billions for radical NGOs, hundreds of millions for foreign interests, and yes, the taxpayer funding that props up corrupt and ideologically captured institutions like NPR and PBS.
I don't want my money going to something that has a bias. I don't mind if PBS and NPR exist. They beg for money just like this show. Actually, you listen to NPR, they probably ask for money more times than this show does. But with NPR and PBS, I don't mind if they beg for money and give away totes and shit like that. That's totally fine. And they'll survive that way. Enough people support them ideologically. I mean, shit, if enough people support this show to keep it going the last 5 years, PBS and NPR will be fine. I always resented NPR when I was in radio because their studios would always be like, oh, unbelievably state of the art and like the nicest, crispest shit. And like they'd throw out equipment that we'd kill to have at our radio station. And it was always like, that always pissed you off. I didn't mind if iHeart had it because I knew iHeart made it honest. But NPR and PBS, I'm like, oh, I guess that's what my money gets you. Like, imagine, I'm in the radio business, but yet my tax dollars are going to fund my competitor. It's fucking horseshit. Really is. So I'm glad that they're running this up the flagpole again, but I also understand the minute they get pushback, and the Republicans in the Senate can only lose, what, 1 or 2 votes? And then they're fucked, and then it's JD Vance has to come in and cast the tiebreaker. So you're not going to spend too much time on this $9.4 billion in cuts. But here's the thing. If you can find $9.4 billion here, $9.4 billion here. If you can find that 20, 30 times over, all of a sudden, now we're talking about money that really makes a difference.
And let's talk about that for just a minute.
Bro, look at that. $3 million for Iraqi Sesame Street. In fairness, dude, like those Palestinian, like that Gaza Sesame Street shit is fucking lit. They do a good job. Like a big rat talking about how they should take back their home.
Because no part of this debate has sparked more hysteria and more outrage from the left than defunding so-called public broadcasting.
Which is all
Why?
left wing.
Because they know exactly what's at stake. NPR and PBS are not neutral media outlets.
Way to the left.
They are the closest thing we've ever had in this country to Pravda.
I like that. I like a good Pravda reference, the Soviet news agency. I like a good to sneak a Pravda reference in there. And he's right. It is the closest thing to a government advocacy media that we've ever had.
They are the arms of the left-wing activist class, taxpayer-funded platforms for political propaganda masquerading as journalism. Why are Americans being forced to subsidize institutions that hate them?
Like, here's the thing, like NPR and PBS are more left-wing than MSNBC. MSNBC is like corporatist left-wing. Whereas NPR and PBS are more like the, let's go to our DEI trans hire of the week as she reports now on the surge in the Bosnian drag community. You know, like they're that kind of left wing. Like MSNBC is like, why we should raise your taxes to save Social Security. Like that's their left wing shit. Universal health care is a human right. Blah, 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 blah. Raise taxes on the rich. Universal basic income. PBS and NPR are like, this is why children need to transition in urban areas because there's homophobia in there. Like, that's the kind of left wing they are.
Why are truck drivers in Missouri paying for Ivy League grads in D.C. to tell them they're bigots?
Especially when the truckers need that money for crystal methamphetamine and trans prostitutes. I am not going to sit here and live in an America where a trucker has to decide between a teenth of methamphetamine and a nice, slick, big-titted, dick-tucked-back trans lot lizard. I do not. If a trucker who works hard every day to put miles on his truck, food on his family's table, and food on the table of your and mine families, why should he have to choose between his crank and getting something with a crank? This shouldn't be something that America's truckers have to live through. Defund NPR.
Why are we as conservatives spending billions of dollars to left-wing radicals that want to run us out of the public square?
Oh, I'm sorry. He called the people in our government conservatives. He called hey guys, hey chat. He called the Republicans conservatives. Can you answer me a question? What have conservatives conserved in 40 years? Really? I want to know, because in my opinion, modern conservatives are just progressives driving slower. I would really like to know what values and morals we've held on to thanks to conservatism. I mean, the minute a Jerry Falwell during 9/11 goes, yeah, I think this is our punishment for being creepy, weird homos, and now all the conservatives go, oh my God, he's terrible. There's no room in this country for that kind of hate. If you're going to be a conservative and hold on to some values, you have to, even though I disagree with Jerry Falwell, you do have to defend him. If you're going to be conservative, you have to go, hey, there's a lot of people in this country who think like Jerry Falwell. They are entitled to their opinion. They are allowed to think that about their religion, their religious freedom. It's no different than Muslims who believe crazy shit about, like, Muhammad took a 9-year-old bride and they think that's okay. You're allowed to think that if that's your faith. That would be the conservative position. Instead, when they say that shit, conservatives are afraid of being called a name or being associated with that. So they go, oh, no, we're conservative and we believe in God and all of this stuff, but that goes too far and that's not very good. Come on, man. Either you're conserving something or you're not. You're going to have to stand up for some monsters if you want to hold the line. I mean, look at the freaks and weirdos and monsters and dangerous people that the Democrats defend so they can get their march towards progressivism. You're going to have to hold tight to your monsters if you want to conserve anything.
There is no good answer to these questions.
Right.
The fact is, we shouldn't be. And President Trump's rescission package is a huge first step towards ensuring that we never do it again.
Did you see, you know how Trump didn't want the Doge cuts to go before Congress? And now Thomas Massie basically went, fuck you, I'm putting the Doge cuts before Congress. Man, I hope he wins that deal. I really hope that Thomas Massie wins that. Remember when all the MAGA people thought Thomas Massie was a fucking asshole and they hated his guts? And so that, you know, because he was anti-Trump and he wasn't the right guy for Trump and all that. And now Thomas Massie is the guy who's, you know, putting out all the actual, like, principled shit. Like Thomas Massie is going, oh, no, we need to have this and we need to have that. And we need to have it. Weird how those things change. Weird how these things get exposed over time. Hey, almost 700 people checking out the toe right now. Do us a favor. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. And throw us a couple of bucks for fuck's sake. Oh, my God. $2.90 away from today. Hour and 15 minutes in, $10 for the toe. Aaron, why aren't you in the chat today? Look, man, you know me. I spend a lot of time in the free chat. But if that goal ain't getting knocked out, I'm wasting my time in the free chat. We gotta make our money. And look, man, if the goal ain't moving, then I might as well just go bing, 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 knock out the stories. You know, knock out the stuff we're talking about and do a show. But I'll take a look next time. We'll see what's going on. Numbers are looking solid. They're on their way up. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, gift a membership, throw in $5 or $10. I ain't trying to break the bank on you. I ain't trying to put you in a financial hydraulic presser. Just asking you to throw in a little bit and knock out the last goal of the week here on the toe. Thank you very much. And I'm asking you to not make the same 10, 15 people who carry the show, make them keep carrying the show. I mean, you get to go in there. I let you write whatever you want, do whatever you want, the whole thing. A little appreciation, a little something, you know, for the effort. And I'm not talking about Hobo, because Hobo's been throwing in money lately. That guy's been throwing in a couple of bucks. All right, is this that Rabbi Shmuley guy that Alex Jones is always yelling at? This guy's a douche. We've got Piers Morgan versus Cenk Ugyur, and guys, I'm sorry, but if we're gonna win this war that Trump was supposed to fight, that he's now running away from because he's probably on the wrong side of it, the fact is, you thought you could just embrace Trump and it would fix all of this culture rot. I got bad news for you guys. You're going to have to adopt some strange allies. You're going to have to team up with some fucked up people if you want to win this thing. And one of those fucked up people you're going to have to team up with is a guy, I'm telling you, when it comes to a lot of the shit we're pissed off about right now, this man is your friend. Right there, old Buffalo Sweat himself, Cenk Ugyur. I know. I've talked shit about Cenk too. I've made fun of Cenk endlessly over the years. But if you want to win this shit, if you want to get to the point where we're fixing up all of these, we're patching all these holes in the American society and the American economy, you're going to have to team up with Cenk because he's on Israel's ass, he's on Mossad's ass, and he's calling shit out in the Middle East. And you're not going to be able to get to the bottom of it. And this guy's not going to let the Epstein stuff go. In fact, this guy is going to say shit like Trump's probably on the Epstein list because he doesn't care. He doesn't like Trump. You're going to have to team up with some of these guys if you want to notch the W because we put our faith in Trump to hold the feet to the fire on this shit, and he hasn't done it. So we're going to watch this clip. Cenk and Shapiro are going to go back and forth. And this, oh God, this guy's the worst. I think this is that Rabbi Shmuley. He is a propagandist of the highest order. You know what I've noticed about the Rabbi Shmuleys and the Ben Shapiros of the world? They are dripping. I mean, it falls off of them, the insincerity. You listen to their arguments and it sounds like a heel wrestler making shit up about the babyface wrestler. I mean, it's just, so much of it is word games and manipulation, and they're making disingenuous points and creating straw men. Like, one thing I will give Cenk Ugyur, he's passionate, he comes off as crazy, but you have to have the conviction of crazy to really believe in something. That's why Alex Jones comes off as nuts a lot of the times. When you have the courage of your conviction and you're being fucked with, you're going to sound nuts. It's kind of like when people say, hey, you sound like you're being awfully defensive. You're fucking right I am, because I'm not a passive-aggressive bitch. And when you pull some bullshit, I'm going to defend myself. Like, there are times where people are being defensive because they're guilty of something. Trump. But there are sometimes people are being fucked with. They don't appreciate it. They're going to call bullshit and they're going to confront you. And you're not going to like it, so you're going to try and manipulate. The Shapiros and the Shmuleys, even the Charlie Kirks, sometimes they're just dripping with disingenuousness where they're not trying to make a good, honest point. They're trying to win an argument. And that there's a big difference, and that's gross. J.A. with $2 says, this is for Slayer. Thank you, buddy. And Coyote NV with $1.99 says, I remember the good old no gold days. Yeah, it was just 3 days ago. I love them too. Hopefully we can get back to them. Thank you to the evening show for knocking out, I think, like $15 of today's goal as well. 290 away from today. Go ahead and keep going, and then we'll see you in a little bit here. Let's get this Cenk Ugyur, Piers Morgan deal. Firing. Oh, God, this guy just gives me the creeps.
Look, you just interviewed a terrorist, and she's one of the most vicious terrorists of my lifetime. These settlers are lunatic religious fundamentalists that believe in murdering Palestinians for God. It's an
to catch you up on this here, because they are kind of jumping in the middle in this clip. Piers Morgan had a woman on who's like a hardcore Zionist, and she believes that the Palestinians should be moved out of Gaza, moved out of the West Bank. She's a greater Israel type Zionist. And she believes that they should all be taken away, removed from their homes, dumped somewhere else, made to be someone else's problem. You know, here's the worst thing about these greater Israel types. They want these Palestinians moved out. And you know where a lot of them want them relocated to? Western Europe and the United States. So not only do they want to expand Israel's border and get rid of Arabs, which is ethnic cleansing, but then they want to dump these people into our countries because they know it'll cause problems and weaken us. People are not our friends. Like, I keep at, like, my boomer dad, and I love my dad, and I love talking news and politics and all that shit with my dad. But I tell him all the time, like, you boomers, because he'll tell me, he goes, boy, you really don't like the Israelis. I'm like, I don't. And I go, you boomers love them too much. And I just ask him, I go, please tell me, educate me. And I don't mean that in a disingenuous way. I mean, I go, Dad, if there's something going on that happened before I was born or something I'm not aware of, tell me what Israel has done for us as a friend, as an ally. Please, because I know what they haven't done, and I know the bad shit they've done to us and the bad spots they've put us in. Maybe there's something Israel has contributed to the development of the United States that helps us, and that's why we're so beholden to them. But it's not. They want to move people out of lands that aren't theirs. They want to conquer that land, kick the people who off the land who live there, and then they want to dump it on the West to try and slow us down out of envy.
Absurd interpretation of any religious document. The overwhelming majority of Jews, by the way, do not agree with them. They don't think that you have to murder Palestinians for God.
That's just it. Like, I'm getting tired of this fucking anti-Semitism charge bullshit, because that's like saying if you're against gangbanger mentality, you're racist against black people. You understand most black people aren't in street gangs and shooting each other, you fucking racist. Most Jews are not Zionists who believe that we should be wiping out Palestinians and moving them. You want to sit here and go, it's anti-Semitic if you don't think Israel should be able to just fuck up Gaza and kick people out and kill them. That's fucking anti-Semitic for you to say that. Most Jews don't believe in that.
So,
but Netanyahu does.
When you asked her that last question, it was actually very interesting what her answer was. You said, do you mind 20,000 children being killed? And she said, as long as they're teaching their children to hate Jews, she seemed to be justifying that we...
Okay. Let me ask you, let's do a little thought exercise. If every day of your life, planes with a Chinese flag flew over your neighborhood and bombed and killed your friends, or bombed and I was talking, my kids were asking me about like the world and war, and they were saying stuff about Muslims. I think they heard this somewhere. I don't know where they heard it, but it's really unfortunate. I would say when I talk to my kids about like human beings and people and shit, I probably come off as pretty liberal, because I want my kids to be nice to people and I don't want them to judge people on religion and shit like that. And, you know, I don't want them doing that. So I think they probably overheard an adult saying something somewhere else about Muslims. And I said, kids, Muslims they're people like you and I, and there's good ones and there's bad ones, just like there's good this and bad that, you know, that whole thing that you tell your children. And I think it was my son who said something like, yeah, but they bomb people or they do this. I'm like, well, son, let me ask you something. If, let's say, Mexico flew over the United States all the time, and the Mexican army bombed where you live and killed a family member of yours. And then, oh, no, he was saying the Muslims come over here and they hate us. He was talking about, somebody must have been talking about Muslim immigration around my kids, which I wish they wouldn't, but whatever. They're too young to be listening to that type of shit. But he talked about, well, the Muslims don't like us and they come over here. Oh, it's because we were driving by a Somali diner. And I said, yeah, a lot of Somalis live in this area. They open a diner, you know, serve the Somali people that want to eat food from their home. And then he said, well, why do they come here? But I got to this discussion. I go, well, son, our country has actually been over there messing with their country for decades and decades and decades. And before that, it was the Italians and blah, 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 blah. And he talked about how some Muslims don't like Americans. And I said, that's true, son. But I said, let's say that your whole life, there were planes flying over your country and they had a Mexican flag on them. And then that bombed your family and it killed your family members. And then you had to go live in the place where they had just killed your family members. I said, wouldn't you be upset with that country? And my kids went, yeah, I really would. I go, okay, well, that's how you understand what they're going through. That's how you empathize with what they're going through. They shouldn't do anything. They shouldn't hurt anybody. They shouldn't harm innocent people. But you can understand where they might not like us. And then they got into, somebody was talking to them about Muslims in the Middle East. And I said, well, kids, there's a country right now that's bombing this area because they ended up on Israel or something. Whoever was talking around my kids has got to be fucking more careful. And I said, well, kids, if that country was bombing your home every single day, you might not like them. You know, if you had to look across to the other country and they were all living very well and they were all very safe, but every day you know somebody whose house is being destroyed or whose family member is being killed, that might cause you to feel some ill will towards them. I think a lot of this Middle Eastern stuff, while you and I can have grown up opinions on it and we can be very vitriolic and we can be emotional about it, that's fine. I think what's going on in the Middle East and what's been going on in the Middle East is actually a great way to teach children empathy. To say, like, look, you don't have to agree with this person, but try to get inside their head and understand why they feel the way they do. You know, Ron Paul kind of tried to teach us that with the concept of blowback and how we'd been fucking around over in the Middle East and that's why they hate us. And it didn't take for a lot of people. But anyway, this whole thing here now where you got Cenk, Ugyur, and I keep wanting to say Ben Shapiro, Piers Morgan fighting over this woman now who says, yeah, we should kill all these Muslims if it means they don't become terrorists and Israel can be safe.
Have to kill their children. So think about the absurd logic of that. Since they teach them to hate us, we murdered their children. Gee, I wonder why they hate you.
Right.
Like, the fact that she can't even see that shows you how painfully stupid this terrorist is. So I'm done. You guys are way too polite to Israel. Israel is a terrorist state. I'm not interested in it. I'm not interested in supporting it. I'm not interested in having them steal more Arab land. And I said to you, Piers, a long time ago, that this was never about self-defense. This was about taking Gaza. Well, I was right. I've been proven right by Netanyahu and their terrorist government.
I'm just letting Cenk go because it's like, all right, tell him when he's telling lies. We can disagree with Cenk's politics. We can disagree with what he thinks domestically. But on this issue, Cenk is 100% right on. These are not wars of defense. These are wars of conquest.
I called them terrorists.
And by the way, Israel would have kept every ounce of land that they took from other countries in other wars if we would have let them.
I said that they would kill more civilians than Hamas. Are you kidding me? They've now, get a load of this fact. Hamas killed 815 civilians on October 7th. Terrible. We've all condemned it 1,000 times.
Awful.
Now Israel has killed 870 Palestinians under the age of 1.
That is a Red Cross fact, by the way. Babies. And you know, Dave Smith made this point too. He said, you cannot sit here and call yourself pro-life and then support what Israel's doing in Gaza. You can't, because there's the bombings that are killing babies, if babies have the right to live and grow up. And then there's the blockade that's starving children to death because you can't get sugar and things like grain into Gaza because Israel says those have a dual use. Certain liquids you can't get into Gaza because Israel claims, well, those have a dual use. They can make bombs, so you can't have that.
They have killed more Palestinian babies than Hamas killed civilians on October 7th. And every time it's a justification. No, we talked to God. God told us to steal Arab land. God told us to murder Arab children. What kind of sick state is this?
It's time. I've been saying this for a while, and I think I'm becoming more Christian in my old age, but also like a Christian chauvinist, where I do think it's a superior religion. I think it is time for us to sit the Muslims and the Jews down. I'm sure this won't go well. And it's time for us to just look at them and go, look, guys, Christ is king. The teachings of our guy are just better than your teachings. You guys are about Muslims and Jews both. Conquest in our land, in our this, in our that. And Jesus Christ, love your neighbor, hate the sin, love the sinner, forgiveness, redemption, all of that. Jesus Christ is just a much better figure to mold this world after than anyone the Jews and the Muslims have. Jesus versus Muhammad as a way forward for the world. Jesus Christ 100% of the time. Like, all these religions have this aura of conquest about them. What's the quote? Their God says obey. Our God says choose. I mean, I think I know which needle points in a better direction for the rest of the world, and I think it's Christianity.
I saw her smiling, like you said, and smirking. Now when I see a lot of these Israeli leaders, I feel like I'm looking at Germans telling us, no, it's okay, we can do this.
Ain't I been saying it, Miguel? Ain't I been saying it? You know, it's like the Israelis could look at the Nazis and go, I learned it from watching you, Dad.
The Jews, there's going to be no consequences. And their smugness partly, Piers, has to do with the fact that they think we own America. There's nothing you can do. We control the largest military in the history of the world. We can get them to do whatever we want because AIPAC has bought the entire U.S. government. And she's not wrong. She's not wrong. I mean, today Trump is talking about,
Wait, the Israeli lady said that? The Israeli lady went on Piers Morgan's show and said that about us? Wow, we're suckers. We are cucks, bro.
You're not going to get the Epstein files. You're not going to get anything. We're occupied. We're all Palestinians now.
Bro, I'm telling you guys, if you want the Make America Great Again that you're talking about, at least on this foreign policy issue, you're getting more out of Cenk Uyghur than you are out of Donald Trump. You got to admit. You got to admit you're getting more out of Cenk than you are out of Trump. You got to be a Cenk guy over a Trump guy, I think, at this point. It's just, it's unfortunately the way of the world, as it were. We got a lot of people chiming in with stuff. Zen Man gifting a membership to You Need Me More. You Need Me More passing on that membership to Rational Redhead. King Kong Dong with $2 says, I'm a little late, but did you see Shane Gillis absolutely kill it last night? He even dropped an Epstein joke. I did watch Shane Gillis at the ESPYs before the show this morning. Loved it. ESPN will fucking crucify me if I try to play a clip of it. I wish I could. Tomorrow on Rumble Friday, we could do it. Historically White says, Rabbi Shmuley is America's rabbi. Oh, yeah? Is that what he is? America's rabbi? Cool. Papa Shab says Aaron thinks he's getting on radio. Are you saying this might be too spicy of a message? I think it's what radio needs right now. Atomic Ray gifting 5 memberships. Now we're waking up, boys and girls.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
Thank you, buddy. Cheetos, Gravy Show, and 3 others getting memberships from Atomic Ray. Thank you very much. Atomic Ray says that is for the memorial being constructed by the evening chat. R.I.P. morning chat. Oh, shit. The evening chat flexing on the morning chat with cash. Dr. Silverwolf with $5 says, okay, Michael Jackson, just push the gun barrel down already, you liberal yuppie. What, because I taught my kids to be empathetic? I'm hoping that my kids don't need to say and believe the things I say and believe, because if we teach them, if we teach all the children better, they'll come up with a better world and people don't need to think this way. That would be nice. I don't see where we are now as the place we should be. So I should probably teach my kids differently so they don't end up here. One thing I can say about myself with 100% certainty is I am better equipped after the last year to be a father than I ever have been, because I have no problem telling my kids that your dad screwed up and here's what you don't do. There's something about, when it came to things like weed and drugs, I never became a weed guy. And a lot of that wasn't because of my parents telling me not to. I kind of saw my parents as squares. It was people I knew in my life, uncles, relatives, cousins, things like that, who would tell me that they had done these things and it ain't good and you should stay. Like, it was the people who had some weight to their opinion that made me go, oh, this is not the way to go then. So, I mean, take your own, parents always want to hide their flaws from their children. Your children need to see your flaws and see that you don't agree with them and see that they are bad things so you can teach them how to avoid it. To have these things laid bare. Now, it's much better to never make the mistakes in the first place, but I'm sorry, Mr. Perfect. I forgot that you never make a mistake. Let's check out Bappa Shab. He's getting a lot of attaboys in the chat. He says, notice how ISIS and HTS never attack Israel. Yeah, they attack us. They attack us, that's for sure. All right, guys, we are an even 250 away from today. Keep it going. Thank you very much, Atomic Ray. Even though he had to flex on the morning show by calling it evening show money, hey, morning show, let's get in there and throw a couple of bucks at the toe. It's our last goal of the week. I appreciate it. And you see, we went back into the chat for a little bit. Little money comes in. We go back into the chat. We hang out with the freebies. Why the hell not? Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, etc. Also, 45 memberships away now from getting to that 300. Thank you very, very much. If we knock out today's goal, I will do the members-only show immediately after the morning show. If not, I'll do it when I can. White House to review more than 1 million documents signed with Biden's Autopen. Look, this is all great. I love it. I think it's great that we're looking into this, but there is no law out there. There is no rule out there that says you can't use an Autopen. And if there's no rule saying you can't do it, then you can't not do it. You can do it. So in the Constitution, there's no reference to Autopen. In the Constitution, there's no reference to everything has to be hand signed. And I know people are like, Aaron, when the Constitution was written, they didn't have Autopen. Okay, but be careful making that fucking argument. Because remember, the Constitution, you have to be consistent on it. All right? When the Constitution was written, the founding fathers didn't even know there would be a fucking M1 Garand, let alone machine guns. So they didn't know there would be grenades. They didn't know there would be cruise missiles. Do you really want to make this argument? Because I don't. I want to make the argument like we made yesterday that there are too many gun laws. We need to repeal them all and just have the Second Amendment, and people should be allowed to own Tomahawk cruise missiles if they want to. That's not a gimmick. I believe that. I believe the founding fathers meant right to bear arms. They meant it. They didn't mean right to bear arms unless this comes along. James Madison told privateers that they could have fucking cannons if they wanted to, and they didn't need to ask his fucking permission. So we get howitzers and we get nukes if we want them. So, the Autopen thing, I'm sorry, but you got to kind of bite the bullet on that deal. And you got to say, all right, well, the Constitution doesn't say he can't use Autopen. I mean, look, do we know that Biden was fucking senile and a lot of these things were being signed without him even knowing it? Yes, of course we know that. I agree with you guys 100%. But unfortunately, there is no law or rule that says that nullifies the shit that was signed. Fauci, I'm going to give the same bad news I gave on the Epstein stuff months ago. Fauci ain't being held accountable. Fauci ain't going to jail. Hunter ain't being held accountable. Hunter ain't going to jail. Same with Jill. Same with Joe. Same with, is it Roger? Who's the John or whatever? His brother. All these people who made good in the Burisma deal, Zelensky, none of these people are going to jail. This is how power works. This is how the game works. I mean, look at Donald Trump. Donald Trump, probably in the Epstein files. We ain't ever going to know because once he got in power, I mean, who's to say that Trump wasn't talking all this shit about Epstein just so he could get us to vote for him so he could then bury the Epstein thing forever because he knew that if he got the American people on his side as the big anti-Epstein guy, that once he buried the Epstein thing, nobody was going to dig it back up again. Why do you think a lot of us are so mad about it? We're mad about it because we knew this was our last best hope, and he just shoved a fucking katana in our back while Jeffrey Epstein's neighbor, his commerce secretary, stood behind him laughing. So I understand your frustration on this Biden Autopen thing. I really do. But I've got to live in a real world. I can't make up fantasies in my head. It hurts too much when they don't come true. So the White House is conducting a review of potentially more than 1 million documents approved through the Autopen process under former President Joe Biden. Now, if this really is that much of a problem, then Donald Trump should come out today and say, I will never use an Autopen. None of these documents have been signed by Autopen. The problem is our government is way too... The real cancer of this is that the government is way too big and that every president has to use Autopen. Because there's just too much shit to sign because there are too many regulators, too many departments, too many laws, too many rules, too much money being spent, and the government's doing too many things. The fact that Autopen exists is a great argument as to why we need a smaller government. Like, a lot of these so-called conservatives, they want to tell you, well, you know, this Biden Autopen thing shows us that we need to take everything Biden signed by Autopen and reverse it. No. You're not going far enough. This whole Autopen thing shows you that we need to get serious about shrinking the size of our government. Fuck Biden. Who cares about Biden? Biden's gone. And Biden was a symptom. You need to get after the disease. The White House counsel's office is leading an investigation into the former president and his staff's use of the Autopen. The White House has already assembled tens of thousands of documents from Biden's term, turned over by the National Archives for review, according to Fox News. Now, tens of thousands of documents. You think Trump has that same amount of paperwork every day? You think Trump is going through each one of those? You think Trump is going through each one of those tens of thousands of documents and signing them? Fuck no. He ain't signing all those documents. Doggo doesn't die with $1 says, yet oddly, they all had to sign the Constitution to make it formal. Yes, they did. So theoretically, they can just auto-pen legislation and judges can auto-pen opinions and court orders and warrants. Theoretically, yes. Theoretically, yes. 383 Novocaine with $1 says Aaron to his kids, where did you learn to be racist? His kids answered, we learned it from you, Dad. Ain't you glad? No, like I said, when I talk to my kids about stuff, I'm pretty liberal. Some of the stuff I say to my kids about like people and country, when they try to talk, because my kids are too young to be talking about politics or listening about politics and all that stuff. So I'm pretty lefty when my kids bring up political stuff. I'm a pretty big bleeding heart because I do want my kids to grow up that way. I want my kids to grow up, and I want everyone else's kids to grow up in a world where they all understand each other and they talk shit out and they hash it out, and people understand when they're being unfair to other people, whether it be Arabs or Palestinians or whatever. Because that's the way we're going to improve the world. You ain't going to bomb it into the way we want it. You got to shape it and mold it. So, if everybody grew up nice and open and understanding and tolerant and all of this stuff, it would be great. It would be wonderful. But you got too many demons out there who want to control everybody. That's the problem. That's the problem. Jane says, don't say liberal. It's honest. Liberals are commies. All right. You understand when I say liberal, I don't mean like politically liberal. I mean liberal as in like liberal, you're understanding. I don't mean liberal in the political sense. I mean more the dictionary definition. Switchblade Proper says, how are there even 1 million documents? That's over 600 a day. That's what I mean. All of these presidents are using Autopen. Your favorite Republican, your favorite Democrat, they're all using Autopen because the government is way too fucking big. And by the way, this is the shit that the power structure wants you arguing about. They don't want you arguing about getting rid of Social Security. They don't want you arguing about getting rid of Homeland Security, getting rid of entire departments, cutting the defense budget, slashing our budget by $3 or $4 trillion a year. They don't want you to talk about that. They want you to talk about Biden's Autopen. They want to keep you fighting over symptoms rather than looking at what the disease is because they know you hate Biden. They know they can get your dander up about Biden because we don't like Biden. Biden's an asshole. So you'll fight about that. But if you can look past that hatred and you can go, Autopen, Biden's signing Autopen. And the Republicans and the Democrats want you to go, oh, yeah, don't you hate Autopen? Shouldn't we look into Autopen? No. I don't want to look into Autopen. I want to look into why we need to use an Autopen. Well, it's because there are tens of thousands of documents from all these different departments. All right, well, let's have a look into these departments and figure out how we can get them to not send 600 documents a day to the president because he's fucking busy. Well, no. Let's not talk about that. Let's talk about, Fauci. You hate Fauci, right? Fauci might have been signed by Autopen. I don't give a fuck. Let's look into why Fauci had the amount of power he did in the first place. So when the next Fauci comes along, he's a collared dog. He's got a leash on. No. Don't you want to talk about Fauci? No. Look, Fauci won The damage is done. Fauci got his W. He's out. He's got his money. Let's talk about the next time. And let's fix the structural problems that we had. They get you bogged down in arguing about personalities rather than arguing about principles, and that's how they fuck us over. Coyote NV with $1.99 says, eat some red meat and grow a pair. I will work on it. Jane says, I heard liberal and I get triggered. Oh, no, I understand you. I get it. I understand. I should have been more clear. You are right. See, look at this. The money's coming in. We're going back into the free chat. Thank you, guys. 2:45 away from today. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's get a nice, big, heavy drop in there, like a big morning deuce. Eric Hartman says, Joe Biden is on the Epstein list. That freak showered with his daughter. He definitely kids. Nomo says, is Doge even still a thing? I mean, in name only. Doge kind of had its teeth taken away when Trump said he wouldn't put it in the big, beautiful bill. So it just became a spending bill at that point. Dago Doesn't Die says, okay, but how is that checked and balanced? Someone would then therefore have to authorize the Autopen, assuming anyone cares about checks and balances. Bingo, right? So how do you get rid of the Autopen? You stop having these departments send the president so much fucking paperwork. We get rid of the departments. We get rid of the regulations. We get rid of you shrink the size. There are so many symptoms that disappear when you just shrink the size of government. But we're human and we get locked into those big fights. Jane says, people say Trump screws around, but it's with women of age. What? Donald Trump has done nothing but fucked younger girls his entire life. Tim Dillon says Trump knows he'll be offed if he releases the files. Dude, the way he talks, he's in them. You just got to listen to the way he talks. And when he's like, oh, there are no Epstein client lists. All right, fine, there's a client list, but it was invented by Obama and Comey. Like, Trump is coming off to me like a guy who cheated and he's getting caught, but he's still trying to fight it. You know, he's going like, oh, this is the Epstein hoax. Oh, if you don't believe this, then you don't believe me and you're not my supporter. You know, it's kind of like if you get caught cheating and you go, oh, well, if you believe I cheated, you must not love me very much. He sounds like a guy who got caught cheating and now he's trying to play it off and lie to us. Jane says, Trump says he knows his family will be offed. I don't buy it, man. I think Trump's talking like a guy who's in it. Jane says, oh, I feel better. I believe in William F. Buckley Jr. William F. Buckley Jr. Oh, God, now I'm really going to sound like Alex Jones now. William F. Buckley was a CIA plant. William F. Buckley was put into the media and like a conservative voice because he was purposely supposed to steer conservatism into the mainstream so it could be corrupted and rotted. Like, William F. Buckley is part of the beginning of this rot that we're seeing now. William F. Buckley was a CIA asset, 1,000%. You can't convince me otherwise. If we really wanted like small government, no spending conservatives, Milton Friedman would have been the guy. Milton Friedman would have been the person. Like, the person you want in charge of conservatism is a guy who goes too far. The reason for that is you never want to start your negotiations from a compromised position. Ask for everything you want and more, and then make them argue you out of it. But like, Republicans always start from the compromised position. All right, well, gay marriage is fine, but you can't do this and you can't do that. And blah, blah. No, you just compromise. You got to say, nope, no gay marriage. There's no reason for gays to get married. They can't have children. They can't propagate the species. We don't need them getting married. Everybody has the same rights to marriage as everyone else. Any man can marry any woman. No straight man can marry a man. No straight woman can marry a woman. No gay man can marry a man. No gay woman can marry a woman. Everybody has the same rights. Any man can marry any woman. Boom, you're all taken care of. We never even defended the idea that marriage was already equal. We just gave in. Helgi calling him Zion Don. I like that. Zion Don. By the way, Helgi, aren't you the one who wanted one of those free spots in the golf tournament? Because Ed said he couldn't make it. And he wanted to give it. I thought it was Honky, but I think it might be Helgi wants to give you his spot. So there you are. If you want it, let me know. MSO says, I did some work in William F. Buckley's apartment in Manhattan. Gaudiest place I've ever seen. Looks like Elvis Presley lives there. Jane says, William F. Buckley Jr., what? CIA? Yes. William F. Buckley was a CIA asset meant to steer the conservative movement into the dirt. Yup. Ryan the Garbage Man says Thomas. So yeah, Thomas Sowell would have been more popular. Milton Friedman's great. Jane says, I'll look into Milton Friedman. You want to watch some Milton Friedman? We can watch some Friedman on the show. Let's do it. Thank you for the $383 Novocaine. I appreciate it. 245 away from today's goal after Subi decided to gift a membership. Thank you, Subi. I appreciate that. Hey, guys, do me a favor. If you like that we're going to be doing some William F. Buckley and some other shit, go ahead and throw in a few bucks. We're a little slow today, but we're still doing all right. 245 away from today's goal, almost at 230, if you will. Keep gifting those memberships. I appreciate it. We're about 40 away from hitting 300. I appreciate it. Jane says, my best friend wanted me to be CIA because she wanted to be CIA. She wanted us to be able to stay friends. That's fucking weird and cute at the same time. All right, let's do this story quick because I have it for later on, but somebody just sent it to us in the chat, so it means they want to see it. Minnesota, we've been covering a lot of the fraud going on here in Minnesota with the Feed Our Future thing and the daycare scandal and all of this stuff that's costing federal taxpayers, so that's everybody watching this show in the United States, billions of dollars in fraud here in Minnesota. Apparently, we've got another one. And it's almost, look, I know I sound like a crazy, wacky conspiracy theorist, but it's almost like all of these welfare programs are being robbed fucking blind by opportunistic hucksters looking to get a little piece of free taxpayer money because nobody's overseeing it. Nobody's keeping an eye on our tax dollars. And all of these welfare programs are wrought with fraud. And these are things with just billions of dollars in them. Now do Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid that has trillions going into it every year. Please look at all of these welfare programs and all of the stealing that's going on and just the stealing that they're catching. Just the robbery that they're catching these people doing. I guarantee you it's happening in every state in the country. And then let's talk about people get mad when you go, hey, we can cut Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security. All we have to do is find all the fraud. People go, there's not that much fraud in Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. Look, we've got government programs where there's just like $20 billion in the fund. And people are robbing it blind for tens and hundreds of millions of dollars in fraud. And again, just the stuff we're finding out about. Over $1 trillion in Medicare, over $1 trillion in Medicaid every year, over $1 trillion in Social Security, $1 trillion in the defense budget. If they're doing it with some fucking program where Somalis are lying about how many lunches they make, you don't think they're getting away with it at Boeing and Grumman and or Northrop Grumman and Lockheed Martin? You don't think they're getting away with it in defense and Social Security and Medicare? You don't think these hospitals are fucking robbing us blind as taxpayers and giving inadequate care to senior citizens? Dude, if it's happening in feeding our families, if it's happening in daycare, it's happening way worse in these other programs where there's trillions of dollars. We need to slash the access. The only way you're going to stop this fraud is by cutting off the money. We could have the same military that we have now at half the price. The less money there is in the pot, the less ripe it is for fraud. Let's get to this new corruption story in Minnesota. This one has to do with housing.
Tonight, people took advantage of a program designed to help seniors.
Stop. And they always will. You have to take away the temptation. Point, period, end of story.
Those with disabilities find housing and made out with millions of tax dollars.
That's according to federal investigators.
If I hear one Abu Jamal in this fucking story, I'm going to lose my mind more than I already am.
Raided several homes and businesses across the metro today. Fox 9's Mike Manzoni joining us now on Mike Investigates.
That's the other thing. I'm sorry for pausing so much. I really apologize. I'm going to shut up, but I'm very passionate about this. That's the other thing. If you have a group of poor people like Somalis, you will always have people in that community above them who will use them and manipulate them and steal from them, take their money and use them as the way to get themselves rich. Any government welfare program that helps the vulnerable will be robbed fucking blind.
Investigators are calling this a massive fraud scheme.
And here's why. That program paid out millions more than expected 4 years ago. You can see that number there.
Way.
And that number just kept climbing until last year it paid out more than $100 million. Here's a map.
Meanwhile, if you and I fuck up on our taxes a little bit, you get a threatening letter in the mail. It's fucking insane, dude. The fascist government we live under. We talked about this the other day. They can stick guns in your face. They can take you away. But when our government's corrupt and they violate the rights of the people, if you try to do the same thing to them, you're going to prison for the rest of your life. This thing too. Look at this. If you don't report a 1099 for like $1,000, they're going to send you a bill with interest 2-3 years later. But if they steal $100 million fucking dollars from us, we can't do a goddamn thing about it. And they let it go for 5 years. And they let people steal onto. If you don't pay a couple $100 in taxes, they will threaten to take your home. But if they take $50 million from us, we can't do a fucking thing about it. We should be able to take them in. If this was a free country and the people were sovereign. This is why the IRS doesn't need to be abolished. The IRS needs to look inside at the government and stop looking outside at the taxpayers, because we are giving the government enough of our money. They are fucking us over in the way they spend it. The IRS is needed, but the IRS is needed as the internal revenue service. Look internally, not the external revenue service. Internal. They need to be looking at themselves and the government. I would like to see an organization that's as gangster and bullying and evil as the IRS turned loose on our government. Because we need to look at how they're spending our money way more than we need to look at how the government's getting ours.
Of places investigators searched this morning. Court
I'm on fire this morning. I am crushing it.
Documents say providers billed Medicaid for services they never provided. The state estimated that housing stabilization services, that's the name of the program, would cost about $2.5 million a year when it started back in 2020.
2020, a couple $1 million a year. Did you see that chart? $100 million last year. And to do what? To stabilize rent for old people. And did they do that? Probably not at all. I'm guessing old people's rent has gone way the fuck up.
But last year alone, it paid out $104 million in claims. That's 40 times its expected annual cost. Investigators say the program, which helps seniors and those with disabilities or addiction issues find housing, is vulnerable to fraud. The program uses Medicaid to cover the cost of those services.
Medicaid! So just jack up our payroll taxes. Keep funding your horse shit. By the way, a study came out that said Social Security covers 30% of a senior citizen's annual needs. 30%. But they steal enough money. You could have more than a maxed out Roth IRA for what they take every month in Social Security. And if you have been doing that since you started working, you would be able to retire at 50 years old. They're robbing you, and they're calling it charity. Because remember, the market on average, a retirement account on average will double your money every 8 years. It's 7 to 9 years. So if you were taking that, so the money you give to Social Security gets nothing. In fact, it gets eaten up by inflation. So your money theoretically loses 3% every year in Social Security. Okay. You lose 3% of, let's say, $700 a month, right? Factor that over 12 months, factor that over 30 years, and see how much money we've lost in Social Security and how much money you would have earned in a retirement account. And tell me it ain't fucking highway robbery what Social Security has done to the United States of America.
State Senator Michael Croyne says the state isn't doing enough to stop people from taking advantage.
It's just another disappointing instance of fraud here in Minnesota. We've had a record amount of fraud in Minnesota, and quite frankly, I think Minnesotans are just getting sick of it. The federal...
No, they're not, because they keep voting for the same dumb motherfuckers who allow it. What has Tim Walz done to stop this fraud? All he did was tell a guy to murder 2 senators. No, I'm just kidding. That'd be something, wouldn't it? I believe in Vance Bechtel, whatever the fuck his name was. Bolter.
Government unearthing a lot of this fraud. That's where the enforcement has been coming from lately, but the state needs to take an active role in...
Right, it's the federal government that has to peek in on Tim Walz and go, hey, what the fuck are you allowing in your state? It wasn't the state of Minnesota that busted the Feeding Our Future scandal or the daycare scandal. It was the feds.
Fraud as well. And quite frankly, the Department of Human Services just isn't getting it done.
And DHS is responding. It put out a statement saying, in part, quote, fraud in public programs hurts the people we are working to help by coordinating the administrative oversight of DHS with the legal enforcement activity of our law enforcement partners.
Fuck you. You ain't helping anybody, and I'll tell you why. Because you only needed $2 million to run the program. You paid out $100 million. So very clearly, you aren't helping anybody. I mean, that's remarkably clear in this whole thing. All right, we got Coyote NV with 199 says, how about some Milton Bradley? Doggo Doesn't Die with $1 says, here's a thought. Who gets held liable if something is auto-penned that turns out to be illegal, unconstitutional, or even treasonous? Obviously, whoever's signature it is can claim they didn't do it. No. If you have to take responsibility for the auto pen when it's something they wanted to do, you have to take responsibility when it's something you didn't want to do. That's the way it works. $1 from Doggo Doesn't Die says, you get a threatening letter from an administrative office of the executive branch threatening to take money when they have no judicial power to do so. Fun, right? $1.99 from Coyote NV. He says, how about some Milton Berle? Thank you. Hey guys, we have had way too many beans this morning. You know why? It's too farty. It's too farty. Too farty. How you know that we've had too many beans, as it were. Helgi says, this country is over. We're cooked. I mean, it's unbelievable. But again, it's, Sam Show says, I hate you. Oh, I understand. It's unbelievable that we fight over these individual things instead of noticing the pattern and just going, oh, wait, no, it's the whole system. It's the whole thing. That's fucking rotten. We just fight over the individual things, and that's fucking exhausting, and I think it's by design. Let's go to some of the listener feedback here. I heard the same Somali guy that did the daycare scam is opening a daycare in the old Ace Bar. I wouldn't doubt it. Ryan the Garbage Man says, you are on fire this morning and looking a little less chubby, too. Well, it's funny you should mention that. I am a pound down from yesterday. Who, What, Why with $2 says, too serious. Maybe throw pies or light a firecracker. Here you go. Are we gonna make some money if I do something wacky? Here. Let's do this. Let's do something. Here you go, guys. Let's be wacky. We got to do this for Who, What, Why. Who, what, why gave us money? You give us money, you get to the front of the line. There we go. We had a guy get hit with a pie. That's good. Now it's getting a little wacky up in here. Aaron, do you remember the WeWork scandal in 2019? No, I don't remember that. $240 away from today's goal. It's almost 2:30. Guys, get under $200 by 8:30. I appreciate it. We're a little slow going today, but you know what? Couple of moves here, couple of moves there will knock out our final goal of the day. Who, what, why with $2 says Art. Brilliant. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate that. Chips and Diff says, I wanted to see the clown get his ass beat. I like it when clowns win. I do. I'm sorry. I apologize. I really like it when clowns get the W. It's just, I'm a weird guy like that. All right, a little Milton Friedman for Jane says, so she can not like, what's his name, William F. Buckley, a little more. I don't want that big of a clip. Milton Friedman schools young idealist. Let's do that one. She'll like this one.
In reference to talking about government's role in a free society, you mentioned some of the market failures, and I think that you may have just passed over one that is of utmost importance, and that is...
Oh, yeah. Before you start thinking that Ben Shapiro and Charlie Kirk were like, oh my God, it's revolutionary. They go to colleges and they fucking own liberal kids. Milton Friedman used to go and give speeches at colleges, and he used to take very respectful questions, and he would answer them very respectfully. It wasn't like this, I'm going to own the libs shit. It wasn't this like marketing gimmick. He would just go take questions from conservatives and liberals, and he would answer them respectfully. They'd have a dialogue. These guys now are just grifting.
Of poverty. And in prefacing my question, I'd like to refer to what President Kennedy said, that if a free society cannot help the many who are poor, it cannot save the few who are rich. And to say that, well, we are a government of the people.
But that's all our government does. By the way, hi, Ted Bundy. That's all our government does, is it protects the very rich and the very poor. Like, it gives to the very rich and it gives to the very poor. Everyone else is the engine driving it. They get fucked over.
And when there is a large sector of the people who are hurting, perhaps it is the responsibility of this government of the people to help out. Well, my question is regarding how free are the poor, how free are the unemployed, and how free are those people who are disadvantaged? Right. And so in reference to that, right, what is government's role?
Sure. First of all...
By the way, my favorite Jew in history, Milton Friedman.
I'm glad to see one vote for the poor. First of all, the government doesn't have any responsibility. People have responsibility. This building doesn't have responsibility. You and I have responsibility. People have responsibility. Second, the question is, how can we as people exercise our responsibility toward our fellow man most effectively? That's the problem. So far as poverty is concerned, there has never in history been a more effective machine for eliminating poverty than the free enterprise system and the free market. The period in...
Almost like you should stop fucking with it, huh?
The period in which you had the greatest improvement in the lot of the ordinary man was a period of the 19th and early 20th century. Those of us in this room are the heirs of that. We benefited from the way in which our parents and our grandparents were able to come here. And by virtue of the freedom that was offered to them, were able to make a better life for themselves and them and us.
Look at the facial expressions Milton's getting when he tries to explain to these people. Like, hey, you know when like a horse costs $5 and a guy could just show up at a horse stable or something, or he could show up at some business and he could clean some glasses and he could do some odd jobs and there weren't all these labor regulations and all this stuff, and he could earn a little money and he could have dinner at the end of the night and he could save his money and buy a place like, like some of those old Westerns and shit like that. It's like, yeah, that's how we built shit. And then once we built it, all of a sudden we started putting all these regulations on it. You know what happened? All the people who made money in that time and made generational wealth, the wealthy parts of those families then started making rules to close the door behind them so other people couldn't get in. So a lot of these wealthy families got to build their wealth in a time of no regulation, of total free markets. And then when they became wealthy, they shut the door behind them, leaving other people who were trying to build generational wealth completely out in the cold.
And us. But next, if you look at the real problems of poverty and denial of freedom to people in this country, almost every single one of them is a result of government action and would be eliminated if you eliminated the bad government failures. Let me be precise. And
I will say this. This is where I've always disagreed with Milton Friedman. He says all of this poverty, all these things have been caused by government. I agree with that part. I don't think they'd go away if you just eliminated the government program. I do think you should eliminate all the government shit, but I think this has been a communist plot. This has been learned dependence. I think these people have been kept for too long, and I think they've been taught dependence by these government programs, and I don't know if the problem would fix itself just by getting rid of the government program. I think that a lot of multi-generational harm has been done that needs to be undone and will take a long time to do.
Specific. Why do we have so high an unemployment rate among black teenagers? It's a disgrace and a scandal. Why do we have so high an unemployment rate? First of all, because we give them lousy schooling through governmental schools, which make them unqualified to hold decent jobs. And second of all, we require employers to discriminate against them by not hiring them unless their productivity is enough to justify a minimum wage.
This is something, it's so hard to get people to grasp this. When you tell them there should be no minimum wage, they go, oh my God, you're so mean. But what a minimum wage does is it cuts off people who don't have the skills to make $15 to $20 an hour. How are you supposed to get the skills to make $15 to $20 an hour if you can't first work for $5 or $6 an hour? You are chopping off the bottom rungs of the ladder for the poor and most needy. A guy who makes $30 an hour doesn't give a fuck about a $20 an hour minimum wage. He's already eclipsed that in terms of skill. So it's easy for some bourgeois liberal to say, we should pay all poor black people with felonies on their record who just got out of jail $20. Nobody's going to hire that guy for that price. But if he says, hey, I'll come in and sweep for $5 an hour so I can save up some money, they might do that. They'll take a risk. And as he does better, he'll either be able to find a job somewhere else, or the person who owns that store will say, why don't you stock shelves for me today too? I'll give you $8 an hour. Hey, could you manage our inventory? I'll give you $20 an hour. And you gain those skills. You can't do that if someone with $7 skills now has to go get a $20 job.
The minimum wage rate is the most anti-Negro law in the books. And it's an anti-Negro law because it precisely, having first not enabled the young...
This is what I mean by wealthy families built their wealth at a time of very little regulation and full-on free markets. And then as soon as they got to the top of the game, they shut down the free markets. They loaded us. They paid the politicians to load them down with regulations so the rest of us couldn't move up. It's a tilted table, man.
Blacks to have a decent schooling so that they can have productivity. We next deny them the on-the-job training that they might get if you could induce employers by being able to hire them for relatively low wages to give them on-the-job training that would make them qualify for higher payment and higher productivity. In the third place, we have constructed a governmental welfare scheme which has been a machine for producing poor people.
Yes.
We have induced people to come under control of welfare.
You don't have to stay with your baby daddy. You guys don't have to start a family together. Fuck off. You can actually make more tax benefits the other way.
I'm not blaming the people. Don't misunderstand me. It's our fault for constructing so perverse and so ill-shaped a monster as the whole set of welfare programs we have under which we encourage people, families to break up. We encourage people to move from one part of the country and come to another, under which
California,
we have, in effect, made many people poor. And yet, when all this is said and done, have I ever been where?
Welfare or poor.
I have, sir. Of course, more so than most of the people in this room.
They asked him, have you ever been poor? And Motherfucker, you see how old I am? We were all poor. That guy who, by the way, the guy who asked that question, he does not look happy.
How many of you have worked a 12-hour day and gotten paid 78 cents? But let me go back to but you know that's all irrelevant. Is there one of you who is going to say that you don't want a doctor to treat you for cancer unless he himself has had cancer?
Right?
I could go down the line. But when all is said and done, while there are people in this country who are worse off than other people, by and large, even the poorest people in this country are relatively well off compared to the conditions in many other countries in the world.
Yes. That's why I always say the biggest health problem we have amongst our poor in this country is obesity. It's fucking crazy, right? Some wild shit. So there you go, Jane says. That's your introduction to Milton Friedman. Enjoy the rabbit hole. Jane with $10, $5 each, says, wow, he's right. Milton rules. Milton Friedman is fantastic. Coyote NV with $1.99 says Millard Fillmore, Whig, last non-Democratic or Republican president, 1850. Thank you, Coyote. $1 from Doggo says, in fact, when your grandfather came home from World War II and raised a family of 5 making $1 an hour, God bless the BS unions and the government's perversion of our monetary system. Unions do have their roots in communism, by the way. They do. Thank you. I think Subi gave another member. I'm missing these memberships. I'm really sorry, guys. So that's going to put us at 230. Hey, we're at 230. Thank you, Jane. 230 away from today. Eric Cartman with $1. Thank you, buddy. I'll open that short when we can. Eagle of America gifting a membership. Subi gifting another membership. Thank you so much. Now we're 220 away from today. Thank you. Doggo Doesn't Die with $1 says, in fact, when your oh, we just did that one. What an asshole. I am. There you go. Oh yeah, Jane says if you've never checked out Milton Friedman, you are missing out, my friend. You are heavily missing out. About 700 of you checking out the toe right now. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. I tell you, Rumble, Twitter, Kick, and Facebook are up, and YouTube is in the shit. People are starting to figure it out about YouTube, I think. I think people are starting to figure it out. 220 away from today's goal. Do me a favor. Get us under 200 in the next 10 minutes, and I will be a very happy boy. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. I appreciate it. Fire it up. Get it done. 220 away. Let's make it a win today. All right, here we go. This is, they said this is me out on the golf course.
Here. Facing that bunker shot nobody likes.
What a shot this is. Right at the flagstick.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, it looks just like me. That's... That is perfect. Unbelievable. Thank you. All right, guys. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Knock it out. Throw us a couple of bucks. I think this thing can be done. I like all these gifted memberships that are coming in. We're about 40 away from 300 over on Rumble. So keep that up. Click one of those links. Throw us a few dollars. I say it would be great. And we can get right back to it. You know how I warn you guys about the dangers of getting too attached to these shows, including this one, and becoming ridiculously parasocial? I saw this today on Twitter. I think Joe Exotic tweeted this out. And he's like, who the fuck is this guy? So there's a guy who posted a YouTube video to a YouTube channel he has with 33 people. He made a 2-minute rant about Kevin Brennan blocking him. Now, guys, first of all, If you upload a video in your car about somebody blocking you, I guarantee the one thing I'm going to think is that you should have been blocked a long time ago. If you're the kind of guy who gets blocked on Twitter and you make a video, I don't know who this guy is. It's J something, and maybe I should tread light. J-Mo. Maybe I should tread lightly with this J-Mo guy. Maybe he's dangerous. I don't know. But a guy who makes a video because you blocked him on Twitter has the capacity to become a stalker and hurt people. There's no fucking around with shit like this. If you make it's time to stop giggling at this shit and thinking, this is just silly. People like this go nuts. People like this snap. If you do not have the frame of mind to understand that someone blocking you on Twitter is literally not a thing, that it doesn't matter, that it's not important, and that if someone wants to block you on Twitter, they should be able to, and it's completely understandable. Here's the concept of being blocked on Twitter. You go into someone's house and you're a fucking cunt and they don't like you. Get the fuck out of my house. You can act like a cunt and an asshole wherever you want to. I don't want you doing it in front of me. I don't want you doing it in my home. If you're going to bitch and complain about, these are always the most dangerous people. If you've ever been blocked by someone and you're like, I didn't even do anything, I'm mad about this guy, but you have a psychological deficiency. You have a malfunction. If you walk away from your computer, go do something else, don't look at it, don't see it, let it go do something real. If you sit in your car and you go, first of all, making a 2-minute video in your car about Kevin Brennan blocking you, that's psychotic. Posting it is mentally ill. So this is a guy named J-Mo. The lack of ability to understand that you are the problem here and that the Kevin Brennans of the world are just guys doing a show and would rather not deal with people being cunts at them 24 hours a day. I got bad news, J-Mo. Kevin Brennan is the normal one here. You've got a fucking psychological problem. Let's check this out. But guys, the reason I'm showing this to you, this is the very definition of what I mean when I say parasocial and too hung up on the internet. This should be on the Mount Rushmore of this example.
Really, Kevin? You blocked me?
Kevin doesn't know you, and you don't know Kevin Brennan. So don't start the video with, really, Kevin? You blocked? Yes, he blocked you. And the fact that this video has started this way makes me understand why Kevin blocked you. You seem a little off.
Really? I don't even say anything mean. I'm gonna say mean shit now. Fuck you.
You see that, buddy, though? Now, J-Mo, I'm sure this will get back to a Misery Loves Clips, might clip this, whatever. J-Mo, this is a great time for me to educate you, pal. You see what you just did there? That's why Kevin was right to block you. That's called being a cunt and being disingenuous. I didn't even say anything mean. First of all, every dipshit, asshole, retard, parasocial monster that's been blocked for saying mean shit says I didn't even say anything mean. First of all, where does it say in the great rule book that you have to write something mean to be blocked? You can be blocked because he doesn't like your face. You can be blocked because you creep him out. You can be blocked because you're being obnoxious. And all of that's fine. You should be able to block whoever the fuck you want to. He's not taking your rights away. He's not taking anything away from you. He doesn't want to hear your fucking petulant childishness. And the fact that because another grown man blocked you on the Twitter machine, you go, I'm going to say mean shit now, shows that Kevin's right to distance himself from you because you seem to be an overly emotional guy who might be a little dangerous because you're not all there. If you think all this shit is okay.
What a weird little old man you are. I'm sorry if I don't kowtow to your every desire, but...
Oh my God, you podcast listeners, get the fuck over yourself. I'm sorry I don't cater to your little ever desire. It's not that important to us, dude. Here's what the problem is. We're just trying to do a show. You're being mental about it. So we'd rather you just move on to something else. I'm sorry I don't cater to your every whim. That's not, if you think that's what this is about, then that's why you need to be blocked. Do you understand that everything you're saying and doing in this video is the example of why you need to be blocked? You're taking this all Tom, he's taking this very personally. You're treating this. He says later in this video, I thought this was comedy. Right, dude. That's the point. People who are in this for the comedy don't go into their car and throw little bitch fits for 2 minutes about how they got blocked on Twitter.
Blocked somebody who didn't even say anything nasty to you.
I would block you for those glasses. That's me.
What a little loser you are.
Kevin Brennan's a little loser. You're sitting in your car bitching about another grown man blocking you on Twitter. Bro, come on. Does that car have a mirror anywhere? Use it.
Anyway, nobody's clamoring to get on your little shitty show anyway.
See, listen to this.
I'll be up front with you. I'm not interested.
Nobody's fucking asking. Second of all, the hubris, the nerve. Nobody's clamoring to be on your little shitty show. Dude, I've seen better behavior from women who have been broken up with in high school. I don't even want to go to your stupid party anyway. It says the loser who doesn't get invited to the party.
A single person I know goes, oh my God, have you checked out MLC lately? Nobody.
Nobody knows who any of this shit is, dude. It's not the real world. You need to open up your frame of reference. You need to widen your gaze. You need to stop taking minuscule, irrelevant podcasts so seriously. Bro, this can't be your life. This is what I mean. Guys like this are dangerous because they don't know they're dangerous. This is a guy, this is a budding psychopath. Look at that stare.
Fuck you. You think you're hot shit. Let me tell you something.
No, he doesn't. Dude, you annoyed him. All right? Calm down. Go have a hobby. Your golf is great. But the guy just banned you from Twitter. He blocked you from his Twitter account. The fact that you need that much access tells me that you've got a screw loose somewhere.
All that shit you talk about Bob Kelly. Bob Kelly's a better comedian than you. Let's just start there. He's a better comedian than you. He's more active, clearly, than you are. He's sold more tickets. He's made more money. He is better than you in every possible way.
Even Bob Kelly doesn't give a fuck about this, dude. He doesn't care either. I wanted to play just a minute of that guy because I thought that was... I'm happy he made that video because it's the perfect example of unhealthy obsession and parasocial behavior. And Kevin Brennan was 1,000% right to block this JMO, whoever he is, because these people think they're a guy in a thing. And you got to cut that shit off at the quick. You can't let guys like this think that they're a thing. They can't have any kind of influence or anything like that because they don't know. They get blocked on Twitter. Look what they do. You got to really fucking worry about people like this. Subi with $5 says YouTube sucks J-Dick. It's the rumor. Doggo doesn't die with $1 says, okay, but you give people the power to block people in your chat. People complain when they get blocked by moderators. You stood up for Crowder wears panties when he got blocked by Hooters girl. Well, I think some blocks are okay, and I think some are, people get a little too out there. But I support anyone's right to block anybody. Some of these people are downright fucking dangerous because they don't know they're dangerous. They're fucking nut bars, man. Coyote NV with $19.99. Thank you, Coyote.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
Thank you for the $20, pal. Nomo with $1 says, imagine if there was social media during the height of the talk radio days. Oh, there'd be so many dead people. So many dead people. It wouldn't be funny. They'd be fucking dead. Dead Game says that checks out. Imholt. Yeah. Yeah. Bigot on Socialist Media says, getting banned rattled him so hard. Yeah. Jane says, this isn't personal, Sonny. This is business. People like this are fucking weird. Brennan is even laughing. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, you do have to block a lot of these people because a lot of these people are fucked up people who don't know they're fucked up people. Chevrolet JB says, I never block. I just time out. You know what? I am a big fan of the timeout too. I think it's a nice little, like, hey, dude, you know, you're getting a little out of pocket. You're getting a little creepy. You're getting a little weird. Rein it in just a little bit. That's a good point. Hey, thank you guys for that $25. We are now $200 even. It's 8:30 and we're at $200. There you go. Thank you so much for your generosity today. You guys are the best. Hold on a minute, guys. Average plumber checking in with $100.
And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Average Plumber. Now, I think Average Plumber is already a VIP, but if he isn't, he's $50 away from being a VIP this week. So there is that. He wants to leapfrog Gray Duckling and be in first place. Thank you so much, Average Plumber. He's now at $201. He had a couple of $100 drops this week. Gray Duckling is in second at $160.01. Numero uno is in third at $111. Miss Tay is in fourth at $80, and David is in the cuck chair with $50. That also means that we're at $100 away from today's goal. Wow, we hit 100 by 8:30. Guys, rally it up and finish it off. There it is. Thank you. Mike Go says, Opie blocked me. I laughed, unsubbed, moved the fuck on. There you go. There you go. Thank you very much. That's the perfect way to take it, Mike Go. It's the perfect way to take it. All right, guys, $100 away from today. Boy, all of a sudden, we are looking good for this week. Go ahead and gift those memberships, gift everything, subscriptions, whatever it is. We appreciate it. If we knock out today's goal, I'm just going to go right into members only after this, and we'll hang out. You know, members only is a lot of fun because you guys just get to talk. We just let you guys go in there and rap, you know. We let you go in there and just, you run the show. You get to write anything in chat. We got to read them all. It's great. It's going to be going on right after today's program. All right, we got to open up our 7 o'clock hour stories here at 8:30. Holy shit, guys. Thank you so much. What a great day for the toe. I appreciate everyone's generosity. Until Average Plumber dropped that big hundo, everything we'd done today had been under $20, and we were on pace to knock out the goal. So I appreciate that. Just keep doing what you've been doing these next 2 hours, and we'll be perfect again this week. You guys are awesome. It kept this thing on for 5 years after radio, and you just keep doing it to this day. We've been knocking these out easier this last month or two than we ever have before. So again, thanks a million. Truly touching. I appreciate everything you do. And if you ever get blocked, don't go mental and throw a hissy fit. Everything will be, you know what? And everything else. By the way, I tell you what, guys, I do not understand it. I do not understand it. It's just OBS has crashed, I think, 5 or 6 times this week in 2 different days. And it's just it's a very confusing thing. I don't get it. Crowder Wears Panties says, if you ever want to get blocked, just sign up for Venmo so you can send Aaron more money to let him know. Yeah, there you go. I know, Crowder Wears Panties. I know you wrote blacked, but I knew what you meant. Helgi says, if it crashes one more time, I'm blocking you. I'm sorry about that. Just hit refresh, like, subscribe, follow, the whole deal. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville has the Steel Toe 11th anniversary party next Saturday. It's a week from Saturday. Get your tickets now, or if you're a VIP, get your VIP tickets today. Claim them today by emailing me, DMing me, whatever, so we can get you on the list. We are over half full for the comedy show. The party's going on all day. That's free. Just go ahead, jump in. The cornhole tournament, you can sign up when you get there. It's totally free, $300 for the winning team. Right now, for the golf tournament, the prizes are going to be 400, 100, or 300. I think we're going to go 400, 100 at this point. The more people come in, the more places we'll have with money. 400, 100 is the prize right now. If more people sponsor holes and more people sign up for the golf event, those prizes will get bigger. We're essentially giving away every dime we take in for the golf event. I'm not going to make any money on the golf event, I promise. So jump in. You're guaranteed at least $400 if you win it. That's the bottom line right there. But Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, go ahead and go to Bike Night tonight at Stoney's. They've got their big food truck out there. They've got, oh man, I think it's going to be a nice night tonight too. Perfect for the patio and Stoney's garage. And then on the weekend, they've got live music. They have that good acoustic stuff during the day out on the patio at Stoney's garage. That's great too. Great for day drinking. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Visit Stoney's and say hi to Cheetos for me, would you? And also Midland Armory, downtown Foley, Minnesota. Downtown Foley is where you can find Midland Armory, and they take care of every single one of your needs when it comes to suppressors. That's, how did we get 1,100 viewers on YouTube? What the fuck just happened? There's over 1,100 people watching on YouTube. Somebody botted us for sure. If we didn't get botted, everyone on YouTube right now, throw in $1. I definitely think we got botted over on YouTube. It says 1,164 concurrent viewers. 1276. Oh my God. What the hell happened over on YouTube today? We have more concurrent viewers than we have views right now. I'm going to go ahead and say fake. Fake. Somebody bought them. I appreciate it. Thank you. Well, if the 1,200 of you are real, hit like. That would be great. No, I will say that Stoney's, the anniversary show, I talked to Gino and Keanu yesterday. We are all very excited. Johnny's excited. Johnny's going to take the week after the anniversary show off. I'm going to take Monday off after the anniversary show. I want to hang out with Gino and Keanu Sunday after the golf tournament. Monday after that, I want to, if they want to go to the Mall of America or any gay tourist shit in Minnesota, I want to be able to have them see that and all that stuff. So get your tickets at eventbrite.com. Eventbrite.com. Steel Toe Morning Show 11th anniversary party. All right. Oh, I got my restream stats. You guys were averaging about 700 people at a time when we crashed. I appreciate that. Is the botting gone? Nope, the botting is still going. I mean, look, it makes us look good, right? I don't think it gives us any ad revenue, though, unfortunately. Midland Armory does a great job with all the suppressors, start to finish, midlandarmory.com. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing. That's All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Better to have them in your phone and not need them than need them and not have them. That's All Care Towing. Hey, guys, if you're on YouTube right now, Make sure you brag to everyone that Steel Toe had 1,300 people watching on YouTube, another 400 on Rumble, and then another couple hundred on Kick, Twitter, and everywhere else. Just tell them Steel Toe had like 2,000 people watching today. It's another win for the Toe. $2 from Who What Why says Gino mad at me because I joked about his headband. I doubt that Gino is mad at you because you joked about his headband. I doubt that very seriously. What did you really do? Fess up. What did you do to Gino? Doggo Doesn't Die says you called those crazy people crazy. Now they're screwing with your stats. Oh, no. Don't. Oh, God. Don't screw with me by giving me thousands of views. That would be terrible. It would be awful for you to give me thousands of viewers to fuck with me. That would be the worst possible way to fuck with me. It's almost as bad as giving me my favorite coleslaw. Thank you. Hey, by the way, what's been up with Jesse PS? I haven't been seeing a lot of shows lately. I used to get all the notifications of his shows. I'm a pizza funder. Big Jesse PS fan. Love Jesse. I think he's the heir apparent to Red Bar. I really do. But I don't know what he's been up to lately. I know he had some problems with his server or whatever, but I really thought that Pod Awful was hitting strides that it had never hit before. I thought he was really doing a good job. Dead Game says hopefully he's joined Ski Mask. Well, why would you say something like that now? As my grandmother would say, the way you talk. Rexstart parody account says Jesse blocked you. Jesse would never block me. That is a complete rumor. Jesse loves the Toe. Atomic Ray says Jesse is touring Israel this summer. That checks out. Chips and Diff says, of course you're a pizza funder. I support the shows I like. Crowder Wears Panties says Jesse had to fix his archive because his Vimeo got reported. Why? Like, here's what I don't understand. Jesse doesn't do anything egregious. Jesse does a wacky show where he's just being kind of dumb. I don't understand why you would report Jesse PS. What is he doing? Like, it's one thing to do things that go beyond a show and are like very personal and very weird and creepy and stalkery. That's one thing. But Jesse literally sits on a microphone, plays clips of people on their show, and talks about their show. That's it. He doesn't like dig around for secret. Like I don't know. Fauci's Pangolin says Gino is mad at me for having a foursome with Keanu, April, and Gordy. Well, bro, I'm fucking mad at you for that. I'm mad at you for doing that. Jesus Christ. $100 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. Everybody team up and knock out the rest of it, and then I promise OBS will not crash. You have my word. Oh, by the way, we're still up around 1,300 viewers on YouTube right now. Another win for the Toe. Oh, this is the thing I was telling you about Social Security benefits, about the ripoff we're getting. I feel like I covered that sufficiently in that last segment. We kind of jumped ahead on that one. Here's the ICE story that I wanted to get to today. So ICE is... I mean, the people who are mad at ICE now are going to be way more mad at Tom Homan after they hear this news. So the Biden administration had this policy where if we caught you for being illegal, which was probably rare, you crossed the border illegally, they would give you a citation. You would have to go see a judge. They would give you a date to return to court, and they would cut you loose. And then, of course, none of those people would come back for their court date. They'd kind of disappear into the fabric of America, find a job somewhere, find somewhere to live, and just live here illegally. Well, the Trump administration has decided, fuck that. They are no longer going to grant bond hearings for detained immigrants. Rather than allow them to go before an immigration judge and potentially remain free while their cases go through court. Because if you tell someone who's here illegally, like, we'll bond you out and you can go, and then here's your court date. I know you'll show up for your illegal immigrant court date. They just stay, and then they live here illegally. It was the Biden administration's way of acting like they were going to do some shit, but never did. According to a memo from Todd Lyons, ICE's acting director, the new policy is effective immediately and will allow ICE to detain far more people than before. Lyons said in a July 8th memo that the agency is using its extraordinarily broad and equally complex authority to make detainees ineligible for a bond hearing before an immigration judge. Instead, they cannot be released unless the Department of Homeland Security makes an exception. This stems from a 1996 law. So this was one of those laws that Clinton passed with Newt Gingrich when they were working together, back when Republicans and Democrats would work together on shit they had in common, before they all retreated to their wings. Clinton and Gingrich came up with welfare reform and immigration reform. Bill Clinton was pretty tough on the border. I mean, Bill Clinton was Donald Trump by today's standards, but he was pretty tough on the border. And Bill Clinton didn't let illegal Mexicans come to the U.S. He just sent a shitload of American jobs off to Mexico with NAFTA. He did the opposite. So this law in 1996 makes it so ICE can go, yeah, no, we're cutting off the bond hearings. And, like Karen Bass, the mayor of Los Angeles, I saw that she was going, this is fascism. This is terrible. This is jackbooted thuggery. It's like, well, no, it's a law that we passed for this exact reason, to curtail illegal immigration into our country. And that's what ICE is using it for. When they used to say that the Biden administration doesn't need to pass more immigration laws, we just need to enforce what's on the books. They're talking about that 1996 law. Laws that are on the books that says, no. You're not going to stay loose in the United States where you're here illegally, but while you get a bond hearing you're never coming to. You're going to stay at Alligator Alcatraz or somewhere else until we decide to deport you. The Biden administration dangerously unleashed millions of unvetted illegal aliens into the country, and they used many loopholes to do so, said Homeland Security spokesperson Tricia McLaughlin. President Trump and Secretary Noem are now enforcing this law as it was actually written to keep America safe. You can criticize ICE. You can not like Trump. You can not like what his administration's doing on immigration, but they're right. They're right on the money with these legal challenges and these laws. They are well within their rights to do this. They are not doing anything nefarious. They are not doing anything wrong. All of this is allowed. All of this, by the way, is shit that Joe Biden could have done anytime he wanted, but chose not to. So when the Biden administration says, we weren't purposely trying to fuck with immigration so that we could get more illegals in here who would and then get them voting rights so they could one day vote Democrat, that's precisely what they were doing. Because all they had to do was flip a switch and enforce a law from 1996, and they could have put a stop to all of this stuff. And every day that they chose not to was another day that they chose to flood the country with illegals. So don't tell me that great replacement is a conspiracy theory or that it wasn't done for votes. In January, Trump signed the Laken Riley Act, named for the nursing student that was killed by an illegal, which required detention for people in the country illegally who are arrested or charged with relatively minor crimes, including burglary, theft, and shoplifting. That's funny. Minor crimes like burglary. I got news for you. If you're the person who was burgled, it doesn't feel like a minor crime. In fact, I think that's where a lot of our problems as a society come from. Is we go, oh, these are minor crimes. Like that shows such a lack of empathy. It's unreal. Like, oh, you know what's a minor crime? Stealing someone's shit. Well, of course the government would feel that's minor. They do that to people every day. I don't think it's right that people that get busted for dealing drugs automatically have their house and cars taken away. I think civil asset forfeiture is bullshit. You should have to, once you can prove that that shit was bought with ill-gotten gains, then absolutely take it back. Fruit of the poisonous tree, as they say, it's all connected to illegal activity. But if you just arrest a guy and go, nope, drug dealer, ill-gotten gains, take it all, that's not right. That, even criminals deserve their due process if they're an American citizen. If they're here legally, they deserve their due process. That's one of the perks of being an American. So I don't care if you've been dealing drugs to children. You still get to keep your car, keep your house, keep your money until they can prove beyond a reasonable doubt in a court of law, or you plead guilty to that being ill-gotten money. ICE held about 56,000 people at the end of June, near an all-time high and above its budgeted capacity for, who cares about that? What we were talking about was minor crimes. Burglary. You know what was great about Giuliani and the New York City that he and Bloomberg ran? Was they didn't think anything was a minor crime. They subscribed to the broken window theory. That if you take care of the minor crimes, you take care of the major crimes. And if you have your store that's maybe been in your family for generations and people shoplift and that costs you money at the end of the month, that's not a minor crime to you. If someone steals your stuff, that's not a minor crime from you. Not only have they stolen your stuff, but they've also made you feel less secure. So these are major crimes. I don't like the idea of, you know what a minor crime is? Spitting on the sidewalk. That's a minor crime. Stealing things from people, that's violent, dude. That's a violent crime. Coltrane says, I'll take my 2 VIP tickets. I'd message you on Facebook, but it got taken away. And I'm planning my meta. Jesus Christ, I can't read that, my man. All right, Coltrane is in for his 2 free VIP tickets. I was going to say, where's Scooby Jooby Joo? But he's right there on the list. Perfect. Yeah, if you're a VIP, get your 2 free tickets to the anniversary show. Bapa Shab says, remember when Seth Rogen said, my car has been broken into 9 times, who cares? I'm paraphrasing, but it's so long ago. He's okay with the decline of LA as a great American city. Well, yeah, I was going to say the same thing you just said, Bapa Shab. People who are comfortable tolerating that level of shit don't need to be here. Like, you can't keep saying America's a special place. You can't just say it. You have to do it. You can't just say, oh, America's such a great place. America's such an amazing place. Well, let's make it an amazing place then. If you're someone who says, well, my car's been broken into, but that's the cost, that's the price you pay to live in a big city. Fuck that. If you've got car thieves who are so, like, laws need to change city to city. The laws that work here in St. Cloud don't work in LA. I mean, at this point, LA and New York basically need borderline Saudi Arabian law. And I mean that in order to make it great again. So like New York City, if you have a guy going, and a man of means like Seth Rogen, my car's been broken into 9 times, I'm fine with it. Well, that means that you've learned to be this captive of crime and scum in your own city. So what we need to do is take breaking into cars more seriously. If an officer catches you breaking into a car, we need to make a rule where that's now a mandatory minimum 10-year prison sentence. Then it'll stop. That'll take care of it. You're not going to reason with criminals. If you go, oh, maybe in LA there's a connection between, perhaps there's a connection between the fact that we let these people out with no bail when they break into a car, and breaking into a car is on the rise, versus if we catch you breaking into a car and can prove it, mandatory minimum 10 years in prison. You're going to see that number go down pretty fucking quick. Hey, there's a lot of assaults in the subway in New York City. Great. Mandatory minimum 7 years in prison. Well, that seems kind of extreme for punching someone in the face. I don't know. Not only are you punching someone in the face, but you're terrorizing our public transit and making people feel unsafe being productive. Yeah, we're going to take your freedom away for that one. I mean, will they do it? Somebody will. It's whether or not the people of New York or LA would vote those people in. King Kong Dong says, Aaron, are golf carts provided for the tournament? Yes. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Doggo Doesn't Die says 8th Amendment. That's not an 8th Amendment violation whatsoever. I mean, some would argue that punching someone in the face traumatizes and changes that person for the rest of their life. Some people. So I don't think sending someone to prison for 7 years is that fucked up. Not if you're going to go around doing that to people. Dead Game says, Aaron, they get around breaking and entering by not touching the locks and bust the window. Yay. Mad Move says, Aaron, are butt plugs complimentary for the tournament? Well, what kind of guy would I be if they weren't, right? By the way, still 1285 over on YouTube. Hit like, hit subscribe. We're the biggest show in the world today. And about 350 over on Rumble. Oh, God, Rumble, show me you're alive. YouTube's killing it. Schmitty becoming a member for 37 months. Thank you, Schmitty. Hey, guys, $100 away from today's goal. Do me a favor. Throw in a few bucks. Let's hammer it out. We've only got an hour. We've got an hour and a half left in today's show. We're having a fun one, and it's almost over. 37 gifted memberships on Rumble away from 300. So go ahead and do that for us. And again, knock out that hundo. I love being in double digits, so let's get there as quick as we can. All right, we got the ICE story done. Here's what I'm going to do, guys. I don't have Johnny today, so I don't have anyone who can yap at you while I'm peeing, but I got to pee. I got the Celsius. I got the water cooking. I got to go pee. You guys help us knock out that hundo while I go do that. More next. Everybody, that was a quick one, wasn't it? I'm a fast pisser. It's easy when you do it all over your pants. Sorry. I can't, I just realized today I got really sad and then I got really happy. And it's because I suffer from bipolar disorder. No, also, ever since I peed just now, I've got like a really, I keep saying this, but maybe I got to stop drinking this shit. Ever since I peed, I have like this cramp in the bottom of my stomach. I have this odd, like, it's just this whoosh cramp kind of feeling. Like right after I peed, like the Celsius ruptured something on its way out. I don't fucking know. Anyway, welcome back. Welcome back to the program. Had kind of it's been a fun show, but it's been a weird day. OBS crashed on us once. We've got, I'm really sorry. I'm sorry. I'm having like labor contractions. It's fucked up. King Kong Dong says, how many mulligan drives do we get at the golf event? You're going to be given a 1-page printout for your cart of all the rules. So your foursome will get a printout of all the rules. So there's no ambiguity when we start the tournament. Oh my God. I am so sorry, you guys. That is a Dead Game says you pushed, you dipshit. No, this is like a stomach cramp kind of a thing. You know what it is? Oh no. It's the caffeine. You know, when you get too much coffee or too much caffeine or whatever, you got no food in you. And everything just kind of shoots through. I think I got that kind of thing going on. Mad Move says, no profile, Aaron. That chin is going to need its own entry into the tourney. That's not very nice. Dr. Silverwolf with $2 says, oh God, Johnny gave you MS. Atomic Ray says, it's your L2 and L3 discs pinching your nerves. You have poor posture. Oh, dude. You have no idea. Like, while I'm doing the show, I'm always trying to square my shoulders back and sit up as straight as I can. But it's so hard. That's why you always see me shifting in my chair. Whenever you see me shifting in my chair, I'm trying to get my spine to go right up to the chair so I can sit up straight. And then throughout the show, I'll lean forward or I'll get into a rant or something. I'll lose it. But yeah, when you see me, people will be like, why is Aaron squirming in his chair? I'm trying to get up like this. So I can sit up straight. And then throughout the show, I'll lean forward or I'll get into a rant or something. I'll lose it. But yeah, when you see me, people will be like, why is Aaron squirming in his chair? I'm trying to get up like this. so I can have better posture. I'm conscious of it. Who, what, why with $2 says, I think you're dying. Oh, no. 09 Canyon says, it's just cramps. Our Aaron is becoming a woman. Oh. King Kong Dong says, last question. When is first tea time? Need to know when to be out there. 8 a.m. is the first tea time. I recommend being out there till at 7 so you can get yourself a bloody and whatnot, you know? Also, I think we're up to 5 or 6 foursomes for the tournament. So I anticipate we'll have between 20 and 30 golfers there. I think that'll be a lot of fun. Again, eventbrite.com. Get your tickets. Let's throw in a couple of bucks and let's get us to 0. We're only $100 away from our final goal of the week. Oh, these two should be fucking summarily executed in this next story. It's fucking disgusting. This is a story out of California. It's usually good when 3 generations of family get together and do things with one another. You know, a mother and a grandmother and the child, they're hanging out, spending quality time. In this case, the further away we can get any children under this woman's care away from her and her grandmother, I think is going to benefit humanity as a whole. Let's go ahead and do this story. It's out of, I think, Santa Rosa, California. Oh, boy. Come on. There you are, buddy.
12,000 people died from overdoses last year. And the California Health Department says in San Francisco alone, there were close to 400 fentanyl-related deaths in 2021. That is a 99% increase over 2019.
I know we've tried to be progressive and we tried to be understanding of drug addiction. Oh, there we go. Sorry, guys. OBS went down again. We're good. But you're not going to... We good now? Can I do a show or are we going to keep doing this? I'll let OBS let me know when we're doing a show again today. We'll see. Buddy. Can I go now? Can I continue on with the show? Or are you just going to keep fucking around? Your call. Anyway, you get into this fentanyl issue. And with this fentanyl issue, you go, oh, come on, drug addiction and all this. It's a victimless crime. It's not a victimless crime. The victim is society. You become a bum. You become a pariah. You become someone who's not contributing to society at all. And you need to just be put in a cage to learn your lesson. I'm sorry. But drug addiction is a childish behavior anyway. It shows a lack of impulse control. It shows a lack of ability to take responsibility. It just needs to be punished by putting people in cages. And when it comes to fentanyl especially, I think the worst thing we ever started doing was we had officers and what do you call them? EMTs start carrying Narcan. You got to let these fentanyl babies you got to let them go. They're not helping. They're not contributing. They're hurting. They're gumming up the sidewalks. They're fucking everything up. I'm sorry, but you made your choice. You took the shortcut, and that's often the longest road, as they say. So that we've watched California, New York. We've watched more enlightened, liberal, libertarian societies deal with drugs, and it always makes shit worse.
Joining us to discuss this is Dr. Keith Humphreys, professor of psychiatry and behavioral sciences.
This isn't the fucking story I asked for, dipshits. Don't give me a particular story and then not make the video about the story. I hate when the news does that. Well, the story we got was a California woman and her mother arrested after police said an infant was exposed to fentanyl during an incident over the weekend. See, this is what I mean. Oh, yeah, they're just a drug addict. Leave them alone. Okay, well, there's a baby there. And now the baby tested positive for fentanyl, which like a little pinky of it could kill a baby. Sorry, you got to go away. We got to put your kid with somebody else so it can have a chance at a decent life. By the way, who, what, why with $2 says, I warned you about Johnny. Aaron has MS. Loaded Wrench with $2 says Mersh doesn't drop out this much. That hurts, but that's true. It hurts, but that's true. $95 away from this morning's goal. Guys, get it. I know I don't deserve it with all the crashes that we've been having here, but knock out that last 95 and let's call it another win for the toe. Oh, no, we went from 1,300 viewers down to 675 on YouTube because of our crash. Son of a bitch. Oh, you hate to see it. You really hate to see it. Bapa Shab says, how would they have a $23 billion fund that disappears? They need the homeless, so they will never solve the issue. Well, yeah, I mean, we saw it. We saw that story today in Minnesota. You have these big federal or statewide programs that are supposed to give poor people housing, and they just use it to rip it off and line their pockets. And then they don't help anybody. They just leave them there. May I? May I now? Is it okay? Booty Bandit says Aaron bought viewers in the timer. No, somebody bought me viewers, and I really appreciate that. That's very nice. We had over 2,000 people watching the show at one point today. That's fantastic. Those are real numbers. I'm taking them as real. Another win for the toe. By the by, $95 away from today's goal, if you've been paying attention. I'm surprised anybody's still watching at this point, let alone almost 700 people across all platforms. Whew. Boy. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Let me say that one more time before OBS decides to shut down again. JD Vance had to break a tie in the Senate yesterday. And this goes back to the Doge stuff that we were talking about. JD Vance had to cast a tie-breaking vote to make it 51-50. You know, but by the way, 51-50, a great number for the Senate and this Trump administration. But JD Vance had to come in there and break a tie on Doge. So Republican Senators Lisa Murkowski, Susan Collins of Maine, and Mitch McConnell of Kentucky wanted to block the Doge cuts. Wouldn't you know, 3 globalist Republicans wanted to block $1 trillion worth of Doge cuts. The Doge cuts in total are $1 trillion. The thing that they voted on yesterday was $9.4 billion. But Congress wants to start codifying these Doge cuts into law because that's what the court said they had to do. Trump can't just cut them using Doge. But Doge has been finding these cuts that we can make and now wants to send them to Congress. And Congress said instead of trying to pass like a $500 billion spending cut, what we're going to do instead is we're going to take this piecemeal. We're going to do it $9 billion here, maybe $20 billion here, and we're going to start signing these Doge cuts into law. I love this because it really makes the Republican Party put their fucking money where their mouth is. And when you see the Murkowskis, Collins, and McConnells of the world not want to vote for these Doge cuts because they know those cuts are coming to globalist programs that they support, kind of neocon shit, we get to see who's for real and who's full of shit. And unfortunately, the usual suspects are full of shit. JD Vance came in, cast the tie-breaking vote. Congress is inching closer to codifying the first Doge cuts via the White House's rescissions package. But the $9.4 billion price tag is just a drop in the bucket. Now, this one includes PBS and NPR, like we were talking about before. It also cuts $8.3 billion to various leftist projects disguised as foreign aid programs like USAID. So this is the USAID cut that they're doing first. Now, this really sucks. This is a bad omen because the USAID cuts were supposed to be the easiest ones for Republicans to get passed. But nothing's easy when you have these old guard globalist Republicans in there to fuck things up. So if we're having trouble getting these first round of Doge cuts when it's NPR, PBS, and USAID, which are the popular ones for Republicans, that is that doesn't bode well for the rest of the Doge cuts when it gets into like domestic spending. The Doge cuts previously passed the House in a 2-4, 2-12 vote back in June. As in the Senate, a handful of Republicans voted alongside Democrats to block the Doge cuts, including Representatives Mark Amodei of Nevada, Brian Fitzpatrick of Pennsylvania, Nicole Molotakis of New York, and Mike Turner of Ohio. I mean, in politics like in life, if it sounds too good to be true, probably isn't true. And when it comes to all this Doge stuff, man, it sounds really good. It sounds really good that Doge has all these cuts targeted, but you have to now trust these Republicans that they will go ahead and make these cuts happen. And, unfortunately, we just have not seen any evidence that that's going to happen. We haven't seen any evidence that the Republicans are going to codify the Doge cuts into law just as like a rubber stamp. Like, hey, Doge said we can cut all this money. You'd think if you were real conservatives, if you were real Republicans, you would go, all right, Doge says we should cut it. We can knock, 30% off of our annual deficit every year. Let's vote this through. Not when you got Murkowski and Collins and McConnell and all of those types in there. It's not going to be that easy. What you're asking people to do is you're asking the people who are in Congress who benefit from these spending programs, who, because we spend all this money, they get so many donations from corporations. Remember, the more money the government takes in, the more bribes they can accept in the form of campaign contributions. So if you have more regulations on healthcare and you have more money, government money going into healthcare, you'll get more money from the insurance companies and the drug companies. So you're asking these principled Republicans to cut money out of the budget at hundreds of billions of dollars a clip, if we're talking about the Doge cuts, which will affect their bottom line in terms of campaign contributions. So basically what you're doing is you're asking a bunch of United States senators to have a spine and have a backbone and be sacrificial for the good of the country. How much faith do you have in them to do that? Sam Show says you're asking the guys doing the spending to stop spending while Trump just annihilated his reputation. What reason do they have now? Exactly. Trump just nuked his own base. What reason do these Republicans have to ride on his coattails? Kevin Soundboard says, thank you to whoever gifted a membership. Yeah, we need a bunch more memberships being gifted. Let's wake it up. We were crushing it right around 8:30. Now we're pushing 9:30. We're $95 away from today's goal. Let's just roll right into it, man. Let's just do those PayPal, Streamlabs, Venmos, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's get that 95 KO'd. Thank you, Coyote NV, for $1.99. He says you need to adjust your commenter button. Thank you. I appreciate that. Eric Cartman says, I thought Mitch McConnell was dead. That's the thing. I was thinking about Mitch McConnell just the other day, which shows that I've been following way too much news. But I was thinking about Mitch McConnell just the other day. And I was like, where the fuck is Mitch McConnell? Like, what's Mitch McConnell been up to? What's Mitch been doing? And honestly, I don't think Mitch McConnell's been doing much of anything at all. I don't think Mitch McConnell's been around. I don't even think he's been on the floor of the Senate. I think they just wheel that fucker in when it's time to vote on some big spending package, and he just votes the way his staff wants him to vote. Bob Ashab says they will throw Trump under the bus when it's convenient. Oh, yeah. Like, if he bails on those of us who wanted this Epstein thing released, then the people he's putting himself in bed with are going to use him, fuck him, and leave him stranded on the side of the road like the opening, cold open of a Law & Order SVU episode, boy. Yeah, they don't like Trump. It's all career Apple the time. Oh, all career all the time. All right. Yeah, Mitch McConnell. You know, it's nice that Mitch McConnell shows up once every couple of years or once every couple of months just to fuck everything up. Yeah, Eric Cartman with a great point. Mitch McConnell is the new Feinstein, for sure. Bob Ashab says you'll see Marjorie Taylor Greene acting like a retard next week over this. She's been saying the right things lately, though, about all the Epstein stuff. All right, our viewership took a shit today because of all the OBS crashing. I'm really sorry about that. But like I said, let's vanquish that last 95 and call it another win for the toe. And I'll try to keep OBS running. If we do knock out today's goal, like I said, we will do the members only show immediately after this program. If we don't knock out the goal today, we'll sneak in a members only show when I have time this week. How's that work? Coltrane says, wonder how many more times it's going to drop out, waiting for the meltdown. Nah. No, OBS has had some problems this week, though. And now every time I log in, OBS asks me if I want to update it. And like half of me is like, yeah, I think I should probably get away from this version. And then the other part of me is like, you know what? Now I'm not really sure. I have no idea. Cheeto says, morning, boss. Did you end up giving my comedy show tickets away the other night? If not, the offer stands. Oh, that's right. Cheetos is taking 2 tickets to the comedy show. He's a two-time VIP. So he has 4 tickets to the anniversary show comedy show with Gino, Keanu, Johnny, myself, Roots Calhoun. First person to give $100 gets those 4 tickets. You know what? Fuck that. I'll do it this way. If it's okay with Cheetos, $50. You can have all 4. Otherwise, I'll give a pair away for 20 each. No, that's retarded. I meant they're going to be 20 each. Fuck, I'm stupid. $50 for the 4 or $20 for 1 is what I meant to say. God damn it. All right. So, Cheetos is giving away his 4. I'm doing $20 a single or $50 for the 4. How about that? $95 away from today's goal. That's what you get when Aaron's very serious about knocking out the goal an hour before the show's over. You get those kind of offers from the toe. $20 a ticket or $50 for the 4. What a deal that $50 for the 4 is, huh? Oh, God. All right, let's continue on with today's show. Oh, we got a airplane tirade. I love a good airplane tirade. Speaking of tirades, we have another moment. We could start doing one of these segments every single day. The CNN has a poll for us thing where CNN goes, all right, we got a poll about Trump and we've got a poll about the Republicans. Here it is. Get ready, guys. This is going to blow your mind. And then when they show it to us, it's, fuck, it looks bad for us again. So CNN decided to look into the polling on the Democrats going into the midterm elections of 2026 that are about, a year and a half away. They're 6 months into Trump's administration, and now Harry Enton wants to look at the midterm elections. Well, I think this is an incredibly bad news for the Democrats because while Trump, I don't think, has been less popular with his base ever, we're seeing a fight between Trump MAGA Republicans and other kinds of Republicans and like libertarians. The fight we're seeing is all groups on the right. The problem with this is nobody's even cluing the Democrats into the conversation. Nobody's including the Democrats in any of this talk. So if you're a Democrat, you have to be very worried that Donald Trump is taking L's right now, but you're not gaining any ground. That means there's all these little mini groups inside of this Republican Party, and it's becoming a big tent party that allows a lot of people in. So they were thinking, well, if Trump looks like shit, we're going to gain support. No, what's happening is a lot of people are just moving elsewhere within the right. This is really bad for Democrats. If you're not gaining ground when the guy you're supposed to hate is losing, that means you're becoming irrelevant. Let's go to this poll from CNN where Harry Enton and the host are like, oh, guys, you got to see that. Like, Johnny and I have said this before. They've got to see these numbers before they go live. Why do they always act so surprised?
The bottom line is this. Democrats are behind their 2006 and 2018 paces when it comes to the generic congressional ballot. What are we talking about here? All right, the Democrats versus the Republicans on the generic congressional ballot, the margins. Look at where we are now. Democrats are ahead, but by just 2 points. Look at where Democrats were already ahead by in 2017. They were behind by 7 points. How about 2005 on the generic congressional ballot? Ahead by 7 points, ahead by 7 points, and now they're only ahead by 2 points.
This is really big because the midterm elections are generally won by the party that isn't in power. Because people have had the party in power satisfied and they want a little more balance. It's not looking as good for the Democrats 20 years where they were up by 7. Now in this poll is probably about 3 to 3.5 points. So this is not a comfortable lead by any means. This shows that the Democrats are kind of on the sidelines watching the Republicans duke it out with each other, and that's a bad sign.
Their lead is less than half of where it was in either 2017 or 2005 in July of those years, the year before the midterm election. Yes, Donald Trump may be unpopular, but Democrats have not come anywhere close to sealing the deal at this particular point.
Yeah, wave looks very different.
Yes.
All right, this is...
By the way, Harry Enton from CNN gets gayer every time we watch him. Like, remember when he was like, the numbers are the numbers, and he let his Italian out a little bit? Now he's like, this is knocking futz, you guys. Like, he's really getting, like, prancier on us.
The generic ballot test. This is when you test people in a generic question. Of course, the House races aren't generic. There are...
Here's the problem. Like, yeah, generic Democrat versus generic Republican. The Democrats are in trouble. Now start putting faces and blue hair and septum piercings and crazy progressive talk on these Democrats. That number might go down. Like, put more of these Minneapolis mayoral candidate guys out there. Or Mamdani's, like, put more of those out there. I think you're going to see that 2% become 0 pretty quick.
435 of them. What happens when you go race by race?
What happens when you go race by race? Well,
whites win. Oh, I'm sorry.
It's the same idea. Okay, House seat ratings with the GOP president, like back in 2005.
Look at that.
2017. More net pickup seat chances. Well, last time around, look at that. Democrats were ahead by 33 seats. How about in 2005? Democrats were ahead by 7 seats. What's going on right now? It's actually Republicans. Actually, Republicans with more net pickups.
Look at this. He's bending over and assuming the position. Like, CNN goes insane. I love this. CNN goes fucking bonkers over their own polling. Like, they get ready to report the polling like, hey, that's fucking terrible. And it's like, you guys are the ones bringing it up there. Jesus. In a weird way, I appreciate the honesty. But if the Republicans pick up 12 seats in the midterms, that is really, really bad. I mean, for the Democrats. Because, again, in the midterms, the party in power is not supposed to pick up seats. I don't think that's happened since 2002 when George W. Bush was in there and he still had massive approval ratings from 9/11.
Up chances at +12, according to the Cook Political Report, when you add in the like.
By the way, is George W. Bush the biggest meltdown in presidential history? I mean, this was a guy who was handed a 90% approval rating after 9/11, and he squandered it. You could say George H.W. Bush, who was around 90 during the Gulf War. But I also think that George H.W. Bush still had like a 48, 49, 50% approval rating during the campaign. The problem was Ross Perot was in there taking like 10, 15% of the vote, and most of the Ross Perot vote was coming from George H.W. So that was fucking him over big time.
the leans, and the toss-up races. So it's not just on the generic ballot where Democrats are behind their 2017 and 2005 pace. It's actually when it comes seat by seat, you see that at least at this particular...
And Harry Enten knows about coming seat by seat. So this is something he's very familiar with. Look, man, it's anybody's game, obviously, and like the more Trump fucks up, the more the people running against him gain an advantage. But right now, it really does look like the Republicans are playing a game against themselves. It really does look like it's Republicans versus Republicans, and that's bad news for the Democrats because they're just being left out of the debate entirely. Chevy fan says, Hobo self-deleted after Aaron called him an autistic cave dweller. Now I feel like a bully. God damn it. Zen Man says, God damn, all this freezing up, I'm going to have to go watch Crowder. Please don't, or at least if you do, help us knock out our goal. King Kong Dong says, I can't make the comedy show anymore. You can give my tickets to 09 Canyon. All right. Did I have King Kong Dong even on here yet? Oh, yes, I did. All right. 09 Canyon. We have 4 tickets to the anniversary show from Cheetos up for grabs for the next person to drop in $50. How about you help us knock out this last 95? We're officially behind again. Well, no, not necessarily because it's $100 by 9:30. But we got down to 100 back at 8:30, which means $5 in the last hour. I mean, OBS was crashing a lot. I don't deserve it, but $5 in the last hour is a fucking nightmare. Help us knock out our last goal of the week. Carlos Cameo says Bush 44 could have shot Dick Cheney live on air and still kept his approval rating. That's just it. Bush 43, by the way. Bush 44 was Obama. But yeah, George Bush was so popular at one point that like people were ready to call it treason if you just said he wasn't doing a good job. I mean, that those of us who remember post 9/11 George W., he was a gangster, dude. Everybody loved him. Even if you didn't love him, you just shut the fuck up about it. You know, he went and made that speech on top of the rubble. Everyone's like, yeah, this guy fucking rules. Even like people like to think that there was 9/11, then there was the Iraq War, and then George Bush wasn't popular anymore. Even when he went on that boat and made that mission accomplished speech, people were still like, fuck yeah, George W. rules. We kicked Saddam Hussein's ass. George W. Bush approval rating graph. Let's do that. Like he was still popular for a while after 9/11. Yeah, here we go. So here's 9/11. He shoots way the fuck up there to 90%. Now we go to October of 03. Like he's still around the 55-60 margin. 04, he's still over 60%. As a matter of fact, I think this might have been around the time of Mission Accomplished. So like 60 to 65% in 2004. As he's running for re-election, he's still over 50%. When he gets inaugurated for his second term, he's up around 60. He doesn't really drop to under 50 until October of 05. He did spend almost his entire second term underwater. But man, he got close to, this is when Iraq was really going to shit. This was Fallujah, the surge. Here was the surge in 06. That got him back up into the 40s. And then he nominated that cleaning lady to be a Supreme Court justice, and he went to 29. Then the economy took an absolute dog shit dive in October. He went to about 25. And by the time he left, he was up over 30. Was brutal, man. From 90% down to 25%. How about, Nixon was another one. Nixon approval rating graph. he was way up there. Like when he was inaugurated, look at that, 60%, 60%. Then he dropped down to around 50 because Vietnam was in the fucking shitter. But then he said, hey, economy's doing better. I'm going to get us the fuck out of Vietnam. Starts going up. He's back up over 60. He gets reelected right about here. Then he gets inaugurated. Oh my God, he's around 70%. And then after he gets up to about 70% approval rating and the country fucking loves this man, then the CIA decides and the FBI decides we got to cool this guy's heels. And they stage the Watergate thing. And then all the FBI and CIA guys in his administration make him cover it up or get him to cover it up. And then all of a sudden the American people hate him. Isn't it amazing how PSYOPs can cause you to take really beloved figures and completely destroy these idols in the eyes of the American people so that they can't maybe overthrow the deep state? It's almost like you shouldn't believe these people when they try to tell you a guy you really like is bad. Dead Game says Nixon was too good. They had to screw him. Yep. They had to fuck over old Dick Nixon. You're not going to have old Dick Nixon to kick around anymore. All right, guys, we are really lackadaisical and we are drowning. $95 away from today's goal. Help us out, man. Let's do this. Come on. We have literally made no money in the last hour. That means I am sucking fucking balls. $95 away. Help us out. Let's hammer this thing out and call it another win for the toe. Let me hit refresh here right quick. Wait, what? No. Oh, sorry, that was the wrong thing. I thought that was I thought that was a PayPal notification. It was something else, and now I really look like a stupid asshole. All right, never mind. I'm still not making any money. $95 away from today's goal. Help us out if you could. All right, we got an American Airlines tirade. I'm ready. A passenger goes on epic tirade sparked by flight attendant with beautiful eyes. Oh, boy. Why don't we should have psyche evals so that only normal people can fly. It's just getting to be too much of this kind of person getting on planes. Like we put crazy people who have rat brains inside a little tin can, and then they start acting like crazy rats inside of a little tin can. We gotta start screening these people a little closer. Balls Deep gifting a membership over on YouTube. Thank you, Balls. I always say that. $90 away from today's goal. Help us out. Let's keep her going. Chevy Fan says, do a better show. Dude, today's show has been fucking killer. You can't convince me it hasn't been. They've all been fucking great lately. Just knock out that last 90. We'll call her a win. All right, let's see what kind of fucking chubby mutant had to go on a fucking mental breakdown on an airplane and ruin it for everyone else. I think if a guy acts so crazy on a plane or girl that you have to like bring the plane down, like you have to emergency land somewhere, I do believe that everyone on the plane should be allowed to punch that guy in the torso or in the face. Because you have just fucked up everyone's, like you got people there that need to get there for business. They have an important meeting, or they're just trying to get their one goddamn vacation they could take this year underway and started. And because you had to act like a rat in a tin shithouse, now everybody else has to suffer because of it. All right, let's see what he did.
Yeah, you're literally pissed off your customers. Shut the fuck up. Take those glasses off. You don't even deserve to see. Fuck you.
Great. That's good. Start shit with the flight attendant. You take your glasses off. You don't deserve to see. Sick burn. Oh, sick burn. That's going to get us to our destination faster. That's going to get you service quicker. No, really. I mean, imagine the job a flight attendant has. They have to hang out in this tube all fucking day, every day, different city, constantly. It sucks. And here you are, and you have the audacity to try and make that job more difficult. Go fuck yourself. You understand that when this plane lands, you get to hit the beach or the casino or wherever you're going. They have to hit another plane full of another stinky, sweaty people just like you.
Bro,
I'm done with this shit, bro. You're disrespecting all your fucking clients at this point. Bro, call the police. I'll fuck them up.
People like this, if we can't execute them, which I understand there's legal challenges to that, can we at least sterilize them? Like, could you imagine if you showed this video to Mengele? He'd be like, can I have him on my table, please? No, bring the police in here. I'll fuck them up, bro. Oh, somebody flatten this motherfucker, please.
Let's fucking mess with the wrong one.
Oh, mess with the wrong
Let's
one.
fuck with the realest person on the East Coast. Like, I'm literally doing a feature with Kodak Black. I'll shit.
Oh my God, he's doing a feature with Kodak Black? I didn't know you were the realest guy on the East Coast. I'm so sorry, sir. Let's return you to your seat. Can we get you some champagne? Why didn't you say so? You didn't tell us you were the realest motherfucker on the East Coast. I thought you were some fag from Nebraska. That's totally on us, dude.
On all you guys. I'm taking off in 5 minutes, so everybody's getting off this plane. And I'm getting money for everybody. I'll fuck y'all up. Like, go ahead and call the fucking police. Like, it's the least of my fucking worries.
I would love to sit this guy down and find out what the most of his worries are. Call the fucking police and yank me off this plane. Well, dude, if you're doing a feature with Kodak Black, you can't be put on the no-fly list. You're going to need to fly to all your guys' gigs. I mean, well, maybe private plane because you're the realest motherfucker on the East Coast. Realer than Aaron Judge? Huh.
You think I give a shit? Fucking call him. No, it's fucking in.
Fucking realer than Saquon Barkley? I'm just going with the NFL and the MLB. I don't know, man.
Yeah, I packed it. It's in my suitcase. Can you get that shit from under the plane? If someone grab, you guys got to make it up to me. If you just grab that shit from under the plane.
You guys got to make it up to me. I'm having a tirade on the airplane threatening to beat the shit out of people, but you guys got to go get my suitcase from the cargo hold because you owe me. Wow.
Oh, shut the fuck up. I'm just trying to go to sleep at this point and charge my phone. Like, if I get a text and I miss it, I'm fucking up. I do.
Ladies and gentlemen, to quote Childish Gambino, this is America. We have a grown man with titties. Not me. Look at him. We have a grown man with titties sitting here saying, I'm the realest motherfucker on the East Coast. But I need to take a nap and charge my phone because I can't miss a text. Can you go get my pilly and blankie and charger out of the cargo hold? Guys, he does have a feature with Kodak Black coming. We should be a little more respectful.
You should be helping me by now, dude. I'm fucking all up, dude. I'll do this all night, bro. I'm not shutting up till I get a cord, bro.
Till I get a cord. I'm not shutting up till I get a cord, bro. I mean, it's not like you had a chance the entire time you were at the airport to charge your phone. They don't have charging stations there. It's not like you couldn't charge your phone all night while you were sleeping before your flight. And it's not like you couldn't have taken the fucking charger out of your suitcase before you got to the airport, put it in your carry-on, and charged your phone wherever the fuck you wanted to. I'm sorry. I'm disrespecting the realest motherfucker on the East Coast, and that's on me.
Really, bro. Give me a call. Like my boss expects me to reply. I was just texting my boss when I hung up. And we make over $1 million a year, and you're fucking.
Holy shit! Please tell me something that's actually any of our problems. Yo, I was just texting my boss. By the way, any guy that says, me and my boss make $1 million a year, he's making $45,000 a year. Which is fine, but don't sit there and tell me you're making $1 million a year. You asshole. Guys like this live with their mom.
Pissing me off over $200, bro. I did all the late talk. Dude, please, bro. I'll sit down. Dude, thank you. Like, dude, name your price, bro.
I'm pretty sure people from the East Coast should all maybe be sterilized. Like, because just the way they talk is just, it makes us all sound like mongoloids. Like, if you were to have an impression of the dumbest fucking American, you would do the East Coast bra. No, bro, real talk, bro. No, it's so real, bro. No, you're fucking up right now. It's like, I would take how y'all doing over this asshole any day of the week.
I'll sit the fuck down, bro. All right, I'll shut the fuck up. Like, I need a fucking shot right now because I'm fucking pissed.
Yeah, you need liquor. That's what you need. We need to get booze in this guy's stat. I mean, if you're enjoying the show and you want to see where this retard goes next, then yes, by all means, booze him up. I mean, this is the one instance where I would endorse someone roofying a plane passenger. Just don't touch his butthole. It's probably dirty. A guy like this doesn't wipe right.
I need some Don Julio. If you don't got that shit, I'm not drinking it. I don't touch it.
Yeah, man, I don't drink nothing but Don Julio, bro. Oh, what a fucking poser douche.
Shit. I don't even like to drink. Like, if you bring out some bullshit, I'm not even gonna take it. Like, I'm picky. Like, if you're gonna pay for this shit, my company was gonna pay for it. It's a company experience. Like, fuck you, bro. You don't know who the fuck you're talking to.
Please enlighten me. Call Kodak Black for me. Oh, that's right. You're too retarded to know how to bring your charger. Yeah.
I'll talk all fucking day to defend my people. Fuck you.
Who the fuck are your people? The people from Jersey Shore? I don't, like, who are we? Now we're fighting for the Native Americans? I don't understand.
I'll talk to the police. I'll talk to whoever the fuck you want me to talk to. I'll talk to your supervisor and we'll make a deal. Because at this point, I'm just trying to make a deal and someone handed me a charger. Like, if you fuck with me, like, you're fucking with...
I'm trying to make a deal for... Bro, just fly the rest of the plane without the text messages. You will be fine.
The team, like, I'll pull up with 100 people right now. And they'll surround this plane and we will not take off. Like, I can do that right now.
Okay. Oh, please do. That's what I'd say. If I'm a flight attendant, I'd be like, sir, go for it. How are you going to do that? You can't even charge your phone. You ain't shit happening. Thank you, Redbird, for the $2. He says, disrespect, huh? Say no more. Oh, I'm sorry. We're disrespecting you. We're sorry, realest man on the East Coast. What can we get you? A charger? Oh, yes. Post-haste.
So, like, just please shut the fuck up. They charged me $53 for a fucking Starbucks meal. I got a fucking kid's meal.
Oh, shit. This guy's like a fatter me. This isn't good. He's a pig-faced asshole.
Are you fucking kidding me, bro?
It's okay. Your company makes over $1 million a year. You should be fine. You can pay for it, you fucking baller in shitty pants.
Can't even help us out. Give everybody a refund. It's been an hour. Like, what the fuck? I'm about to get off this shit. I don't have time for this. Like,
then please, please activate the slide for this motherfucker or just shove him out the window. Either one. Just let him get out.
Peace out, bro. Fuck you guys. I'm about to light up a blunt on this plane. Like, you don't know who the fuck I am, bro. SOS.
Yeah, that's right. I trafficked drugs onto an airplane. I'm about to light up a blunt on this plane because I smuggled drugs onto here. Fucking retard.
Bro, you fucked with the wrong word. Hey, bro, walk up there and tell them what to fucking do because I'm pissed, bro. Bring me a shot, for real. Like, if you want to be cool, like, bring that shit to me right now.
Shut the fuck up.
Finally! I was waiting for that guy to make an appearance. Oh my God, how long were they going to let this go? Somebody stand up and knock this motherfucker out, please.
You, bro. You want to talk to me, bro?
No, I don't.
You want to talk to me? Then back the fuck up, bro. Shut your fucking mouth. I just offended you.
Don't talk to women like that.
Gonna talk to
Shut
me.
the fuck up.
If she's being a bitch, I'm going to call it out, bro.
Oh, man, you're so hardcore, dude. Hit this motherfucker with the drink cart right in the nuts, please. It's kind of ballsy. That guy's way bigger than him. That was kind of ballsy for that guy to stand up and say something.
Shut the fuck up and sit down, bro. Walk. You have 3 fucking seconds before I fuck you up. I'm not scared of you, pussy.
Shut the fuck up and
Shut
don't
the
talk to
fuck
women
up.
like that.
Fuck you. I have 4 sisters. If I want to talk to a bitch like that, I fucking will.
I don't think Kodak Black should do that song with this guy. There was one Midwesterner on this plane, and their thoughts were this.
Oh, no! Oh, jeez!
Man, a few words.
I fuck with you. I'm sorry. Like, you're very beautiful, and you deserve better. Whoever's treating you like shit, like, I'm sorry.
It's you, dickhead! You! Oh, this is the kind of guy who, when women don't want to go home with him, he calls them lesbians.
Like, you red glasses, like, you better never talk to a customer like that again, or you're gonna lose your fucking job.
Wait a minute. Weren't you just apologizing to her and saying sorry and she's beautiful? Now you're threatening her. Oh, my God. This guy's exhausting.
And at least he knows how to show some respect. That's the only reason I'm showing respect. God damn, bro. And I don't even like to say God, bro, because I believe in God. And dude.
Oh, my God. This guy in the Liver King should hang. I don't even, like, I'm just trying to abide by the ancestral tenets, bro, and, like, drinking my barbarian water. You don't even know, dude.
You guys are making me really out of character today. But I've had so drama with my family today that everybody's faking on me right now. And I don't give a fuck who's on this plane. If you're all hating, fuck every single one of you.
Oh, dude, you should get a Thug Life tattoo on your chest, bro. That would be hardcore. Guys, did you know this guy doesn't give a fuck what anybody thinks while he rants for hours about what people should think?
But I'm trying to defend us because we all deserve refunds. They're making us sit here for like a fucking hour. We should have been fucking took off. I'm just trying to get this shit moving at this point.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, you were doing this for all of us. Oh, well, then I apologize.
You're the captain, bro. Can you fucking tell some people what to do? I will shut the fuck up, bro. I'm trying to tell you what to do. Trying to tell you. All right, bro. I'm sorry, bro. I'm just pissed, bro. Like at least give me a refund, bro.
You know, he's not even drunk. He's just retarded. This would be mildly forgivable if he, like, mixed some meds with some booze and he was just out of pocket. He's just a fucking gorilla.
Let me sit in the front, bro. I'll literally sit in the pilot seat, bro, and I won't even fuck with it, bro.
Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah, let's let this guy sit in the pilot seat. I'd rather have Muhammad Atta in the pilot seat than this guy.
Like, let me sit talking, bro. I've always wanted to do it, bro.
Oh, well. We're all about making dreams come true for giant fucking mongoloids from the East Coast, so you're in luck. Today's Fly with a Retard Day. You didn't know that? Come on up.
Come on, bro. Let me sit in the pilot seat, bro. I won't take their seat, bro. I know they're gonna pay it, bro. Like, but I'll pay you guys. If you let me sit in the pilot seat, I'll pay you guys $100 fucking right now.
$100? Oh my God, that's like a tank of gas. This guy's balling.
Who wants the 100? Like, is anybody gonna help me? I'll really move to first class. I'll start walking myself up.
I'll give someone $100 if I can move to first class. What? Are you fucking high? Oh, he might be.
Or I'm walking off the plane, so like I'm pissed at this fucking point. Like I need a shot, or I'm not gonna chill the fuck out.
Oh my God, you need a shot. You know who needs a shot? Alcoholics, sir. Congratulations.
Until I get everybody a refund on this plane. Because you're already shaking us our fucking pockets to airports. Don't talk to me like that. Don't do it.
Oh, he's getting political now. They're already shaking us up at the airports, all right? We're already doing this for the... Oh, my God.
Yeah, because I'm not going to take that. I've had a long day. I've been up for 2 days. I'm just trying to go to sleep.
Listen.
I will shut up.
Bro, it's literally like kindergarten nap time, dude.
Please do, because no one's talking to you any kind of way.
Hey, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to give you any issues. Like, I'll literally go to sleep right now.
You're not trying to give him any issues. You're just effortlessly doing it. Wow, that's real skill, my man.
Okay, that's it then.
You guys are so disrespectful. I'm literally just trying to ride here and get off. Like,
I've already asked you several times to be seated, okay? And it was
what
nice.
do you want me to do? I'm sitting on my butt. Like, what do you want me to do?
We want you to sit on your butt. That's exactly. What do you want me to do? I'm sitting on my butt. Right. I need you to hold that pose. Thank you. And we're going to play the quiet game.
Dude.
And you keep yelling at us.
Because you're being disrespectful. Like, talk to me like a man. Like,
while I whine like a bitch, I want you to talk to me like a man. Talk to me like a man. Why won't you talk to me like I'm a big boy? Please go pee-pee in the potty, sir.
Oh, like, talk to me like an adult.
I have been.
Like, I'm literally chilling. Like,
you're not.
Fuck with y'all. Like, crazy. I've never dealt with this in my life. Give me my money back. I'll get off right now.
Okay.
Refund. Give me my refund right now. Okay, peace out. I'll get a hotel. Fuck you guys.
I love how he tries to hold respectability as long as he can. And he's like, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to disrespect y'all. And fuck you, I'll get a hotel. Like, he's just holding it in. He can't.
This is ridiculous. No, please. Like, I'll sit down and shut up, bro. I'm just trying to get to call.
No. I thought you were going to the hotel. No, you had us. We were on your side. get your shit and leave and go to the hotel. That's what you said you were going to do.
Colorado, bro. I have a job at 5 in the morning. I'll go to sleep, bro. Please, bro. Take me out the door. Who's saying that shit, bro? Stay out of it. Relax, dude, why is everybody giving me shit when I'm trying to go to sleep? I'll sit down, bro, dude. Like, literally.
Yay! That's what they should do. Every time he sits down, the whole plane should go, yay! And then every time he stands up, the whole plane should go, boo!
Bro, I'll shut up, bro. Like, you won't hear from me one more time. I'm not asking you for nothing. Like, after this, I'm getting a full refund. Like, you fucked with the wrong one tonight. And I'm sorry, sir. I'm not trying to do this to you. Like, I'm sorry. Like,
you said you weren't going to talk anymore. Shut the fuck up.
I was trying to talk to you at first. I was trying to be nice. Like, I did not know you were the captain, bro. I would have never overstepped, bro.
You didn't know the guy in the captain's outfit was the captain? Okay.
I'm sorry, bro. I did not know I was so nice to the captain, bro. Dude, who was talking to me, bro? People don't know how to mind their business, bro. Like, I'm literally shutting up.
Says the guy walking up and down the halls cutting promos on people. Okay.
Fuck, bro. So disrespectful, bro. So disappointed in American Airlines. Like, I'll literally call y'all's boss and say, all y'all fired, like, after that. Like, fuck, bro. I'll shut up. I'm just not going to be talked to like that by people that literally don't make as much as me.
Oh, so they don't make as much as you. You shit on them and okay. I have a hard time believing that a stable genius like this is holding down a primo position somewhere.
Don't talk to me like that. I literally don't need shit from y'all. Like, I'm just paying for my ticket and I'm peacing out. Like, fuck. Damn, everybody here is pissed. Like, you guys are disrespecting me in front.
Wasn't it like a minute ago he said he was done talking? I thought he was done talking. The teasing this guy does.
Everybody, like, chill out. Like, I'll shut up all night. Like, literally.
I don't think you will.
Fuck.
I will say this. This might be the single most unlikable human being I've ever seen in my entire life.
You got me so fucked up. You're laughing because it's some tragic situations, bro. I don't know what happened, bro. Whatever, bro. I'm never coming back, bro.
No, a tragic situation would be if you lived to 90.
Never stepping foot on this shit, bro. You guys should give me first class for this shit. First class if we're going to deal with this shit. Because I want to sit up there because you guys are not giving me even a fucking seat. I'm cool with the seat. Honestly, I have room. Honestly,
everybody is going. You heard one guy, he goes, Jesus Christ.
That's why I'm trying to help you, bro. I know people that can fly planes, bro. I can help everybody here. Like, I'm not.
Oh, you know people who can fly planes? Oh, man, at this point, my favorite plane flyers come from Saudi Arabia. By the way, he's got a badass spot on the plane, too. Like, I would love to have just a wall and then a bunch of room to fit my shit.
You mess with your business. Like, I'm really a peaceful guy. Like, I have a good heart. I'm not trying to.
God damn, he sounds like a woman.
Talk to you guys like this. I'm not trying to do this. Like,
I have a good heart. I'm a decent person. Somebody did this to me.
I will forget about this shit. Please, like, just leave me alone the whole flight. I don't want anybody to talk to me.
Quiet. Please. How long is he going on for?
I'm not asking for first class. Like, I'll literally just sit.
Oh my God, he's still gonna go.
Sorry, I smell like weed too. Like, I just smoke. Like, I don't give a fuck.
Sorry, I smell like weed. I just smoked too. I don't give a fuck. Wow. This guy, $1 million a year company, this guy.
Nobody's gonna treat me like that. I don't work for no one. Not even the companies I work for. I do this by myself. I literally work 100 hours a week and you guys are giving me shit. Like, I expect first class by the end of this flight.
I expect first. Well, sir, there's a saying here in Colorado, wish in one hand, shit in the other, and see which one fills up faster. I'm done with this. I got no more use for this guy. I mean, do you really want to see how this ends? It's just, I mean, it's fucking monotonous. Chevy fan says, I wonder how many movie quotes Aaron can squeeze into a 6-hour flight. Don't fucking test me. Don't you test me. Eric Cartman says, please, Air Marshal, put this prick out of his misery. Oh, my God. Camel Toe gifting a membership. Thank you very much. Someone calling him an emotional wigger. I mean, it's no hyperbole there. They are correct. Thank you for gifting that membership. $85 away from today's goal. Hey, guys, we got a half hour left. I would really appreciate it if we knocked out this goal, especially since we've made $15 in the last hour and a half. This is a fucking disaster. Redbird with $2. Oh, no, I did the disrespect. Say no more. All right. Thank you. Oh, my God. $85 away. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Please get in there and help us out and knock out the rest of this so we can have a shot at a W today. It was looking like fait accompli a little while ago. And I guess I fucked that up. But finish it up. $85. 30 minutes left. Let's go.
I'm not tripping.
He's not tripping.
Whatever y'all want, bro, but I'm pissed, bro.
He's pissed.
Fucked with the wrong one today, bro.
Fucked with the wrong
I
one.
do not have time for this shit. And anybody who wants to say something, fucking say it.
Flight attendants verifying this on the door. Stand by.
You know what I do? He goes, anybody wants to say something, say it. And then wait till he sits down and go, asshole! And then watch him shoot back up again. Just start fucking with this guy. Like, he's the dumbest motherfucker you've ever met. He's so stupid. Like, you can fuck with him easily. At least these people should be entertaining themselves during this flight. Like, right now, they're letting this guy drive them nuts. Like, use his momentum against him and just start triggering him over and over.
Like, shut the fuck up. Mind your business. Like, I'm not trying to cause any drama, bro. I'll sit.
I'm not trying to cause any drama. Everybody shut the fuck up. Fuck you. You all suck. I should be in first class. Suck my dick. Fuck you. I'm not trying to cause any drama, bro.
The captain's sitting next to me, y'all are doing this shit to me. Like, it's crazy. I never expected this from America. You guys are the best in the game. Like, how would you treat people like this?
Stop talking like that. Stop saying like best in the game. Realest motherfucker. You're not. You might be a bricklayer if you're lucky.
I expected better from you. I said you have beautiful eyes. Like, I was trying to be nice.
Oh, well, I didn't know that. Why didn't you start with that? You told her she had beautiful eyes and they're treating you like this? Oh, my God. Never mind, guys. I'm 1,000% on his side. I didn't know that he told her she had beautiful eyes. Every woman wants to be told she has beautiful eyes by a pig-faced creep. Oh, my God. You know, that's the thing about the media. You know, they leave all the important stuff out until the end. Context, it's called.
I don't even fuck with you anymore. Like, don't talk to me. Like, you don't deserve anything you have on your body. Like, that's crazy you have a watch like that. Like,
you don't deserve anything you have on your body. That, I've never heard that insult before. That's a new one on me. She doesn't deserve her watch.
Bro, it's crazy, bro. She's the one that disrespected me. She's the reason I'm pissed, bro. Like, I'm literally asking you guys to make it up to me. That's it. I'm not trying to make a problem, bro. Dude, you're the captain, and you're literally letting her talk to me like this, bro. You're the only one talking.
Peace to the cat. Thanks for the. It's very nice of the captain to fucking stand up for his crew like that, though. He's like, don't disrespect her. Cut the shit. He's like, bro, I'm just trying to say, like, I'm not disrespecting her. You literally said she doesn't deserve anything on her body.
Hi, man. You just gotta shut your mouth. All right, bro. I'm just trying to find a USB charger, bro. That's all I need, bro. If you guys give me a USB.
I don't think you need to be talking that much to find a USB charger. And if you don't have a USB charger, it's fine. You're flying to fucking Colorado, not Australia. You'll be there soon.
I'll forget about all this shit. Like, I'll buy it from anyone, bro. Like, $20, $30, maybe a prize. Like,
you just said $100 a little bit ago. I don't like that you're. I don't like that you're welfaring people now.
I don't know why no one's trying to help me when I'm being treated like shit on a plane. Like, this never happened.
Treated like shit on a plane.
This never happened to me. I've flied since I was like 4 years old. All right, man.
Guys, he's flied since he was 4 years old. You don't even know.
Literally in training for this, bro. In these situations, I'm gonna make you guys pay me money. And you guys owe me money at this point. Like, I'm not dropping this. Like, this is the hot topic. I'll wrap.
This is a hot topic. I'm not dropping this. This is the hot topic. I'll rap about this. Oh, please do, sir. Could you freestyle right now?
All day. Like, I'm literally a rapper. I'll rap right now. I'm freestyle and fuck y'all up. But
do it. Do it. Please fucking do it. See, this plane full of people is too annoyed. They're letting their emotions get the better of them. You'd go, yes, right now. Right now, acapella, drop that shit.
Don't even talk to me. Like, bro, I'll run circles around you guys. Like, literally, bro. American Airlines, like, y'all are off the fucking team. Like,
oh, did you guys hear that, American Airlines? You're off the fucking team. I'm sorry to let you know. You're off the team. It's got to be. Look, to me, when you get heartbreaking news, you just got to hit them straight between the eyes with it.
All day, I do it all day. People call me all day, bro. I'll do this shit for the whole plane ride, bro.
Nobody's doubting you. Nobody's saying you won't be a giant fucking cunt the entire plane ride there. We all believe you.
I don't give a fuck. Like, if you guys are gonna treat me like that, I'm not gonna let you guys treat anybody like that. So you need to slow your fucking roll. But that's all
true.
I'll say. I'll shut the fuck up.
Okay, that is the third time he said he's going to shut the fuck up. Do you believe him? 1 in the chat for yes, 2 in the chat for no. Do you believe this man will now shut the fuck up after he has said he will shut the fuck up?
I've been trying to shut the fuck up all day and go to sleep. I'm so fucking tired. I am not trying to deal with this shit.
If you press 2 in the chat for he's not going to shut the fuck up, congratulations, you won. He decided that shutting the fuck up was for the queers.
I'm disappointed. Like, I should have first class by now. Like, it's crazy, bro. I'm never coming back. You guys lost a customer, a lifelong customer. I was
Promise? Do you promise?
just about to buy a subscription with y'all. And
You're about to buy a subscription. Can you buy an American Airlines subscription? I feel like that might be bullshit. Hold on a second. American Airlines subscription offers Wi-Fi subscription plans for frequent flyers with monthly and annual options available for single or dual device connections. You are going to become a Wi-Fi subscriber? How are you going to do that? Your phone's not charged.
with y'all like once a week, bro. I have so much work right now, and I'm literally just trying to talk to a boss or something. Like, I'm not going to let someone run over me.
Bro, you're a boss. You got this. King.
I'm trying to take a flight, bro. Like, I've been nice since I got here. And, like, the only reason I'm still talking is I can talk all day, bro. I'm more center, like.
No, we know you can talk all day. We're aware.
ESPN, like, I'm done with this shit. I'm leaving. Can you guys give me my money back? Because I'm not going to be talked to like this. Like, I expect the first, like.
Not going to be talked to like this. Nobody's fucking talking to you.
I'm going to use the bathrooms. Fuck you guys. Like, I'm not waiting and being told what to fucking do when we've already waited fucking 2 hours for this shit and I'm asking for a fucking cord. And you guys can't even give me a fucking cord. You guys are paying me all the money back. I'm a lawyer.
He's a lawyer. Did you hear that? He's a lawyer. He works 100 hours a week. He's going to Colorado. He's working in a company that makes over $1 million. And he's a lawyer. This guy's a fucking Renaissance man. Yeah. Dude, he's walking to the back of the plane and he's just ranting and raving while he's walking to the shitter.
And I have to tell you.
Oh, there you go. I'm sure that went on for longer and longer and longer and longer, and they had to deal with that over and over and over and over again. Oh, my fucking God. Coltrane with $1 says the Muhammad Atta joke was worth $1. Jeez, really? Really? We're $85 away from today's goal. My very funny Muhammad Atta joke was worth $1. 25 minutes left in the show. Any chance we could get $85 here in the next 25 minutes? This was a fucking disappointing program. Holy shit. I had it fucking knocked cold today. Fucking crushing it. I feel like a guy on the plane now. I'm the baddest motherfucker in the world. Can't make $85 to knock out today's goal. All right, guys, it's going to get fucking beggy for the next 25 minutes. I can tell you that much. Let's hammer it out. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Miss Tay gifting a membership. Can we have people? We have had many different people. But let's have a little other than Miss Tay and the same people fucking knocking it out. You love this show. You listen to this show constantly. You can throw a little $5 at the toe. $80 away from today's goal. Oh, keep it going, folks. Keep it going. $80, and we call it a win for the toe. Thank you very much. That puts Miss Tay to 85 for today. You know, that should inspire others. Chevy Fan got that membership from Miss Tay. Now he doesn't have to watch ads. I think Chevy Fan should throw in a membership as well. That is just what I believe. In my heart and soul, it is a part of my morals. So what happened with this guy? I'm looking at the article here to see what started this. It was posted, the video was posted to X in 5 parts. We just watched the whole thing. Fucking with the realest person on the East Coast. We know that. So we have no idea what started this, what happened, somebody should tell Kodak Black about this fella, by the way. So, I mean, Kodak Black is apparently working with a very unstable fella. And he should perhaps know that he's working with someone who's, he's disruptive, shall we say. Thank you very much to Nomo gifting a membership. Thank you, pal. $75 away from today's goal. Let's go. Let's do it. We're going in the right direction now. Keep gifting those memberships. Streamlabs, Venmo, PayPal, the whole deal. Super chats, Rumble rants, memberships. Oh, my God. This person texts in, you should send an invoice to OBS for lost revenue. I know, we were knocking out the goal. We were fucking killing it. Then OBS starts crashing all over the goddamn place. Now we're limping to the finish line, and it's no guarantee. $75 away from today. Oh, God. You know what? Serves me right for thinking we were going to have a nice and easy one. I was thinking we got down to 100 at, goddamn, that's right. We got down to 100 at 8:30. And I'm like, we got this. And now hour and 40 minutes, $25. Oh. I'm gonna be very straight with you. If any other show with our size audience started when we made $25 in the last hour 40, I'd go fucking quit, dude. Like, what are you doing? You made $25 in an hour 40. Fucking quit the game. I will say that. I would tell somebody that. If they had a show, it's like, how many people you have watching your show? Anywhere between 800 and 1,000 people at a time. Oh, okay, that's really, really great. How much money did you make? In the last hour 40, I've made $25. Fucking quit. Go do something else. Fucking quit. Go do something else. $75 away from today. Help us out. Knock it out. Call it a win for the toe. I would love that. It's our final goal of the week. That evening show crowd is laughing at you guys right now. Yeah, Miss Tay says, is this the morning? Shameful, right, Miss Tay? Miss Tay, tell them the evening show had their goal knocked out in less than an hour last night. The evening show was talking mad shit too. So it's I think we ought to get this thing hammered out, or this last 18 minutes or so is going to get weird for all of us. Let's go to our next one. Childcare. Oh, yeah. This one's fucking, who cares? Oh, the cat story. I'm going to try and muster a little bit of sympathy for a cat. A New Bedford police said a woman was charged with animal cruelty after 3 cats were found dead in her overheated vehicle on Tuesday. All right, look. I am not a cat guy. We all know this. I despise them. They're right next to pit bulls as far as I'm concerned. I think they're useless. However, are you ready for this? No cat deserves to die the awful death that is, overheating in a vehicle. That is terrible. And this woman should at the very least have her head and arms put in the stocks and have tomatoes thrown at her. I mean, this is a bad person. According to police, 2 officers received a report of animals trapped inside a vehicle at Zebra Foods on Rockdale Avenue by the Animal Control. Officers observed a black cat. Well, that's bad luck. Well, it's bad luck for them. Being a black cat was actually bad luck in this case. moving inside the vehicle and were met with foul odor from within the car when they arrived at the scene. See, they smelled tuna and they just assume it was cat food. Really, this woman has a dirty pussy and she killed cats. She's the worst and she deserves to be punished. Officials said the temperature inside the car was 106 degrees in the front and 131 in the back, just like me. $75 away. The car had about maybe 5 inches of space, just like me. $75 away from today's goal. That's available for the cats to roam through. The rest was just debris and trash. Just like the owner of the vehicle, 53-year-old Brandy Lynn Mosher, single cat woman, no doubt, told officers that the 3 cats have been living in the car. When you think about maybe bringing them inside, Mosher stated that she left the car parked for 2 hours with an electric fan and food and water inside. Retard, if you put an electric fan in a car that's 106 or 131 degrees, all you are doing with that fan is blowing hot air at the cats. Jesus fucking Christ. The American education system is literally costing us lives. New Bedford police said they found 2 dead cats inside the vehicle that appeared to have been dead for several weeks. Oh, man. Lock her up. Lock her up. This is the first story in a long time where I've felt bad for cats. We grabbed the first cat that we seen, which was the live cat. And then we started looking for others, which we were told they were alive. And as we started pulling everything out of the car, we noticed the crates with the carcasses of the dead animals inside. Another dead cat was discovered in the car at a later So she's just like, you know how sometimes you have like candy bar wrappers or chip wrappers or fast food wrappers in your car under the seat you forgot about for a couple of months? This woman has that same thing, only it's cat corpses. According to police, Mosher was arrested and charged with 4 counts of animal cruelty. I know that we don't lock anyone up in this country anymore, up in here. But for God's sake, could we do it this time? Could we just, it would be really nice if we could maybe just one time put somebody behind bars, because I honestly, at this point, to save this woman from herself, could we lock her up? Yeah, exactly. Somebody texting in, giant mobile air fryer. That's about what she turned it into, was a giant mobile air fryer. Oh, that's that. And you know what the worst part is? Because I'm sure this woman is disgusting. Those dead cats were not the smelliest pussy in that vehicle. Doggo Doesn't Die says, yeah, but the hot air is circulating. Right. Miss Tay says, what an absolute cunt. Oh, there's no doubt about it. No doubt about it. $75 away from our final goal of the week. We got 13 minutes left, guys. Please, if you're feeling like dropping in some money, we need to do it now so we can. We cannot go from starting the week ahead and almost having 4 weeks of perfection. Well, actually, we've had months of perfection, but 4 weeks of being ahead to now missing today. That would be a huge black eye for the toe. That's a huge L for the toe. And really, I mean, morning crew, I got to be honest with you. It's been 2 days of beg on really killer shows with solid numbers. And I can't blame the show quality, because the evening show, like Miss Tay said, killing it with a far smaller audience. MSO says, fuck him. I said it first. Fuck him. What do you mean, fuck him? It's a lady. It was a lady who left the cats in there. If you're a single guy and you're buying cats, you're way more confused than we even know. We do have a Louisiana pastor. While I wait for you guys to try and pity fuck us out of this $75 goal, which would be nice, we've got one of a Louisiana pastor fired from the East Baton Rouge Parish Library. Now, when I say religious figure fired from the library, you're probably thinking, poke, poke, touch, touch, naughty, right? Nope. This was a pastor who was donating his time to the library, trying to help out, but he used a woman's wrong pronouns. They wanted to be called something. He called them something else. And instead of maybe talking to him and saying, can you just call her this? They fired him over it. He was fired over a conversation on July 7th after working as a technician at the library for less than 6 months. Ash is the lead pastor of Stevendale Baptist Church in Baton Rouge. Ash described the events in an interview, saying, I was in a conversation with a coworker about something that she was training, and I did not use preferred pronouns in that conversation. That coworker corrected me, said that the person was training preferred to be called he, and I refused to use those pronouns. He continued, the next day I was reprimanded by my supervisor and the head of reference, and Thursday morning I was fired, saying, quote, I am not going to lie, so I cannot use those pronouns. Well, I mean, you got to give him credit for this. It's a guy who fucking gave up his job to stand up for what he believes in. I totally respect that. It's also a great example that there's no such thing as conservatives anymore. Because what did they conserve? They didn't hold the line on this. People are now getting fired and punished for not saying he or she or they or them. So you didn't conserve that. That's kind of another way the needle is moved. Like, can't we? That's the problem with HR in general is like, can't we just kind of settle this shit like adults? Like, do we really have to, be like, oh, you said a word, you said he instead of she or she instead of he. And then, and then you go, oh, well, then we got to fucking fire you. You're gone. Instead of like, can't you two talk it out? And like, as people who have a moral and religious disagreement on this, can we just come to some kind of thing you can talk to each other about that makes the workday go by? Instead, it's, nope, I'm sorry. You've got to be fired. You're gone. God damn, man. Yeah, Carlos Cameo says it's not something I'd ever hear come out of Louisiana. That's the most surprising part to me, too. Of all places, Louisiana. You're firing people for the pronoun game. Unreal. Hey, guys, we got 9 minutes left, and we're $75 away from today's goal. Oh, fuck. $25 in 2 hours. $25 in 2 hours. We go from ahead for 4 weeks to $100 away at 8:30 to we're going to fucking lose today. But you love this show, you can throw 5 or 10 in, honest to Christ. Oh, boy. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Sure would be nice to get a W. Got some Rogan stuff. Got some Epstein stuff. Oh, Joe Rogan is not the king of podcasts on YouTube this week. Mediaite gets a boner over this. So, like, if Joe Rogan isn't the number one podcast on YouTube 1 week, Mediaite writes this big article about how Rogan is no longer the king of podcasts. And it's like, why? For 1 week, one show had more downloads than Rogan did? You understand Rogan's on Spotify, and then he's on YouTube, and then he's on all these other platforms. And then when you find out who the top spot was taken by for podcasts on YouTube, fucking Tony Hinchcliffe, who, by the way, is a Rogan guy. Tony Hinchcliffe is not on top of the podcast ratings unless he has his association with Joe Rogan. So I love that Mediaite is like, yeah, fucking Joe Rogan's cooked. He lost this week's podcast downloads. And they're like, okay, who do you lose it to? One of his underling guys that he promotes heavily. Oh, okay. It's like, I mean, I guess that's, shitty for them. Hey, guess what? Happy Days wasn't the most watched TV show this week. Oh, what was? Joni Loves Chachi, bitch. Oh, okay. WWE Raw wasn't the highest rated wrestling show on TV. Oh, yeah, what was? SmackDown, motherfucker. Oh, all right. Well, I guess you got me. It's pretty shitty. One of Joe Rogan's underlings beat him in podcast. I think Rogan only did one show this week, too, so that would be part of the reason. Rogan hasn't been surpassed since May, when true crime podcast Rotten Mango edged its way into number 1. And how's that doing? Like, yeah, there's going to be podcasts where one episode they have some fucking huge interview and it becomes a big deal and it goes viral. I mean, it's gonna happen. Sir Franklin says we need a show tonight, Toe. Oh no, fuck that. I'll lose by $75, but it's just that we don't deserve to. Like, we should have knocked it out today. This is a disappointing L for the Toe to take. I'll be honest with you. $75 away, 6 minutes left to go. Last 2 hours of the show as we're cooking and crushing and killing. $25 came in. Eric Cartman says, do a Thursday night show, boss. No, that's fucking pathetic. As pathetic as begging for the next 5 minutes to hit $75 is going to be, as fucking tragic and awful and as shitty as that is, and as big of a piece of shit as I look like for doing that, if I came on and did a show tonight that's not scheduled for a fucking $75 money grab, that would be fucking pathetic. Take your $75 L like a man, beg for 5 minutes like a bitch, and then if you lose, take your $75 loss like a man. Now, could you guys fix this in 5 minutes? Of course you could. Will you? We'll see. Eric with $10 over on PayPal. Thank you, Eric. What a guy. $65 away from today's goal. Thank you very much, MSO. I said it would be pathetic to be on tonight. He goes, see you tonight. No, I wasn't doing a thing. I wasn't being cute, MSO. I'm really not doing it. Hobo says, you're thinking about it, Jew. I'm not, I swear. Thank you, Eric, for the $10. So now it's $65 in the next, what is it? In the next 5 minutes that we got to do. Eric says, yea, must be born again. John 3:7. Tim with $1 says, that's all I have. Sorry, it's not enough. Well, thanks for digging through the couch cushions, buddy. I appreciate that. All right, can we get 65 in the next 4 minutes? $9.99 from Coyote NV. What a guy. What a guy. 55 ballers away from zero. Hey, do any of you have a few ballers you could throw in to knock out this last $55? Take my 20 from the Towboy sponsor I sent last week for the goal. No, that's for the Towboy sponsorship, dude. Got to do that. You got to push that Towboy sponsorship. Dad Vet says, hurry up and give Aaron money. He's got to go golfing. No, I am not going golfing today, for goodness sake. Ultimate TND says, can we hit it? God bless the goal. God bless the goal. Banana goal. We knock out the goal by 10:30. I'll do this. We'll shit on the Daily Wire a little bit. How's that? I'll do an extra story if we get that 55 knocked out in the next few minutes here. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, Fake Dono for $15 by Fake Dono on Venmo. Thank you very much. $40 away from today and another perfect week for the Toe if we knock out another 40. Thank you very much. I'm starting to think that you guys hold out on me till the end because you like to see me go insane. I'm starting to think this is a negotiation and entertainment tactic just for you. Don't you fucking gaslight me. Don't you gaslight me. 40 away from knocking it out tonight or today. What fucking time is it? I got to undraw the shit. Undraw the shades. Eric Cartman says, pass the plate. Father Aaron needs a new roof. The roof is fine. The roof is fine. 3 minutes away and $40 away from today's goal. Camo Girl with $4.99. Thank you very much. $35 away from today. Oh, can we get there? Fauci's Pangolin says, great show today. Don't let it go to your forehead. I don't know. I have no idea what you're talking about. I have no idea what you mean by that. $35 away. Atomic Ray with 10 gifted memberships. Give that man an Olbermann.
They are afraid.
And that puts Atomic Ray at $100, which puts Miss Tay in the cuck chair. Atomic Ray is at $100. Miss Tay goes to the cuck chair, and it's another win for the toe. Unbelievable, with Atomic Ray for the win and the $50. What a guy and what a W. And we're now 19 gifted memberships away from the vaunted 300. Thank you, guys. All right. Let's see if the Daily Wire is all on Team Benny Boy. Let's see if they're all on Team Ben Shapiro. Michael Knowles, who's a Daily Wire guy, wanted to give his 2 cents on the Epstein stuff. We're going to see how much Ben Shapiro values free speech. Because Michael Knowles went on TMZ Live and did an interview with Harvey Levin and the boys. And, you know, Harvey Levin, believe it or not, has been pretty tough on the Epstein thing, on Trump. Ben Shapiro says the Epstein thing is the Epstein thing, and anyone who thinks he was involved with Mossad or anyone who thinks he was involved in child trafficking, well, you should want those people locked up. Hey, Ben, we fucking do. Ben does this disingenuous shit where he dares you to think the way you do and then goes, see, they won't think it. It's like, motherfucker, we already said it. Ben is such a dishonest cunt. He's such a plant. He's awful. Let's see if Michael Knowles will gain my respect if he goes on TMZ and gives the opposite of Ben Shapiro's opinion.
Oh, goodbye MAGA? What's going on, Michael?
Yeah. It's not quite at the level of goodbye MAGA, but I think this is the most serious threat to the MAGA coalition that we've seen in the last 6 months.
You know what? I like this sober analysis, not being disingenuous, honest analysis from Michael Knowles. I like it so far. Better than Ben Shapiro.
I don't know, maybe the last 6 years. I don't think that what MAGA wants is just to publish all the files willy-nilly. I don't think that's a top priority. Some people say that, but I think what we really want is justice. Justice would be a prosecution of some of the bad people.
Right.
Justice would be political consequences if we're talking about agencies of our government or even foreign governments. Justice would be some consequence where this doesn't just get brushed under the rug.
Bro, is he like the next Candace Owens? Is he going to go against Daddy Ben and Daddy Ben going, yeah, I don't like him, and then smear him as an anti-Semite and kick him out? Because I will say this about Michael Knowles. He's a very Christian guy. And naturally, a lot of Christian ideology is going to clash with some Jewishness from time to time. I give Michael Knowles, dude, you've seen it before with Candace Owens. Going against Papa Ben doesn't always work out for you. So I think he's showing some guts here.
A lot of people who are in MAGA are reading that Truth Social post and they're saying, wait, he's telling me he doesn't want my support? I thought he's a man of the people. You know, no one's ordinary and we're all in I'm here for you, whatever. I think that Truth Social post might as well have been written to Capitol Hill. I think it's written to guys like Thomas Massey, maybe to Marjorie Taylor Greene as well.
Oh, okay. But Michael, and I agree with you. I understand what he means. We agree with Thomas Massey and Marjorie Taylor Greene on this. Like those of us who want people held accountable for the child sex trafficking. And we don't want to spare anything. We want to find out where it came from. We just want the truth. We agree with Massey and Greene. So if he's saying that about them, he's saying it about us.
I think he's saying, hey, you guys who are supposed to be my supporters on Capitol Hill, get your priorities in order and talk about the things I want you to talk about.
It is gay for a man to do a show with a candle like that.
But unfortunately, it's not going to go away because the Epstein story is a symbol of corruption that long predates Donald Trump. I think that's part of why he's irritated he has to talk about it. But I think the government has to communicate.
Yeah, but he's the only president who has said, I'll get it out there. I'll show the truth. I'll drain the swamp. This is a swamp draining thing. Might be the biggest bog in the swamp.
In a way that conveys to people that justice is going to be done and that, God forbid, the MAGA movement's not going to be complicit in an injustice.
He leaned into, during the campaign, this whole Epstein conspiracy and releasing the files. He leaned into it. He not only leaned into it, he brought people into his administration who made their names on spreading that conspiracy theory, on talking about it incessantly every week on their podcasts.
You ain't lying.
How do you think they were going to react to just washing our hands of Epstein.
It's not just a conspiracy theory. There are plenty of theories around it, but at the very least, it is a conspiracy. So there's a lot of evidence here of something weird going on. And I think...
And it don't look good. Who are you going to call? Ghostbusters.
The fact that Trump ran on that shows you he was totally sincere about wanting to be as transparent as possible.
Or was he just trying to get as many votes as possible?
Well, I don't think he would have stepped on this rake. I mean, love him or hate him, Trump is a masterful politician.
Unless he got compromised.
Government needs to come up with a better answer than, oh, yeah, actually, there isn't a list, even though we said there was a list. And there is jail cell video, even though previously it was said there was not video. But some of the video is missing, and never mind, move along. That's not going to work. I think the Trump administration is on the right side of this thing. I think they just need to give a more persuasive explanation to people.
All right, he lost me at the end. I think Michael Knowles knows he needs to kind of thread the needle here to keep Daddy Ben happy, because that last thing he just did, that was total bullshit. That was a cop-out. Ooh, Knowles was right there. Did you notice? Because even Miss Tay was saying, Michael gets it. He'll be fired soon. This fucking close. And then right at the end, he goes, I think the Trump administration is on the right side of this. They just need to do a better job of communicating. Oh, Mike, you were that close. Candace Owens is doing fine. She's making lots of money, dude. You'll be okay if Ben kicks you out for not bowing down to the dreidel. You would have been all right. Oof, that was disappointing. I've never been a big Michael Knowles guy, but that last part there, that was disappointing. Here's what I'm going to do, guys. I'm going to switch YouTube over to members only. We're going to do this members only thing. Here we go. We're going to go members only on YouTube, and then thank you for hitting the goal. We're going to go till about 11, maybe a little after, about a half-hour members-only show, and then I might do another short members-only show a little bit this weekend. I'm on a bit of a time budget here with I got to pick up the kids in a little bit, but we're going to do a little members-only now. Here we go. Red Slime says, is this on the house in good faith, Toe? Oh, I'm sorry. We knocked out the goal. We're good. I apologize for that. All right, let's turn our chat on here. Here we go. And good. Who, what, why says, am I a member? How's it work? Yeah, you are a member. You are here. Stoned Out says, that was rough. That was really bad. That was hard to watch, the end of that. You're just watching Michael Knowles be like, yeah, it kind of does feel like he told us to fuck off, but I think what he was he was giving a lot of yeah buts for Trump. He was doing a lot of but I think he was talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene and everyone else and all that. He was trying to cover up, but he was saying all the right things. And then at the end, I think Trump is on the right side of this. Oof. Sorry, man. Sorry. Papa Shab says, you're a Jew too, Aaron. Am I? But not at that level of Jew yet. I'm not a Jew? How dare you? Let's go. Balls Deep says, consider the $7 a royalty for using the April bikini emote, Corndiff. Yeah, well, Corndiff did kind of a dog shit move. He tried to play something that was, shitty to me during Rumble Friday, and he knows better. And he's trying to be a cunt about it. But, that's the thing. Corndiff's always, instead of being, a viewer, he's always tried to be, a character kind of a guy. It's fine. I understand what Corndiff's trying to do. It's just that maybe I see it a little better than others do. And he does... Corndiff does the thing where you call him out for doing what he's doing, and he does the girlfriend thing. He goes, what? What am I doing? So I'm sorry, Corndiff. I do kind of have you pegged. Sorry to use that term. And I know that's a little uncomfortable, but I'm not mad at you for it. I'm not. I can't read that one for Mega. Oh my. Trump isn't one to not name names when needed. So it was to his supporters. Exactly, because he's like, if you are a supporter of mine, you can't keep talking about this Epstein shit. Dead Game says, gotta be on your toes, toe. Chevrolet JB says, Aaron, you're the Jewish Jew that's ever Jewed. I don't. My boys Sam Show and Bapa Shab will clear me of these. They'll clear me of those charges of Jewry. Somebody too says, wait, Aaron wants to peg corn diff? No, of course not. Of course not. Why would I ever say that about old corn diff? Atomic Ray says, bring in the squirrels. They love corn. On a Wall says, I'm off the MAGA train. At least as it concerns Trump, he's dead to me. Oh, shit. MSO says, did I miss something? He's still begging for money. It's past 11:30. No. No, we knocked it out before 10:30. MSO. I just said we'd go members only immediately after the show's over if they knocked it out. So that's what I'm doing. King Kong Dong says, Aaron's more gay than Jewish. I would like to deny that, but I just went like this. So, damn it. Eaton Clam says, why isn't there a picture of your grandpa in the background? I think the man who first realized you were a Jew baby should be recognized. Old James P. Zinkin? He's a hero to this audience for that. Papa Shab says, we have to measure your skull first. I don't think my bag of instruments would make it through the airport. Eric Cartman says, Nova reminds me of Corn Diff, always working on a gotcha moment. No, I think those guys just get a little too close, and they think they're like a little more familiar than they are, and they don't like it when you point out that, look, man, you're just an audience member like everybody else. You're not like in my inner circle, you know, and I get that, but I think they're big boys. They can handle it. Crowder Wears Panties says, Sam Show definitely thinks you're Jewish. Well, yeah, that's true. But anyone who isn't Sam Show is suspect of being Jewish. Dub says, Aaron's not Ven kosher. MSO says, I stepped away for a minute, so I didn't know what happened. Oh, yeah, Atomic Ray dropped 10 memberships on us. He's the man. Dr. Silver, and put Miss Tay in the cuck chair of all places. Dr. Silverwolf says, hey, boss, any word on the bobblehead? If you want, I can pick it up. Dude, I really am fucking worthless. I'm fucking worthless. I got you, buddy. I'm going to drop it off right to your front door is what I'm going to do. Dead Game says, eating clams. Haha, I'd forgotten about that statement, mate. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, my grandpa. Yeah, my grandpa calling me a Jew baby. Can't escape it. Coltrane says, MAGA is what we choose, not what the fuck Trump sees. That's a good point. Somebody says, Aaron, check yourself. That spider's getting out of hand. It is a little bit. I do need a haircut. You are correct, sir. Mad Move says, your inner circle has an upside-down pineapple. King Kong Dong says, Aaron said my name. I'm totally in his inner circle now. Dead Game says they killed things in the signs. They knew. Doggo Doesn't Die says a lot can happen in a steel toe minute. That's damn sure. Dead Game says, yeah, Aaron, Jew baby. Once a Jew baby, always a Jew baby. I saw somebody during the last members only thing we did, and they were like, is this all you do for the members only? You just read the chat? I'm like, well, yeah. They pay for it. They should get to dictate the show. You know, they should get to write in for free, and I should get to read. I should have to read every single thing they write. That's what a members only show is for. It's for your supporters. Dead Game says based grandparents. Yes. Eric Cartman says, Miss Tay, let's have some fun in that chair, baby. You understand if she's in the cuck chair, she has to watch. She doesn't get to have fun. Unless that's fun for her. Miss Tay with $5 says, I better be getting a lap dance in the cuck chair. Well, but that wouldn't really make it the cuck chair then, would it? Now Miss Tay's at 90 for the week. Atomic Ray at $100. Numero Uno at 111. Gray Duckling at 160. And Average Plumber at 201. Dead Game says they were silent for a reason. That was to keep from choking us out. Like we are with today's youth. Huh? I'm confused. I've officially become confused. Oh, what am I going to do today with the children? It's Thursday. It's going to be a nice day. I could pay them to help me move all the heavy stuff back on the deck. 70 degrees today. That is a good day to move everything back onto the deck, kids. What do you say? What do you say? 09 Canyon says Grandpa was trying to say he's a damn fine Jew baby. Oh, okay. So my grandpa was trying to compliment me on my jewelry. Dead Game says silent generation, numbnuts. Duh. Oh, sorry. I'm the asshole. Dub says don't cut that spider. No, I have to pretty soon. I hate when the sides and back get so long that like they start to like tickle parts of the side of your head and your ears and stuff. I don't like it. Dude, SP's like started pulling like strands of hair out of my ear from time to time. Means I'm getting fucking old. That's a bummer. Whenever she yanks an ear hair out, first of all, you feel it in your eyeball. When someone pulls an hair out of your ear, you feel it in your eyeballs. It's the fucking weirdest sensation. But it's also nice because I don't want hair in my ears. You know, I don't want to be an old man with ear hair. Fucking set it on fire, for Christ's sake. But every time she pulls a hair out of my ear, a visible hair out of my ear, it depresses me a little bit each time. I feel gray. I feel old. I feel decrepit. Then she pointed out the other day, I was standing on the deck, and she pointed out that I have these little circles on the sides of my heel when I stand, and she goes, that's a sign of aging. That's an aging sign. I go, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for telling me all the signs I have that I'm getting aged. But she's not wrong. Somebody says, Aaron, here's a course for you to play. Tiana Country Club up in Walker, Minnesota. That course will really show you how much you suck. Played it yesterday. Check out the course pictures when you get a chance. Tougher than Pebble Creek and Becker because that rough is fucking hard to get out of, dude. That rough is brutal. Eric Cartman says, Aaron, you playing any other new games online? No, I actually went back into Medieval 2 Total War. I go back to some of the classics from time to time. I didn't like Manor Lords. I love Bannerlord, but I didn't like Manor Lords. I thought that game was kind of gay. So no, not into any new games online. Dub says, Arbiet mocked Aaron Fry. Oh, hard work will set Aaron free. Dead Game says, grow out the front two legs and comb over. So grow out the first two legs of the spider and then just split them. Is that what you want me to do? Or you want me to grow out the first two and then just throw them over the side? It's interesting. Bapa Shab says, you're all types of fucked up. You're telling me, man. That ear hair thing's a bitch. King Kong Dong says, is there going to be a last place prize? Because I suck donkey dick at golf. Yeah, you and I get a drink because we're both going to finish in last. That's the prize. Miss Tay just writes, ew. Papa Shab says, gross. 09 Canyon says, Aaron, it's time to start growing the balding man's ponytail. It's so not that time yet. Shut up. I got plenty going on top of my head here, all right? I got some power alleys. That's all. I just got some power alleys. Everything's fine. Let's not panic, boys and girls. You should go Chris Gaines. You can pull it off. No. Get a hair trimmer, you savage, says Miss Tay. I don't have full-blown ear hair. Once in a great while, like my ear was in a nuclear accident, a hair will be in there. And you just, bink, pull it out. I don't have like a series of ear hair. Carlos Cameo says he's going to be full-blown cue ball by 40. There's no evidence to show this. This hairline has been sitting tight for a long time. It was shitty from birth. Eric Cartman says, hey, Miss Tay, no touching allowed or I'll have to stop dancing. Those are the rules. All right, guys, let's stop with the horny. Can we calm down a little bit on the horny? Aaron's about to get a walker. I'm not. How much do we have to pay for the golf club rental? Oh, yeah, we aren't doing any golf club rental. You'll have to call Wapakata and ask them about that. We're just doing your carts and your 18 holes. Coltrane says, I think Trump meant it to his base as he expected them to roll over and let it go, and they won't. He doesn't decide what's MAGA. We decide, and he's finding that out. I agree with you 100%. Chips and Diff says, rough. Wait, are you talking about golf or SP? Oh, SP's clean. Miss Tay says, I'll try and keep my hands to myself. All right, enough with being horny. We're done being horny for a little bit. We got like 10 minutes in this little members only run we're doing. Stop being horny. J.A. says Command and Conquer. Which one? My two favorites are Red Alert 2 and Generals. Those are my two favorites. Dead Game says, tell her it's a sedentary lifestyle choice. Yes, Dr. Silverwolf, I did get your text. I will take care of that. I'll run it up personally, since I'm such a fucking failure and a douche. Bapa Shab says, no, you don't. There's nothing going on up there. We got enough going on up here, dude. We're going to be okay for a little while. Hobo says, why don't you cut the sides of your head and then put a penis in your mouth and call it a high and tug? Hobo, I don't understand how that's helpful. Get a head start. A head start. Miss Tay says, just glue your ass hair to your widow's peak. You don't want to see that travesty. Kyler says, I have to dump so bad, stuck in traffic and nowhere to go. I'm sweating. Just shit your pants. We won't tell anybody. Cartman says, only Aaron stops looking over, then it's game on, sweetheart. Mistake. All right. Stop being fucking horny. Feldrain says, the cuck chair kind of gets a lap dance. Kind of, as in you get to watch first through fourth get lap dances. That's true. Hobo says, R.I.P. Rip Van Finkelstein. I don't understand it. Dub says, no BS. I don't grow a beard as it irritates my face when beyond a 5 o'clock shadow or beyond Don Johnson, Crockett, Miami Vice beard. It's, in my opinion, annoying as fuck. Just saying. I get you. I feel you. Do you get SP to wax your nostrils? That shit looks painful, but I appreciate everyone who has it done. I don't think my nose hairs are unruly. Sam Show says, you get so uncomfortable around heterosexuality. Well, especially when it's performative and weird. Hobo says, SP is clean as the Haitian Board of Health. Hobo. They're an innocent. They're an innocent. Chips and Diff says, all this horny talk is making me horny. God damn it. King Kong Dong says, will Wapakata be mad at my Eagles Super Bowl jersey? No, they'll be way more fine with it than I am. Somebody says, here's the course layout. All right, I'm going to check that out in a second here. Doggo Doesn't Die says, the Silver Wolf is in the inner circle. I get, in a way, because I'm so lazy with my prizes. King Kong Dong says, it's a horny fest in here. It really is. I mean, it's getting disgustingly horny. Dub says, I oddly have one eyebrow hair that can grow inches long if neglected. It's weird. It is. It's strange. That's one of the most satisfying things in the world, by the way, getting a tweezer and pulling stray eyebrow hairs. Oh, that's fun. Mad Move says, Aaron, like I said before, you are going to outlast everyone with your tenacity and consistent work ethic is impressive. Almost as impressive as fast as your forehead is growing, along with the denial of it. See, Mad Move, I appreciate the compliment. But if you don't think I knew something else was coming because you're uncomfortable with the compliment, you got another thing coming. Thank you, Sam Show. Zenman says, God damn, what the fuck did I miss? All kinds of horny shit up in here. If I knew that was the kind of party, I would have stuck my dick in the mashed potatoes. What movie is that from, Aaron? Dick in the mashed potatoes. I don't remember. I've probably seen it too because it sounds familiar. Cartman should helicopter dick Miss Tay. Why are we doing this? Coltrane says she can flick the bean in the chair. God damn it. Eric Cartman says, can we have a forfeit for each loser of the group of 4 teams in golf? Like they have to streak on the course? No, I'm not going to. No. Hooters Girl says, some of us needs our pipes cleaned once in a while. Yeah, some of you guys just really need a release. Hobo says Aaron gets horny at buffets. Not true. Veldrain, you aren't officially ancient until you get the Gandalf eyebrows. Oh, good. Papa Shab says any child born of a union between any of this shows audience would most likely be retarded and die immediately. Mad Move says build him up to knock him down. Cheers. Sam Show says, did you seriously just bring a YouTube link up on screen? Yes. I was trying to give you credit for sending a chat in. Sorry for being a fucking retarded asshole. Zen Man says waiting. Oh, it is a waiting reference. God damn it. Sam Show says, so what, can you just write anything and you'll bring it up? Yes, for a little bit. Eric Cartman says, Miss Tay and Cartman and Stonies, we can test how strong the Cenk unit is. Nomo says, just wait until the gray starts setting in. Not happening. Not happening. Who, What, Why says there should be 4 teams with 4 players all competing for $4. Deal. Hobo Chili says Miss Tay is a bigger hole than April. Oh my goodness, that is insulting. Coltrane says SP is taking you down a peg. Glorious. I don't need credit from your ass. All right. She pegs him. Miss Tay says, Hobo, you old romantic. Nomo says, good. Fight it with all your might. King Kong Dong says, Aaron's jealous of all the horny talk. I'm fine. I'm doing great. All right. In the last 5 minutes, let's take a look at this golf course layout that this person sent me. The Tiana Country Club. Oh, what a fucking nightmare. Oh my God, this looks awful. If you miss the fairway, bro, there's a lot of punching out on this course. Greens look very easy, though. It looks like an easy green. Pretty straight too, though, dude. Like, this doesn't look that bad so far. It's just the woods are a bitch. Ooh, that green looked hilly. I hate those greens where if you miss them long, you're rolling back onto the fringe. Ugh. My new habit now is if I'm gonna miss my putts short. I'll bump it a little and let it roll before I'll miss long anymore. That actually doesn't look too bad. That doesn't look too bad at all. It's pretty straight. There's a lot of trees, which isn't so bad. The greens don't look too bad. Ooh, that green looked nasty. That one looks sloped. Oh, that's the practice green. I don't know. This course doesn't look too bad. This fairway's a little narrow. I don't know, man. This one doesn't look too bad. I like Territory's rough. Pebble Creek is really a difficult course because their grass, the rough, man. You get into the rough and you are fucked. Just punch out at Pebble Creek in the rough and hit from the fairway. Take an extra stroke. Okay, this one's got some length to it. That's what you hear. Wow, that one's a hike. That's a hell of a hole. Uh-oh, now we're going deep into the woods. I don't like this. You might get sodomized before you tee off. That's just if I'm there. Yeah, all right. I mean, it's a wooded course. It's got its challenges, but it doesn't look like the toughest course in the world. I could be wrong. I've been wrong before. Dr. Silverwolf says Wii Sports looking ass course. Who What Why says too much grass. It's scary. Bugs are scary. Goat Choker says the Mr. gets long eyebrow hairs that I randomly pluck, always by surprise. Dub says Aaron needs this haircut. We'll get there in a minute. Mad Move says, I saw my head without a hat on a security camera for the first time and knew it was over for my hair. Then accept it gracefully, pussy. King Kong Dong says, Cartman and Miss Tay going to be having sex near hole 12 in the woods, distracting all the golfers. God damn it with the... Enough with the wieners and the vaginas. Somebody says it's a lot more hilly than the video shows. Some holes have 100 to 200 foot drops. Oh, fuck. No, 100 to 200 feet? Veldrain says a climate summit will clear out those trees. Attaboy. Mad Move says I would 100% be able to roll the golf cart, mobbing down to the big slopes. Zen Man Build says I happily sport my widow's peak and slightly graying hair. Screw the haters, Aaron. There it is. Papa Shab says I have hair, suckers. Cartman says, don't worry, hobo. I can fill that hole. All right, with the holes. Zen Man says, I was testing the rake for tensile strength. Somebody says, I played Territory. This is way tougher than Territory. Fair enough. Getting fucked on the rough. 09 Canyon says, sounds like Cartman and Miss Tay going to be all in the rough. Probably in the old butthole, too. Cartman says, yeah, yeehaw, me and Miss Tay going to be like that film Crank with Jason Statham. King Kong Dong says, I'm practicing all week on Nintendo Golf. Attaboy. No boners before lunch. Me and Miss Tay on the golf course. I'm sure that's sex. And Chevrolet JB says, I've had a 5 head since I was 18 and moves on to a 6 and maybe 7 head. Thank you guys very much for your contributions and for this little bit extra that we did for the members only. I will do another members only event this weekend. I promise. I got a lot of free time this weekend. Take it easy. Have a great rest of your day. And I will be back tomorrow morning for Rumble Friday. Thanks, gang.